A pleasant good afternoon to everyone out there on Irish Breakdown Land. I am Vince D'Addario. That guy is Brian Driscoll, and we're back. And as we were talking about getting this thing started and talking about what we were going to talk about, like this is kind of the official kickoff to summer shows with me and Brian. Or Brian and I. I'm
They both
English.
make sense.
Okay,
we're
fair
football
enough.
coaches, bro. People
Right.
get it.
Yeah,
People get it.
So this is the official kickoff. Camp season ended yesterday for my kid, and so no more world traveling in June. We're home. Like, coaches love him. Let's move on. Let's talk football at Notre Dame.
Well, and he kicked it off in great fashion because he ended his last camp was at Notre Dame yesterday.
100%.
My man got a picture of himself getting a picture taken with Reggie Ho.
Yeah, that was so awesome.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, you know who that little guy is?
And he's like, no, I don't know who that is.
It was hilarious. He's like literally Dylan's personal shagger at the camp and like throwing him the ball back and all that. And he's like,
my favorite part is he's doing it in jeans.
Yes, he was.
That's the best part about it. I was like,
do you know?
Because he's a doctor, not a football. You know what I mean? And you love that about him. But yeah,
this is correct.
Awesome.
So it was a pretty cool experience. He went and got a picture with him just for me, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
benefit.
he was more excited about getting a picture with Brandon Aubrey, who kicks for the Cowboys and stuff like that. But hey, it's all good. So we are kicking
He knew
off.
what we knew.
Yes, I made him watch like the summary on YouTube of the Reggie Ho game against Michigan. I made him watch it on the way home. He's like, "Oh my gosh, that was awesome!" So he knows now.
They won the national championship in 1988 because Reggie Ho did what he did in the opener against Michigan.
4 field goals.
Right.
They won by 2.
That's right.
So, but anyway, we're kicking this thing off. It's basically going to be the Bryan and Vince show in the afternoon, the rest of the summer, and we've got, thanks to Brian and his ultra planning skills, we've got it pretty much, drawn up, ready to go. I mean, our offensive game plan is set in stone. We've got the script. We're ready to go. And we are kicking it off today with sophomores being a key to success this football season in the fall. And there's a multitude of reasons why this sophomore class is super important. Now, you did the true freshman yesterday, excuse me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And obviously important, but true freshmen are different than guys that have been in the program for over a year. Like, it's time for some of these guys to step up, and there's some big picture team reasons as to why, connecting to Marcus Freeman and then, all of these different things. So for this team specifically, this freshman class is uber important, Brian. Just super important.
The sophomore class for sure. I mean, you look, Vince, we talk a lot about gap closers on the show, right? And we kind of kick that phrase off. And this is the first true gap closing class that Notre Dame landed.
Right.
Like this is that group. Like there were some really good players in 2022, but it was the crossover between the end of the Kelly era, the beginning of the Freeman era. The defensive class was really good. Obviously, Marcus Freeman had a big role in that. Offensive class had some departures, understandably. Once the head coach leaves, that's going to happen. It's not blaming Kelly or anything. Just it's going to happen. You're going to have departures, and so they lost Amorian Walker, lost C.J. Williams, lost Devin Moore. Is what it is. But there's some good football players in that class. But this sophomore class, this is the first full class for Marcus Freeman, and so there's really 2 reasons, why this class is so important for Notre Dame. And the first is practical, and you'll get into like the offensive side of the ball, and then the defensive side of the ball, and then of course we're going to do our buy, sell, or hold later today as well, which is going to be ton. There were so many great questions. I think I got all of them, at least all of them that I thought were appropriate to answer on the buy, sell, or hold. But the first one is because just pure talent. I mean, that's the thing, Vince, is when you look at the sophomore class, this is an incredibly gifted class. This is a class that had great balance. That was the thing that we've talked about with Marcus Freeman's classes, is there's great balance. They don't just load up on one side of the ball or they've got 5 receivers and 1 offensive lineman or 5 offensive linemen and 1 receiver. It's like, it's the balance. You had a big time, really, really talented quarterback in the class, Kenny Minchie. You had a really talented running back in the class. Your receiver class was excellent when it signed. And even with the guys that are gone, and this class has had some departures now, it's still a really good receiver class. You got a really good tight end. You've got an incredibly talented offensive line. Your defensive line has impact potential. Your linebackers were one of the best linebacker classes in the country. Your secondary class was really good. And that balance was like, okay, this is going to help refill the roster. But it also is a situation, Vince, where the sophomore class has impact talent.
Yeah.
Right? That's a big key. Is it's one thing to be balanced and fill up the depth chart. And I think that, top to bottom, these are much deeper classes under Freeman. But you still have to make sure that you're getting the dudes and top end if you really want to compete. Because just a good depth class of 22 to 23 guys is great. And it means Notre Dame's going to go out there and win 9-10 games a year. But if you're not getting the dudes, the difference makers, the impact players, then that's going to make it harder for you to beat the Georgias and the Alabamas, the Ohio States, the Texases with any regularity, because they are getting those dudes. And so this was Marcus Freeman and his staff's first class of, okay, we're going to go out there and do what we do. We talked about, they shop down the same aisle that Bama and Georgia shop down for the most part, right? But they also do it the Notre Dame way, making sure that when we're going down that aisle, we're looking for guys that fit what we do. That's how the staff looks at it. And really going out there and swinging for the fences and making an impact. It was also the first class they put together in the NIL era. That's the other thing. So for them to be kind of, and this was before Notre Dame really ramped up their own NIL stuff. So for them to be able to put this class together the way that they did was impressive, Vince. And it was a much needed boost in talent, because when we go through this class and we talk about it, like a lot of the guys that we view as like the potential game changers for Notre Dame, and we'll have to do like a game wrecker show at some point in time this summer. Like who are the game wreckers for Notre Dame and who are the game wreckers they got to be prepared for. I'm actually going to add that down to my list of shows to do.
Well, there's a week in there with nothing there. So
well, I left that week there because as news is going to break, we got to push stuff back and so make sure we got everything in. But and then things like this will happen. Things will just kind of pop in my head. But when you think about who the game wreckers are for the Notre Dame offense, a lot of them are sophomores.
Yeah.
When you think about the guys on defense that we're looking at saying, man, if this defense is going to reach its full potential, they need A, B, C, and D to really step up. Most of those guys are sophomores. And so you're counting on young talent to emerge, which is never ideal. You don't ever want to have to rely on young players. But the counter argument to this, Vince, is, but it's a really talented group of sophomores. And so that's what Georgia has had. That's what Clemson had in 2018. Remember, Clemson had plenty of veterans on that 2018 team. They had their defensive line was filled with veterans. You had Hunter Renfro. Your offensive line was pretty experienced. But who were a lot of your top players in that team? Freshman Trevor Lawrence, sophomore, or freshman Justin Ross, sophomore T. Higgins, sophomore Travis Etienne. I think Isaiah Simmons, I believe, was a sophomore on that team. I believe one of the corners on that, I don't know if it was Terrell or Mullins, I forget which one is older, was a sophomore on that team. That was also you were counting on some young players to be difference makers. And that class, like if you go back and watch Clemson in 2017, they were really good on the D-line. O-line was solid. They had some that really good talent. But they were lacking in 17 some of the game changers they had in 16. Like there was no Deshaun Watson. There was no Mike Williams. There was, some of those guys were gone. And they were a good team, but when they got on that stage with Bama, they were outclassed. They just were. And then all of a sudden the next year, their talented freshmen become sophomores, and then a new batch of talented freshmen comes in, and that group made the difference between them getting outclassed by Bama in 17, and then a year later, them curb stomping Alabama in the national title game, right? A really good Bama team. Why? Because they had they recruited really big-time young players, and that's where Notre Dame is, Vince. That's the situation they're in, where if this team is going to reach its full potential, they can't do it if this sophomore class isn't as good as we hoped it was or think it was.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's funny because, when we do these shows and you listen to the fans and you see comments on the message board and all that, everybody was super excited about this class last year coming in and the talent that they had and all of that. And it's like, okay, you got to pump the brakes just a little bit because they're all true freshmen. Like we know what the ceiling could be. We know that these guys are good. We know that this is a really good class. We're excited about it. We're throwing around names like words like gap closers and all of these different things. And then not everybody, people were upset that these guys weren't getting playing time as much as they thought they should get, last year and things like that. There's a maturation process there's only the elite of the elite of the elite that really come in as true freshmen and make just that impact that I think people were anticipating some of these kids were going to make last year, right? And on top of that, like if we're going to boil it down, let's say the linebacker position, for example, there's a lot of veterans that were there, right? And so that's a tough ceiling to break through when you've got those guys that the coaches trust them, et cetera. That doesn't minimize the talent level of that group that's coming through. Now they've got a year under their belt where they're more comfortable with the defense. They're, and we'll get into the specifics, but that's just an example of, okay, now it's time for this class to shine. Like this is their coming out party wasn't as true freshmen. And to expect that is a little pie in the sky, I would say. Right. But now as sophomores,
for the entire class.
Sure. Exactly.
Right. Sure. And I think that's the point you're getting at, right, Vince, is this. It's last year it was just come in, get your feet wet. Some guys are going to have to step up and play, but now you're sophomores. Now is when the class as a whole has to start making a really big impact. Is that
correct?
Is that
now's
fair?
Where you see the depth of the talent in that class. Now's their chance because now some of those veterans have moved on. And now it's like, okay, the path is clear for these kids to come in and really make an impact as a class, not individually, but as a class. And I think that's the exciting part about this, because we all get excited about the new shiny toys, the incoming freshmen, the recruits. Like we all get excited.
And every freshman who doesn't dominate as a freshman is like ready to get
benched.
A bust.
Right. Yeah, they're a bust. They should never have come here. They, should be playing at Eastern, Central, Western Alabama, whatever, but now is the time. And look, Marcus Freeman and his staff are very, very smart. They didn't recruit those kids as a whole to come in and just play as true freshmen. Like there's a plan for these kids. And I think we're going to see this year how that plan kind of becomes, reality across the board.
Right. I mean, when you look at it, Vince, it was one of those things where you're freshmen, you want to come in and learn, and then there's going to be some impact. You're going to have some guys that are going to help. There's no question about that. But for the like the guys that are truly difference makers, and then when we go through this and we break down offense and defense, we're going to talk kind of about everybody. We're going to talk about it's kind of like yesterday. Who are the impact players? Who are the guys that are going to be rotation guys? Who are the guys that are going to be battling? But you usually see there's always the unicorns that come out as freshmen and dominate. There's always going to be those kind of guys.
Sure.
But a lot of times, the teams that are really good, it's really your sophomore class that provides the fuel. And if you look at all of Notre Dame's good teams in recent seasons, that's a lot of what they had. I mean, you go back and look at the 2012 team under Brian Kelly. Here's some of the sophomores in that class. Think about this. Everett Golson, DeVaris Daniels, Stephon Tuitt, Ishak Williams, Matthias Farley started that year for Notre Dame. George Atkinson was a very important kick returner on that team. Those are some pretty important pieces. Tony Springman was a key rotation player for that football team. So you look at that 2011 class, when they were sophomores, they made a big impact on that Notre Dame football team in 2012. I mean, you take away Stephon Tuitt, you take away, and then, of course, freshmen. And then you had a couple freshmen that made an impact. Kavari Russell obviously made a big impact. But you had some guys that became stars. Stephon Tuitt right away as a sophomore. Boom, that guy can ball. Everett was a huge piece to that. DeVaris stepping up as sort of that number 2 complementary piece to Tyler Eifert and TJ Jones, was an important part of that. Then you had guys that stepped in and filled important depth roles on that football team. And then like you said, a couple of the freshmen played. Sheldon was a key rotation guy on that team, Sheldon Day. Kavari obviously started for that team. But it was really the sophomore year we started to see those star players start to emerge, right? And then we saw the same thing in 2014 and 2018. I mean, 2015, where's Notre Dame if Deshaun Kaiser doesn't step up as a sophomore at quarterback? Where's Notre Dame in 2015 if Quentin Nelson doesn't step up as a sophomore on the offensive line and provide an impact on the offensive line? You had other guys that stepped up and were part of that team. I mean, Drew Tranquil was a very important part of that secondary till he got hurt that season. Andrew Trombetti was a key rotation guy. So you start to look and say, boy, those were not, there weren't a ton in that group, and that wasn't even as good of a sophomore class as this one was as a whole. But that's when you start to see those stars emerge. Those, guys that end up becoming stars, not all of them, but a lot of them really start to step up in their sophomore seasons. And we've seen that a lot at Notre Dame. I mean, 2018, similar situation. Robert Hainsey steps into the starting lineup as a sophomore. He has after rotating. Aaron Banks kind of steps in so after Alex Bars goes down that season and steps into a very key role for Notre Dame that season. Kurt Heinisch, Myron Tungavelo-Omoso were very important pieces to that team in 2018, and that was a smaller Notre Dame class. So when you look at it, Vince, there's always that need for those younger players to step in and play certain roles. And the thing about this class, and I could do the same thing for 2020, and I could do the same thing for last year. Some of the sophomores have stepped in last year, so we could keep doing this dance, right? But the fact is it's sophomore years usually when the stars become stars. It's not always the case. Jeremiah Wusu-Koromoa got hurt first game of his sophomore year, didn't really break out to his junior year. Everybody's different, but you need to have that sophomore class breakout. And this is the second part of it, Vince, as we wrap this part up too. This class stepping up is going to tell us a lot about the evaluation and developing ability of this coaching staff, because this is a talented group of players, we think, right? Now they've got to prove it. So, my question to you, Vince, is, do we really know that this staff can take a young class and immerse it into this deep of a roster and win with it? We don't know that, because in 2022, right, they had some issues when they had to put younger guys on the field. Well, it was a different recruiting class that Marcus Freeman wasn't a part of. Now, we think you guys are great evaluators. We think you guys have gone out and gotten a class that is actually better than maybe the recruiting services think. Well, now we're going to find out if that's accurate or not.
Right.
And we're going to find out how well Max Bulla and Al Golden can develop young linebackers, and how well Al Washington can develop young defensive linemen, and how well Mike Mickens can get young guys on the field. Yeah, it did with Benjamin Morrison, but was that a unicorn? Situation. I keep using that word a lot this week. Ryan put that in my head with his. He was talking about unicorns with a couple of recruits. Was that a unique situation? Was that an anomaly, or is this just what Mike Mickens does? Same thing on offense. Can Joe Rudolph get a young offensive tackle like Charles Jagasaw ready to play? Can Dylan McCullough take a group that doesn't have the experience he had last year and get it ready to roll? Can Mike Brown take some really talented sophomores, get them ready to go? How about Mike Denbrock at tight end? So you look at all those different things, and you start to get really excited and say, hey, look, man, like, we're going to find out now how good this coaching staff really is. Like, are we right that that class was very underrated nationally, or was the national folks right, and this class maybe isn't as good as we hoped and thought it would be? And how well this sophomore class plays is going to tell us that, or it's going to tell us, well, they're talented, but this class isn't as good. This staff isn't as good as getting those young players incorporated like the Bamas do, the Georgias do, and the Ohio States do. Because trust me, they all play young players. Everybody plays young players. You just don't want to have to play young players. You want to play young players because you're talented guys. Like Georgia, they're starting middle linebackers transferring. Why? Because he got hurt and missed a little bit of time. Some young guy steps in and he's better than he is, and so that guy transfers. That's not a bad place to be.
No,
and that's kind of where Notre Dame is. You go out in the corner market and you're like, we'd like to get another corner for depth, but then you're like, yeah, but I don't want to stunt the growth of my young talented players. Let's coach them up. I love that decision, but you got to have the talent there to feel that way. And that's kind of where they are, Vince. And so we're going to learn a lot about this coaching staff by how well this group of players emerges this season as well. There's no doubt about it.
So let's jump right into the sophomore class on offense. Okay. And so we're going to kind of tier this out, and we're going to talk about different groups of sophomores on offense, right? And so the first group that we are going to talk about are those impact players, guys that we know are going to play. They're either going to start, or we know they're going to be, key rotation players. Maybe they start a couple games, maybe they don't, depending on the formation, things like that when we're talking about skill players. So that's group one. Then we're going to get into group two, and those are going to be the key contributors, right? Maybe they get into the rotation, and then they see time in certain packages and, things of that nature. And then we get into group three, and that's going to kind of be everybody else, the battling for time group, right? So they're going to be in either a position battle where maybe they start, maybe they don't, or they're going to be battling just to be in the rotation, right? Maybe it's a defensive lineman that, I don't want to get into names yet, but like maybe it's a defensive lineman that's trying to get into that rotation. Not going to be a starter, obviously, behind the guys that they've got in the front line, but maybe they're in that third group where they come in for a couple of plays and maybe they get 10, 12 plays a game, whatever the case may be. So that's kind of the groups that we're going to do offensively. And so we'll start at the top with group 1 and we'll work our way down to group 3. Sound like a plan, Brian?
I love that plan. That sounds like somebody really wicked smart came up with that plan.
I don't know who that could have been. I mean, we got an unnamed content creator in the background and getting paid the big dollars.
It was totally Angela, I'm sure. Had to be.
Right. She's your muse. It's okay.
Yeah, she is. Nah, there's no doubt about that.
Right.
There's no doubt about that.
So it's all good. It's all good. So let's jump into that first group, Brian. We're talking group 1, impact players, guys we know are going to be on the field for Notre Dame and why it's such a big deal.
Well, I mean, you got to start up front, right? I mean, at the end of the day, there's lots of talented skill players. You know, we're going to talk about Love and Greathouse and Faison and KK and Minchie and Flanagan and all those guys, right? We're going to get into them. But it starts up front. It starts up front with the offensive line. And it starts up front for the offensive line for 2 reasons. Number one is it's harder to get younger players ready to go. It's even harder to do it at left tackle because of all the responsibility that comes with there. I mean, Quentin Nelson was a star as a sophomore. I mean, you go back and watch the 2015 film, he was incredible. You knew he was going to be a star. He's playing left guard, and he had Ronnie Stanley and Nick Martin in between, you know, to each side of him. He had 2 really veteran players to each side of him. Well, he'll have a veteran guy to one side of him, but in a lot of ways, he's going to be on an island in a lot of instances.
Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, he's super talented, but he's young and inexperienced. Guy basically played 1 game last year. It was a bowl game. I think he played like 6 snaps in the 1 other regular season game that meant nothing.
But 1 game where he was counted on to be the starter, you know, going in, you're starting.
And it didn't start great for him, Vince.
Right.
It didn't.
Well,
I mean, first play of the game, he gets knocked to the ground. And it was like, welcome to college football, brother. But when you watch him, you know, and I think that happened a little bit later in that drive too, but when you watched him settle in, it's like, okay, he was pretty good, you know? Well, now he's got the whole offseason to kind of think about, I'm the left tackle at Notre Dame.
Right.
And you know,
there's a difference, by the way, and I think you and I have talked about this in the past. There's a difference between coming in off the bench, maybe when somebody gets hurt, or, you know, giving a guy a breather, or, you know, whatever that
winning
case
a job
may
in a
be.
bowl game because Joe Walt left.
Exactly.
Expectations are
and
super
you've got
low because you're not
3
Joe
to 4
Walt.
weeks to prepare for, you know, that game and whatever, right? And you know that the opposing defense has like all their second string guys in. And then knowing that you're the starter, like you are the man, like you're the guy, no competition. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just like, you're the guy, you are the anointed starter. You're the guy penciled in. This is happening. And you've got basically from middle of December last year until August 30th to know you're the guy and you have to produce. Like, there's a completely different mindset to that entire thought process. Right. And so I wanted to put that out there because guys can come in like a backup quarterback, for example, to come in and throw
all
3
the time.
touchdowns or something like that. And then when
they get big
starter,
contracts
like,
with NFL teams, and it's like, oh, I don't know how this didn't work out. Well, yeah, this is why
it's just completely different. The pressure is different, you know, just everything. It's
think about Nick Foles. Comes off the bench for the Eagles and leads them to a Super Bowl. But he was never that good before, and he was never that good afterwards because there just was no pressure on him.
Right.
Well, now Charles Jagasaw has that pressure. If I know Charles at all, from people I know, what little I've been around him and people I talk to, I think he's mentally going to be prepared to handle this. I mean, he's a pretty sharp kid. And there's also some level of just, you don't know what you don't know.
You're right.
You know, and you're just, all right, dude, I'm not thinking about all that. I'm just kind of walking down the street and doing my thing and showing up every day. I'm not thinking about, you know, all the big picture stuff. I don't know what Driscoll and those guys are talking about. I'm just out here doing my thing. You know what I mean? So, but the reality is they're going to need him to grow up really, really fast, like really fast, because you can't go through an entire season with your left tackle being a guy you got to protect all season.
Right.
Just can't. I mean, that's really hard to do. Really hard to do. And that's what they're asking him to do. Now, he doesn't have to be Joe Walt. That's the thing. Well, you know, Joe Walt did this. He's not Joe Walt. They're very different players. Their style of play is different. Their body types are different, other than they're both tall and weigh a lot. You know, they're very different players, very different backgrounds. Charles didn't grow up in the home of a 10-year NFL player who's in the Chiefs Hall of Fame at his same position. That's not a knock. It's just the reality.
It's just facts.
Yeah. And so, you know, but at the same time, Charles is also a kid that came from a very strong family. that put a pretty good head on his shoulders, and that should benefit him, in my opinion. And then, of course, God blessed him with immense talent.
Right.
But they're going to need him to play well. Now, prepare yourselves for Charles being a little inconsistent early.
Sure.
I'll be shocked if that doesn't happen. You know who else was inconsistent early in the sophomores? Ronnie Stanley, Quentin Nelson. I could go on down the list of guys that were inconsistent as sophomores. But they're going to need him to grow up quickly. I don't need him to look like Joe Alt in game one because he's not Joe Alt. But by middle of the season, before you get to, maybe
Florida State.
Before you get to Florida State, which is
before
the back half of the schedule.
That's November 9th,
He needs to kind of have figured it out a little bit, right? And him stepping up and being the player we hope he is going to be is hugely important to this football team.
Right.
And, we've seen sophomores step in at Notre Dame before and done well. And they need Jagasol to be that guy as well. And including at tackle. I mean, Ronnie Stanley stepped in at tackle as a starting tackle in 2013 as a starting right tackle. In his sophomore year. We saw Quentin Nelson step in as a guard, but we saw Robert Hainsey and Tommy Kramer were a freshman and a sophomore in 2017 when Notre Dame won the Joe Moore Award. They had a true freshman and a sophomore rotating in that season. And then the next year, Hainsey takes over as a true sophomore in 2018 for a team that went to the college football playoff. So we've kind of been down this road before. To where I think it was Christian. Was Christian Lombard a sophomore? No, he was a redshirt sophomore, so that's a little bit of a different deal. But we've seen this before, Vince, where really good Notre Dame offensive lines, really good Notre Dame teams. I mean, I would argue the two best offensive lines Notre Dame's had in the last 20 years both had true sophomore starting for them, and they were really good. So it's one of those things where this. He's going to have to grow up in a hurry, but we're not asking him to do something that other really talented guys haven't done.
Right.
And then the staff just has to be smart enough to say, hey, we got to use them properly.
Right.
We're going to have to use them properly and make sure that early on we protect them a little bit. And then who wins the left guard job is going to have a big impact on that as well.
Yeah, he took the words right out of my mouth, because one of the things that I would feel really good about is if they kind of knew who that left guard was going to be. And so if Charles knew who he was going to be working with, and I think they'll get that figured out fairly quickly. I think that's what the offseason is for, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a question mark there, right? There's a question mark there. And you and I have talked about this in the past as well. Whoever ends up getting that spot, I'll feel good about, because that means the one beat out the other one. And that means that they're pretty darn good. So I feel good about whoever wins it, but I would like it to become fact a little quicker than, letting it play out for like 2-3 weeks into fall camp. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want this to be a battle that goes into game prep. I want this to be a battle that kind of gets taken care of relatively quickly, because that will then also assist the true sophomore in Charles Jagasaw to get comfortable with who is next to him, because it's important. Yeah. Look, guards and tackles, they work together, whether actually physically double teaming and climbing and doing all of those different things, but it's the communication piece that is epically important. And that's just a time thing. Like, you just need time with the guy next to you to get used to that communication. And so the less time that they have, the more time that they're rotating whoever that left guard is going to be, the longer I think it's going to take for that left side to mesh. The quicker they get that taken care of, the better off I'll feel about the situation.
Now, if the offensive line does get it figured out, then the sophomore class at the skill positions is going to be really good as well. I mean, that's kind of where a lot of the attention is amongst fans, because understandably we talk about the guys with the ball in their hands, but we wanted to lay that foundation with Jagasol because of how important he is to the offensive line playing well. Because he is arguably the most talented guy. It's either him or Billy Schrouth. Like, those are the two guys right now that we expect to be started. Those are the two most talented guys. I would argue Jagasol is the most talented, and Billy's a close second. But Billy's a year ahead of Charles in age, and that should hopefully make him a better player. But when that kind of guy is on your team, you really need to make sure that you're getting him ready to go, and that's going to be a big part of it. So, but speaking of those skill players, Vince,
there's a bunch actually,
and this is where, like, offensively we say, boy, I don't know that this offense can be everything it can be without the sophomore class stepping up. Correct. I think the defense could actually be okay. Although it's going to be even better if the sophomore class steps up, but it could still be okay. If the sophomores don't emerge and break out on the offense. It's hard for me to envision this offense being good enough for them to make a playoff game. Sure. Make any kind of run after they get in. Nah, that's going to be tougher. And it starts in the backfield. I mean, you've got Jadarian Price is a really talented player. I love the freshman class I broke down yesterday, but the guy that really adds something different to this offense is Jeremiah Love. Right. And they're going to ask a lot of him this year. He got a taste last year. He was the number 2 leading rusher, caught a touchdown, started the bowl game, caught a touchdown pass in the bowl game, showed off some talent. I mean, that I still think about that run he had against Tennessee State. That was a very electric run. And, I don't know that they used him overly well. It just kind of seemed like after game 3 or 4, it was just like running them downhill all game and then running them on wheel routes. So it's like, okay, they know that's coming now. But this is a guy that's got all the tools in the world, Vince, to be a difference maker. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's going to be now a year in the weight room to add some strength. He's got home run speed. He's got vision. He ran with surprising toughness last year. Not that I'm he's not a tough kid, but like in high school, he just kind of ran by everybody. Mm-hmm. Well, and you're thinking, well, he's like a $190. He's like 6'1" and a $190. That's not a very big running back. And then he's putting his shoulder down and showing leg drive and power and all that kind of stuff. And you're like, okay, imagine what he's going to do when he's going to get into a year in the weight room under his belt. Well, now he has that. And the expectation is that he's going to be a difference maker. Now, I'm not expecting Jeremiah to come out and rush for 1,500 yards and do all that kind of stuff, but he's got to be a big-time playmaker for you as part of that 1A, 1B with Jadarian Price. And then the question is going to be, okay, if he proves himself to be capable of doing that, that gives the offense, as an offensive coordinator, when you look at it, Vince, you've been an offensive coordinator. I've been a pass game coordinator, had a big role in calling plays, man. When you got a kid like this do-it-all type of guy, it gives you so many options. Right. And that's if Jeremiah steps up, no one's going to be more happy about that than Mike Denbrock.
Well, and I think I was in the same boat as you last year when we're watching how they're using Jeremiah Love and just kind of pounding in between the tackles over and over again. And it was frustrating from my standpoint. And this next comment has nothing to do with who Jeremiah is as a person or anything that he was thinking about or whatever. But me sitting there, like if I was, in Jeremiah's camp, I'd be like, are you sure this is where you want to be? Because they're not exactly using you to the potential that you could be used as. Right? Like that's the thought that was going through my head in this day and age of transfer portal and everything else. It's like, if they're just going to keep slamming him between the tackles, why in God's name would he want to be here? Like that was my thought process. Now, fast forward to them hiring.
It's also what we said about Chris Tyree. It's like they didn't know how to use a guy with home run speed. That's what
exactly.
It was like.
Yeah. And this is an epidemic throughout the last decade with Notre Dame, in my opinion. But that's a different show. So fast forward to them hiring Mike Denbrock, and all of a sudden we hear about Jeremiah Love working out with the wide receivers and working his hands and working being split out and doing some different things. And then we see some practices and we see him moving around the field and we see him getting touches, not just between the tackles, things of that nature. And it's like, okay, everybody can just take a deep breath, exhale. And again, I'm not saying that he was ever thinking about actually leaving, but what I am saying is I feel more comfortable now that Mike Denbrock is in the catbird seat of the offense, that Jeremiah Love is going to be used more for his ability out of the backfield, getting outside the tackles and all of these different things, all the different ways that you can use a guy with speed and you can use a guy that's not afraid of contact and you can do all these different things. I feel very good about them using him properly moving forward. And so I'm sure he feels the same way, right? And I'm sure he's excited about the possibilities that are in front of him for this season. But he is going to be such a key piece to this offense because he makes you as an offense so versatile. Because when he's on the field as a defense, you've got to identify where he's at absolutely
if he's
all
the
times.
player if he needs to be.
Granted.
Right? If the sophomore breakout comes, right, when he's on the field, you have to focus your attention on him, which when you're on the when you also think about the fact that you also have Riley Leonard at quarterback, you're going to have Mitchell Evans at tight end, you're going to have Jaden Greathouse, Chris Mitchell, Jaden Thomas, Bo Collins, Jordan Faison, Jadarian Price. He'll be on the field at times with Jadarian Price. Right. I mean, you're going to go into some 11 personnel looks with 21 personnel
Correct.
And you've got Jeremiah out in the slot, and teams are worried about the bubbles and the nows, and you're like, no, we're just running inside zone right down your throat.
Right.
And then if you try to, you hammer them with Jadarian Price. And then when you start to collapse that box a little bit on Jadarian, now you're pulling and throwing a bubble screen in space to Jeremiah Love and saying, hey, have fun. Like Notre Dame needs this kind of weapon. And not just because everybody, not a lot of teams have this kind of weapon. That's why people threw so much money at Jeremiah in high school when he broke out. And that's why people threw so much money at Jeremiah after his freshman year to get him to leave.
Mm-hmm.
But he was steadfast in saying, no, I want to be here. And I'm with you, Vince. Like, I would have had that thought if I was in his shoes.
Sure.
But it also shows what makes Jeremiah unique.
Yeah,
and you didn't look at it that way.
100%.
Especially as soon as Mike Denbrock gets hired, you're like, all right, we're good.
Yes.
Because
absolutely.
Again, Mike Denbrock can pop in film and say, hey, look, man, let me show you this film of this kid that I coached back in the day, this young man named CJ Procise, who's about 6'1", about 200 pounds, played other positions, really fast. Look how we used him. Hey, look what we did to break the get back in the Clemson game in 2015. What did we do? We didn't go to Will Fuller. We didn't run the ball. We hit CJ Procise on a wheel route for a 50-plus yard touchdown, right? He knows how to use a guy like this, and that's what he's going to be able to sell. And having a guy like Jadarian Price on the roster also means neither guy is getting overworked, and that's going to help Jeremiah as well because you don't have to overburden him. But they need him to be a game wrecker. Mm-hmm. They don't necessarily need him to run for 1,000 yards. That's not what we're getting at. If he only runs for 650 and has 350 receiving yards, that's a really good sophomore season because he's going to be splitting time with Jadarian, who's also dynamic and elite. And then, of course, you're going to have the quarterback taking some snaps or some rushing yards away. But if he is that weapon, Vince, then it just, I think you nailed it. It makes it so much harder to defend everybody else when he's on the field.
Because you got to know where 4 is at. You're going to have to identify where 4 is at. Is he lined up in the slot? Is it him with another back? Is it him by himself? Is he going in motion? You are going to need to identify where 4 is, and then that just makes the other guys that much more dangerous because then the focus is going to be on him where he can still make plays, but then the focus comes off of other guys. And so there are other guys that we need to talk about in this category. And
just in this class.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So let's move outside and talk about the great one, as he is called around here. And we're talking about Jaden Greathouse. And, last year, obviously, beginning of the year, dynamic. I mean, just uncoverable. He's uncoverable as a true freshman.
Yeah.
Then he kind of had that hamstring and kind of came back down to earth a little bit. Still effective, but not what he was at the beginning of the season. Now we roll into sophomore year, fully healthy, ready to rock and roll.
Well, it was not just, my opinion, his injury hurt him, but it was more than that. It was also Jaden Thomas's injury and Deion Coles's injury.
Because then they could focus on him.
Well, not only that, but then they moved him to boundary.
Yeah.
He was a slot early on in the season and then moved him to boundary. And, you train a little bit different for that position because they had just told him slot, which I think was a mistake. Well, my understanding is this staff is like, yeah, you're a slot, but you're going to move all around.
Right.
And that's it's a different way of preparation for a guy. But, you're talking about a guy that caught 3 touchdowns in his first 3 games at Notre Dame. You're talking about a guy that missed a game. He went through a stretch. So from Duke to Clemson, he didn't catch a single pass and still led Notre Dame in touchdown receptions last year. You're talking about a guy, Vince, that has that ability he's a different type of player than Jeremiah Love. As a complement in the pass game, he's not so much a, Chris Tyree type of slot where he's a touchdown waiting to happen. He's more of a, I'm going to catch 8 passes for 105 yards, or even sometimes I may catch 8 passes for 90 yards, but 6 of them went for first downs or touchdowns.
Sure.
And then other games he may have more big plays because we saw he was capable of hitting big plays last year. We saw him, obviously catch a deep ball against Navy. We saw him get open in space and make a big play against Ohio State. So he can do a lot of different things. But he's a volume guy where Jeremiah is like, we don't need you to carry the ball 20 times a game. What we need you to do is be a game wrecker.
Yeah.
Be smart, be efficient, be technically, but you're a game wrecker. With this young man, Jaden Greathouse, it's more about hey, we need you to be a dependable guy. That's a different level of burden on him than maybe some of the other freshmen are going to have. It's a different burden than Jordan Faison has. Jordan Faison, it's the same thing. When you're on the field, you're a playmaker. With Jaden Greathouse, it's like, dude, we need you to be that guy to a degree.
Sure.
Now, if Jaden Thomas is healthy, then he takes some of that third down burden off of Jaden Greathouse, which would be huge because he's a very dependable guy. But we don't know that Jaden Greathouse is going to be healthy or Jaden Thomas is going to be healthy all season. But at the end of the day, this is your most advanced receiver on the roster. I mean, in my opinion, this is your guy. He's athletic. He showed a little bit more juice this year, which I think is normal. People are like, oh, he worked on getting faster. Well, every guy works on getting faster every year. He was also healthier.
Right.
You know, that helps
and just more comfortable. Like that.
Exactly.
Guys, that is huge. When you have comfort in an offense, in a place like a school, you know, on a team, when you're not just out there, you know, taking water through the fire hose, you just automatically get faster. You get smoother. You get, you know, when you're talking about these elite athletes,
it's not that you get faster, you play faster.
You play faster. Exactly.
Which I knew what you meant. Right. I just want to make
And things slow down for you too. I mean, we talk about quarterbacks all the time, right? And how fast the game is for them. And then once it slows down, that's when they really start to excel. It's the same thing at every position, you know, and you're going to see some of that with Jaden Greathouse in his second year. There's no doubt. He was just out playing. He was just out there playing last year. You know what I mean? And then they change his position and he's doing the best he can, you know, on kind of half a leg and doing all these different things. But now his role is going to also be more defined this year, right? That doesn't mean he's going to be in one position, but his role, his expectations from the coaching staff is going to be more defined. So it's like, okay, man, I know my role. And so I'm going to go out there and I'm going to perform my role. And that's going to allow him to play faster and do all of those things as well. So it's just kind of a conglomeration of a lot of different things. And again, you and I got to see him during spring. And it's like, okay, like we saw Jaden Greathouse last year and it was great. This is kind of this is a step up version, in my opinion.
I would argue, Vince, that Jaden Greathouse is the most important skill player in the sophomore class for Notre Dame. He may not be the biggest difference maker. I think that's going to be Love and Faison to a degree.
Sure.
But Jaden Greathouse stepping up is the most important to me.
Okay.
Because he's a guy that has the most potential to be that everyday go-to guy weapon. Right. And if Jaden Greathouse is doing his thing in the slot and then able to move around a little bit, it's kind of like we talked about Jeremiah Love. Okay, then if he's a 5-6 catch per game guy and he's just that number one dude and we're getting him the ball a lot, well, then you start focusing your attention on him. Now that takes some pressure off Chris Mitchell. He's going to get more one-on-ones on the outside. That makes Chris Mitchell better.
Right.
I don't know that Chris Mitchell can be a number one guy where the defense is putting all their attention on him and he's going to go out there every week and dominate. Maybe he can. I mean, he did it at Florida International. He did it against Arkansas, but you're not judging yourself on whether or not you can get by on an Arkansas team that's good, you know, secondary, like athletic, but not a very good defense. You know, it's a little different deal when you're the number one guy at Notre Dame. But if Jaden steps up, then Chris Mitchell doesn't have to be that guy.
Sure.
Then Bo Collins doesn't have to be that guy. Jaden Thomas doesn't have to be that guy. And then that allows all of those guys to kind of fall into their roles. And now is when you get into the situation of the sum is greater than the individual parts as a unit. Because I don't know, and maybe somebody steps up and proves me wrong.
Sure.
I think Notre Dame has a lot of good football players on the outside. I don't know that they have a Will Fuller, a Michael Floyd, a Golden Tate type of number one Chase Claypool. I think they may have a Miles Boykin from 2018. That's pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Right? I mean, I think Bo Collins could do that. I think Deion Colsey could do that. I think Chris Mitchell could do that production-wise. But that's different than what Will Fuller did in 2014 and 2015. Well, Michael Floyd did his entire Notre Dame career. Well, Golden Tate did in 08 and 09, and what Chase Claypool did in 2019. After came a point in time, we're like, okay, nobody can guard Chase. It doesn't matter what you try to do.
Right.
And so I don't know that they have that outside. And if you get into situations where you winning every rep against Georgia on the outside is your key to winning, I don't know if that's your best thing right now.
Sure.
Maybe down the road when Cam Williams is a little older and better and Micah Gilbert and hopefully you can get some guys in the 25 class. Maybe those guys can do that. But to me, Jaden stepping up and being that workhorse over the middle then makes all the other pieces fall into play, because if you've got a really good tight end and a really good slot, that forces, and you run the ball, what's that going to force defenses to do? Condense. What does that then do? Creates more one-on-ones outside.
Sure.
And those are situations that I think those guys can win more.
Right.
And so that's why I think Jaden Greathouse stepping up to be that guy is really the key to making this receiving core work.
Yep.
And of course, but then you need playmakers. And that gets us into our next guy.
As I say, the beneficiary of that play is going to be a guy like Jordan Faison. I would say not even arguably the surprise of last year. Jordan Faison didn't even play until the second half of the season. And then the first time he touches the ball, he scores a touchdown. And
on the road against a ranked team,
correct,
in a primetime game,
where they couldn't
full context,
where they couldn't move the football at all. By the way, and
right.
all of a sudden, here comes Jordan Faison, this little number 80. But
that number, he's going to look so much better with number 5 on.
It's not even close.
And I haven't seen him wearing number 5 yet.
He wore 6 when he came out to the spring game.
Yeah, and he was in civvies, so it just looks different.
This is true.
But that little tiny fella wearing number 80,
it's like wrapped around him. It
did. It did. It's going to make him. I don't know if it's going to make him play better, but it's certainly going to make him look better. That's for sure.
Okay. That's okay.
That's for sure.
That's it. My kid is moving to number 5 next year, which I'm particularly happy about because he was 95 before. So it's like it's time to step up. But no, Jordan Faison was the surprise of last year. And now there's going to be some expectations, obviously, on Jordan Faison. Now, if anybody paid any attention to what he did in the spring for the lacrosse team, knows that he's fine putting the mantle on and
spotlight's
handling
not a problem for
expectations.
Jordan.
Like I'm not even worried about that in any way.
If you had that question after last year, and you shouldn't have, because this is also the dude stepped up in a bowl game and was like, I got this. You know, that shouldn't be a concern. But if it is, yeah, you're 100% correct.
Right.
What he did on the, this is and I don't know Jordan Faison at all, but it's kind of like he's just a very unflappable kid.
Yeah.
He's just like, is it because he's just that way, or is it because he just doesn't know any better? And like now it's like, oh shoot, like I had all this success. Now that can happen sometimes. You know, when you're a freshman, you're like, I'm just out there playing ball, man. It's like that mentality you talked about, Vince, with a backup guy. No one expected anything of him. Nobody expected Jordan Faison in football to do anything. You kind of had expectations for him in lacrosse, but did anyone think he was going to come on and be one of their better players? I mean, maybe. I don't know lacrosse, but like now there's expectations though.
Yes.
Right. And that's the thing that now we're going to learn how Jordan handles. Vince, you know this. Some of the biggest question marks are things that college athletes have to prove, NFL athletes, elite athletes have to prove. It's one thing to show that you can handle failure. That's vitally important. Sure. You're going to get knocked down. Michael Jordan got cut from his high school basketball team, right? Larry Bird transferred out of Indiana and almost quit playing basketball. I mean, the greats have had these situations where for whatever reason, you got to face adversity. How do you handle it? But there's also the notion of, do you handle success? Can you handle success? Mm-hmm. Can you stay as hungry as you are? Ryan has a really good article out on the front page of Irish Breakdown about Tanook Hines. And that's one of the things this coach was like, this kid goes out there and has this great track performance, finishes second at state, and the next day he's out there with all these offers, from schools, and all, Texas wants him, USC wants him, Notre Dame wants him. He's got NIL offers. The next day after the track meet, he's out on the field putting in work to work on his route running. It's like that's what you want to have. And we're going to have to learn from Jordan if he can handle success. I would think that he can, based on what he's shown so far, but that's going to be a key. And if he does, Vince, he gives you something different. Yes. And that's what I like, because what's the thing you and I have always talked about at receiver? Like, what was the reason we wanted Xavier Bradshaw? Maybe he's not going to pan out at Virginia Tech, but the point behind it was you can't just have a bunch of cookie cutters on your team.
And Notre Dame did that for a long time.
Yes.
It's just they wanted those big, long, outside type receivers, and then they would maybe find somebody on their roster. Sometimes it was a walk-on. Most of the time it was a walk-on,
Their previous two slots were a converted quarterback and a walk-on.
Yeah.
Avery Davis and Chris Fink.
Yep.
I mean, and your slot last year was a converted running back. I mean, it's not a position they've recruited overly well. And now you're finally feel like you've got – but then last year, it's the way they recruited last year. It's like everybody were kind of slots.
Yeah. Right.
It's like they can never find that spot where it's like these are all like the same dude.
Yes.
And so now this sophomore class is going to add a little something. So Jaden Greathouse is a slot, but can he play all around? Jordan Faison's a slot, but as we saw last year, he's going to line up outside.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we saw that. I mean, the long touchdown pass that Jaden Greathouse had against Wake Forest was with him and Greathouse and Faison both outside. And Faison ran that deep post, took the safety off, and then Greathouse came on a deep over behind it, wide open. There was plays that Faison made in the Pitt game outside. There was plays he made in the bowl game lined up outside. So they're going to move them all around, but the reality is Greathouse is kind of like that volume guy.
Yeah.
What Faison is he's got to be that guy that whether he catches the ball 2 times or 8 times, you got to worry about him doing something with it. And he's not a burner, but he's super quick and he's fast enough.
He's twitchy. He's twitchy enough. He can get in and out of his breaks.
He's
very
a
quickly.
4.5 something in the 40.
Sure.
But that's still fast.
Yeah, right.
Especially with how quickly he gets off the ball.
Right.
But he's that guy that when you get him the ball in space, and this is an element that I don't think we saw a ton of from him last year because of the nature of the offense, but then also him being a freshman. We didn't see them really design a lot of ways to get him free in space.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're going to see more of that this year. And I'm not blaming the staff because they didn't anticipate him being part of the plan until middle of the year. And it's kind of like, well, now it's a little late. And they did a nice job finding ways to get him to football within what they do. But now that you're going to have him for an entire offseason, and he's not alone. There's another sophomore we're going to talk about here. Let's just talk about him real quick now, Vince, just because we're talking about receivers, even though he's not a guy that we necessarily think is going to be an impact player right away. KK Smith's another guy that's got that speed, playmaking ability, get the ball in space kind of guy. And Greathouse can do that a little bit as well. It's just different with Faison. So this sophomore class, when you talk about it, Vince, Jeremiah Love, Jordan Faison, Jaden Greathouse, KK Smith, they're going to provide a lot of your home run potential, of your big play potential, of your electric ability on offense this year. They're not alone. You got Jadarian Price, you got Chris, but they're a big chunk of it. Like a big chunk of it is going to come from this sophomore class. And so you need Greathouse, you need Faison, all those guys, those guys to step up and be good. If those 2 guys don't emerge, then I don't know if this offense can be as good even if Riley Leonard's good and the O-line's good. If the sophomore class doesn't step up,
right,
they're going to be good, no doubt. But can they be good enough to say, well, we can now go play with Georgia, play with Bama, play with Ohio State, play with those teams? That's what remains to be seen. If these guys play to their potential, Vince, I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Because if Jeremiah Love's as good as we think he is, I don't care who Notre Dame plays. They're going to have a couple running backs as explosive as anybody that the team they're going to face is going to have.
Right.
If Jaden Greathouse and Jordan Faison are as good as we hope they are, then it's like, okay, they're going to have some difference makers that can play at a high level. No doubt about it. And it's crucial, man. It gets down to it. Like, the sophomore class isn't just providing depth. They're not just providing, hey, good role players. They have to be dudes.
Sure.
They have to be dudes. And those guys have to. Jagasol, Love, Greathouse especially have to be dudes.
So you kind of already mentioned him, KK Smith, and he kind of falls into that second category that we want to talk about. And there's a couple of guys that fall into that second category for us on the offensive side of the ball, and that is the key contributor category. And, you talked about KK Smith, and
I think he's got a chance to be that.
I think he does. I think he right now, he is it for me, and you can obviously feel free to disagree with me. I think he is kind of on that bubble between group 3 and group 2, the battling for time and the key contributors.
Very much so.
Because look, we don't know how many wide receivers that they're going to be willing to have in the rotation, so to speak. Is it going to be 6? Is it going to be 7? And who are those 6 or 7 guys going to be? I feel like KK is right on the bubble. Could he be 6 or 7? Sure. If he has a good fall, he could be. Could he fall outside that 6 or 7? I think that's possible too, depending on what some of these other guys do. And he also might be hurt by the fact that he is a slot type guy. And as we kind of talked about before, you've got Greathouse, you've got Faison, you've got some guys in the slot already. Is that going to be too big of a hill to climb, or do they find a way to get KK on the field? Those are all kind of question marks we have going into the fall and how they're going to operate their wide receiving room. You know, what's that key rotation going to be? And then do they deviate from that at all with some packages and some different things? Like, are you going to get all three of the slot guys on the field at the same time? You know,
Well,
so you get
and we saw KK playing a lot outside this spring.
That's true.
You know, at the
point.
Z position, which was interesting because we knew he was a bit of an after the catch guy, really good punt returner in high school. But that's a position where maybe he could have an impact because the potential punt returner for this team could be a sophomore. It could be either any of the three guys we just talked about. It could be Greathouse. It could be Faison. It could be KK.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the other thing is like there's a chance that this group could provide some special teams home run ability as well. And that's another way. So like if Greathouse is getting a lot of the slot reps, well, here's another what's another way we can get either Jordan Faison or KK Smith on the field? Make him be your punt returner. And when your defense is as good as Notre Dame's, they're going to get a lot of chances. I mean, there's going to be games where if one of those sophomores is your punt returner, there's a pretty good chance he's going to get more chances fielding punts than he is catching balls because the defense is going to force 6-7 punts in a game. You know, and so those are, you know, ways where you can make an impact. And we saw that with Tyree last year. I mean, the offense is sputtering against Pitt, and, you know, Sam, you punted your first series. Sam throws a pick your second series. They get the ball back. Defense forces, I think it was a 3-and-out. It was a pretty quick punt. And then what happens? Boom, Chris Tyree takes it to the house, touchdown.
Right.
Like those things can break games open, man. You know, you talked about Reggie Ho earlier. You know, the only in the Michigan game, Notre Dame won that game was in 1917.
Ooh, I know the answer to this.
Right? You know, what's the only touchdown Notre Dame scored in that game?
It was a punt return by
who?
By Great Lake Dawson?
No.
Ricky
Waters.
It was Ricky Waters. Waters who took over. He was a running back. He was a wide receiver / running back.
A
sophomore.
Bingo.
Because he took over for the Heisman Trophy winner,
right?
As the punt returner
who left, correct?
Right, because he was out of eligibility, right? So that was his first game as the punt returner.
Yep,
takes it to the house.
Only touchdown they scored.
I mean,
the whole
huge
game.
Moment. Yeah, because it was a touchdown and 4 field goals. That's how they got to 19.
Yeah.
So 100%.
So that's where that group can also have an impact. But what we saw from KK in the spring, Vince, was a guy that shows more like vertical speed. Now KK still has to get stronger. That's the big kind of issue that I have with him is his function. You saw that in the spring game where he kind of, you know, had chances to compete for balls and just wasn't strong enough to go up and make that play.
Sure.
But there's some things he brings to the table speed-wise. You're like, hey, he can help. Now he's going to be battling. You know, Chris Mitchell's at that position. Cam Williams is kind of like breathing down his neck. But he's another kid that has a chance to be that kind of key contributor, as does Cooper Flanagan.
Right.
Who we expect. I don't know that Cooper's going to be the guy he was in the spring because Mitchell was out and Eli was kind of held back. I don't expect Cooper to be that player in the fall, but he's going to play a bunch, in my opinion, if he continues to grow. And he's another guy that adds value as a run blocker, as a pass catcher. He's another guy from the sophomore class that, you know, he's got a chance to be your best run blocker at tight end.
Sure.
Because, I mean, it's potentially him, Eli, and then Mitchell, because Mitchell's got to get a lot better as a run blocker. I mean, that's my one big knock on him, to be honest with you. But this is a kid that gives you some ability to be a traditional tight end with some athleticism. And Cooper brings something different to the table maybe than what you have with your starter, and they're going to use that. And we saw him play well this spring. And he had some really good moments this spring. So they're going to count on him. He's another sophomore that's going to have a very important role this year because not every guy that's important is a guy that's catching a lot of balls. I mean, Troy Nicholas was very important on that 2012 Notre Dame football team. He caught 5 passes. Why was he important? Go watch the Miami game that year and watch how many times Sierra Wood cut back for a big run right behind Troy Nicholas' side of the ball, right? It doesn't show up in the stat sheet, but it's incredibly important. And you know, Cooper may only catch 5 to 8 balls this year, but he's going to be a very important part of what Notre Dame's trying to do. Even if it doesn't, and it may show up on a stat sheet with the injury-prone nature of the 2 guys ahead of him, and that only adds more to him because you got 2 guys ahead of him that are very injury-prone. Very injury-prone.
Oh, yeah.
And so he may be third one week, and then the next week he's number 1. And you can't be like, well, Cooper's at tight end, so I guess we're not going to – nope. It's like now it's time for you to step up and play.
Right.
And that's what they're going to ask him to do.
Yeah, 100%. And it's going to be very, very important because look, you know, are they going to be in 13 personnel and things like that, all, you know, as much as they have been in the past? No, probably not. But that's what you still need. If you're Notre Dame, it still helps to have 3 solid tight ends.
I'll tell you this right now. Go watch the Florida State LSU game last year. If LSU had Notre Dame's personnel at tight end, that's a different ball game.
Sure.
There's twice they got stuffed at the 1 in that game.
And if you're telling me that Mike Denbrock doesn't know how to use 3 tight ends, then I call you crazy.
Yeah.
Like he's
He
going
did it
to
at Cincinnati.
He's going to use this depth chart.
Yeah, we've seen him do it. He did it at Cincinnati.
Right.
No question. No question.
So he's going to be if he can lock down that 3rd spot, which I think he will, he's going to be very, very important to this team. There's no doubt about it.
And then there's also the aspect of there's a lot of sophomores in the depth chart.
Yes.
That may not have their number called, but are going to be important because A, they provide you some depth, but their development is going to be key. That if you do have an injury, and you look at the offensive line in the back, that you obviously have Charles Jagasaw as a starter, but a big chunk of the number 2s are from this class. When you talk about Sullivan Absher being sort of just your number 2 offensive lineman, meaning what does that mean? Okay, he can play left tackle, left guard, right tackle. You've got Sam Pendleton, who's gotten time at both guard spots, and center is a guy the staff's very high on. You know, he's a guy that you could plug in at 3 different spots inside. Joe Otting for a time was the number 2 center. He had a pretty good spring performance. And the biggest surprise up front for me in the blue gold game, Vince, was how well Chris Tarrick played. And right now, he's your number 2 right guard as of right now.
He was an afterthought for you going into the spring.
Yeah, I mean, this team, absolutely. I mean, because his film was okay. He was a big physical kid, but I question, does he move well enough?
Sure.
And then he got up to like 330-plus pounds, and you're like, all right, how's this going to go? And I thought he played really well in the blue gold game. He's like Rocco. He's a little slow-footed, but when he plays with good technique, he can move people now, and he's only a sophomore. So I was talking to a buddy about this the other day. Like, he was, I think, my lowest ranked offensive recruit in the 23 class, I believe. And he's like, okay, I don't know if this kid's ever going to start someday, but this kid can play. And if his number gets called, I'm good.
Yeah.
You know, I'm okay. And so the entire right now, all but one of your offensive linemen in this class will be a number 1 or number 2 in the depth chart. Right? Because maybe if Pendleton stays at center,
sure,
then Otting gets bumped down to 3. But if Pendleton moves back out to guard for any reason, then Otting slides in as your number 2 center. Now your whole 5-man class is in your 2 deep. And I mean, I watched the spring and the blue gold game and the jersey scrimmage, and Christopher Tarrick was better than Ty Chan in both situations, like significantly better in the blue gold game. And so I'm like, this kid's coming along pretty well. And that's the thing that gives me some optimism about Joe Rudolph as an offensive line coach.
Sure.
And it reminds me a lot of the conversation we were having last year about Al Washington. How it was a big year for him. And you looked at it and you're like, the veterans he didn't get them better. But then there was a couple younger guys that we backups that we started to see some good things from. You're saying, well, was there just not the buy-in from the upper class? Well, that's something I've heard a lot about with some of the upper class linemen, is that there just wasn't the same kind of buy-in with Coach Rudolph, which is understandable when you think about the fact that these guys played for Harry Heastand.
Right.
If somebody's going to come in and tell you something different than Harry Heastand, you're going to be like, I'm not sure about that. Well, now these guys, I mean, Charles Jagasaw was recruited by Coach Heastand, but never played for him. Billy Schrouth only, I think, had like 1 year under Coach Heastand, but now he's going to have year 2 under Joe Rudolph. Like, when you look at how well Ashton and Billy played late in the year and how well Charles played in the bowl game, and you see the development from Absher and Pendleton and Christopher Tarrick, it starts giving you some saying, hey, maybe this guy can coach when he's got young guys that only know his way.
Sure.
So I could be reaching there, Vince, but I will say that the play of some of those younger guys, seeing Rocco get better and better, made me feel, and I know it's not the topic of this show, we'll talk about that later, but it did give me a little bit of like, you know what, maybe Coach Rudolph's going to be okay. Because you're watching the guys that are only listening to him, or I'll say only know his way.
Only know his way.
Are doing pretty well.
It's a better way.
Are doing pretty well.
Yeah. Look, bottom line is, I agree with what you said at the outset of us talking about the offense. If the sophomore class is not a significant part of what this offense can do, then the offense isn't going to be championship caliber. I mean, I hate to boil it down to that simple sentence, but that's exactly how I feel as well.
It'll be a lot harder.
Yeah.
A whole lot harder.
Yeah. I mean, they can still have success, but they're not going to have championship level success.
You're going to need so many veterans to break out that just usually doesn't happen in that volume.
Right.
I mean, you'll see
Absolutely.
veterans break out. I mean, Javon McKinley went from 11 career catches to a breakout season. Miles Boykin had 18 career catches and then boom, breakout. We've seen it, but you don't have 4, 5, 6 guys do that. And that's what makes it harder. So that's going to do it for section 1, Vince. We're going to go to defense next, folks. But before we do, hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review. And if you've not done so, sign up for the message board at boards.Irish Breakdown to continue this discussion.
So let's talk some defense here, Brian. And we're going to continue our conversation about sophomores impacting this 2024 Notre Dame football team. We're going to shift our focus to defense. And we are going to – we had 3 groups in the offense, and we're going to have 4 groups defensively, okay? And so just to kind of give you guys a rundown, an agenda, if you will, about how we're going to do the defense. Group 1 will be impact players that we know, guys that have kind of given already. They've already kind of broken out a little bit. Guys we know are going to be very important pieces. Group 2 are impact players that have to step up, like guys that
we're a little bit more uncertain of.
Correct, but they have to step up,
and it'll make sense when we discuss the individual players. And then
you get. Yep, you get to group 3, and we're talking key contributors, okay, getting into that rotation, that kind of a deal. And then group 4 is going to be the battling for time group, right? This is the group that is trying to get into that rotation, finding a way onto the field, and seeing if they can do that. So 4 groups for defense. So here we go.
It's sort of like group 1 is kind of a 1A, 1B. It's kind of because it is such a unique situation for some of these guys on defense, and it'll make sense. It'll make sense when we kind of break it down.
Sure. Absolutely. So let's jump right into this thing. Group 1 impact players that we know. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, these are players that, like, okay, they're already in that spot. They're either starters, expected starters, or guys that we know are already just in position to play a ton. And it really has to start with Drake Bowen for me. I mean, again, we said earlier, I think the defense can be okay if Drake doesn't step up. Why? Well, you have Jalen Sneed and Jack Kaiser in the older classes. You've got Kingston, in the freshman class. If something happens to Drake, you've got, maybe Jaden Alsbury. But you can be okay there if your sophomores don't step up. Safety, you got Rod Hurd. You may be okay if all it's going to get a little dicey. You're a lot of these positions, if Christian Gray doesn't step up, you still have Jaden Mickey, you got your freshman class. But at the end of the day, what's also true is I think this sophomore class playing to their potential could make this defense elite, truly elite. And Drake is where I start with that, because having a guy like Drake Bowen on your roster, 6'2 plus, 240 pounds, athletic, downhill, good sideline speed. We always knew he was going to be a disruptor. I always knew he was at least going to be a good blitzer, but could he do the instinctive things? Could he play in coverage? He didn't do a lot of that in high school. I thought that was the area where I was most impressed with his growth in the spring, was how well he did getting up underneath routes on hook curls and finding crossers and overs and getting in underneath those in cuts and things like that. I thought he did very well. Now, obviously, Drake's going to have to still have a lot of room for improvement, being more fit, correct with the things that he's doing. More consistent, which is true of a lot of younger players. Kingston's got to work on that. Jalen Sneed still got to work on that. But what you saw from Drake this spring was this is a really explosive athlete that just is built more like what you see at Georgia and Alabama. He's not 6'1" and a pumped up 230. He's not 6 foot 225 like the previous middle linebacker before the 6'1", 230 pumped up one. This is a kid that you're like 6'2 and a half, 240 plus, big, muscular. This is what you're used to seeing at Georgia, Bama, and playing for the big boys. And now it's about Drake putting it all together and being a difference maker. Now, I don't expect him to be the leader that J.D. Bertrand was, although I'll tell you this, I talked to a source very close to this situation who said one of the best things that J.D. Bertrand did last year is J.D. actually took Drake under his wing. J.D. Bertrand knew he had to be the guy at Mike, but I was told by somebody that's very close to this situation, and it's not anyone from JD's family, that one of the things JD spent a lot of time on last year was grooming the guy that's his perceived replacement. I love that. When I hear that, I love that. Quentin Nelson did that a lot. Alex Bars did that. Like the great leaders, Robert Hainsey did that. The great leaders do that. Alohi Gilman did that. The great leaders do that, where they look at that guy that's behind him. Cam Hart did this a little bit, did this as well last year, where he took a lot of pride in helping to develop Christian Gray and Jaden Mickey. The great ones do that. The great team players do that. And I've been told that J.D. Bertrand spent a lot of time last year with Drake Bowen, making sure Drake was learning how to lead, how to make calls, what Coach Golden wants. That's huge, and that's going to be a huge benefit to Drake now. He didn't look at him as competition. JD's like, I'm going to go do my thing. But part of being a captain is bringing these young guys along. And that's going to pay huge dividends, in my opinion, for Drake. And you started to see a little bit this spring, Vince. But having a kid that's 6'2 plus, 240 pounds, that can run and play in the box like Drake can, and then blitz as often as they like to blitz, that could be a major weapon. And if Drake's as good as we think he is, then this defense isn't going to miss a beat in the front seven, Vince.
Yeah.
They're not going to miss a beat.
Yep, absolutely. And they're, like you said, there's a lot of depth there. So it's not critical, but it's really important. It's important. It's absolutely important if they want to be elite. Because look, you show me an elite defense, and you probably can because you do this kind of thing all the time to me. But show me an elite defense that doesn't have a really good to elite middle linebacker.
No, you don't.
I mean, that's just the way it goes, man, because they're the captain of the team, regardless of how big they or how old they are, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. But he's going to have to lead. I'm not expecting him to lead by voice. I'm expecting him to lead by example. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm expecting from Drake Bowen this year, to be perfectly honest with you, because he doesn't have to lead by voice. He's got Kaiser right there in the room with him. He can be the leader this year, and then Drake just has to go and worry about playing the game. Like that. Yeah. That's all I'm worried about. I don't need him to have a C on his chest or anything like that. It's just go out there and lead by the way that you play the game and the way you prepare to play the game. Like that's all I need, and he'll be fine.
The question I have about Drake is I fully expect Drake to make more mistakes than JD made last year. That's going to happen.
He's the first year starter.
Right. And fifth year senior versus sophomore.
Yeah.
However, what I'm curious about and what could be impactful to this defense is, does he make more impact plays?
Sure.
Like I can see Drake not grading out as well as JD, but does he have more tackles for loss? Does he have more sacks? Does he have more forced fumbles? Does he have more batted balls? Those type of things. Those are the things that I want to see more of from the linebacker positions. As often as they pressure, let's be honest, the backers last year were good. Anyone that tells you that the Notre Dame didn't have good linebackers last year is just out of their minds, in my opinion. They're just wrong. They're still thinking they're living in 2022 or 2021. Those linebackers were all good football players last year, and the numbers back it up on defense. You can't be as good as they were on defense last year, to your point, Vince, if your linebackers weren't as good as we say they were. Right? And we tried to tell people last summer, like, guys, they're going to be okay. They're going to be fine at linebacker. Yes, Maris is a question mark, but JT's a good football player. Jack's a good football player. All those type of things. So, but when you get into this type of situation and you say, but as often as they pressure, there is a need for more impact plays. And they were good, but were they elite? Were they, Tavon and Drew from 2018? Were they Jalen? Were they Owusu? Were they Manti? No, they weren't. I don't expect Drake Bowen to be Manti or Jalen, but because he's a more dynamic athlete and a more bigger, longer athlete, you do wonder if there's potential for more of those impact plays that maybe we're missing a little bit last year. Right. The more tackles for loss, more sacks, more forced fumbles. That's something that I'm hoping that Drake can bring to the table, because that allows me to be okay with the fact that he will make more mistakes. That's just going to happen compared to JD. That's going to happen. But if you can make more plays, then I'll take that. I'll take that balance. I will. And as the season goes on, then obviously you want those mistakes to become less and less and less.
Sure. Let's jump to the outside, and a guy that we have seen make plays at Notre Dame in a starting role at times, but not as the starter, and that would be Christian Gray. And I think we would be underselling it if we didn't say that we are super excited about what Christian Gray can do in the Notre Dame uniform moving forward, whether that's this year or next year, and that's probably it. But Christian Gray is going to be a huge part of this defense. And I don't know I don't know what the starting situation is going to look like. I mean, you've got 3 corners who are all really, 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 really good. You know, they're working on getting Benjamin Morrison back to 100% from his injury, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And Jaden Mickey's also a very, very good corner, right? I mean, don't sell Jaden Mickey short. He will never sell himself short, so I'm not going to do it. But Christian Gray can be elite, man. Like we have seen him make elite plays. Now, kind of our discussion that we had about the offense and being elite as a known starter, right? Whether he's the actual starter, whether he's a rotational starter, whatever it ends up looking like, Christian Gray is ready to make plays for Notre Dame, and I think he's going to make them on a very consistent basis.
He's so talented, Vince. I mean, he is so gifted. I've made this case just athletically. I think he's the most gifted corner they have, and he's their most gifted corner they've had in a long time. He's not the player Benjamin Morrison is, because Benjamin is not only athletic, but Benjamin is one of the smartest cornerbacks I've ever seen, and instinctive and just the feel for the game. But Christian doesn't have that. Christian doesn't yet have Benjamin's focus and just locked in like mentality. That's coming, but it's not there yet.
Right.
But what he has is an enormous talent and potential. And in most years at Notre Dame, he would have played a ton last year. And the only reason he didn't is because they had arguably the best corner tandem in college football. But I've said this before, and I'll say it again. You know you're good at corner when Benjamin Morrison's hurt, misses a game. Cam Hart gets hurt in the first half, and you go the rest of the game and you don't even notice. All right, and that's how good Christian Gray and Jaden Mickey are.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's immensely talented. Now, the question is, does he tap into that this year? Is he ready to do that this year, or is he going to need a little bit more time? You know, because his game is a little less mature than Benjamin's was.
Sure.
And I think he's a phenomenal kid. So when I talk about mature, I'll tell you a story about Christian Gray. You talk about the type of young man he is. This just popped in my head. Buddy of mine has a son who's very autistic and is not necessarily great with like social situations. He's getting a little bit better. But they were at the Notre Dame Clemson game, and the players get off the bus, and all the kid sticks his hand out, and all the Notre Dame players are walking past him. Now, in their defense, it wasn't like the player walk. They were way out of the way. Mm-hmm. And he didn't quite – I don't know if he quite got that or not, but he stuck his hand out. And they would have had like zig way off course. And they're getting ready to go play a game. So I'm not mad at anybody for not seeing that, because I don't know if they saw it based on – the buddy of mine sent me a picture of the situation. Okay. Christian Gray sees this kid and makes a beeline out of the way of the line and slaps kid's hand, smiles at him, says hi. And, man, that just made that kid's day. And for a kid like him, that was so important. It was just a normal kid. But, like, that's the kind of kid Christian Gray, great kid. I'm talking about the football maturity.
Right, and that's completely different than his mentality and things like that. Like, as a person.
It's the football maturity. Does he have the same level of advanced feel for the game that Benjamin had as a sophomore? And then what's the gap? Because there are things he can do athletically that you can make up for not having that. What's that gap going to be? Because if Christian Gray – because I think Christian Gray as a sophomore can be as good as Benjamin Morrison was as a sophomore. I do believe that. Now, will he? I don't know. But I think he can be. If he breaks out and is that player, Vince, it completely changes the scope of the defense. Because now Jaden Mickey can be more in a role that's good for him, which is, you know, playing as a rotation. You can, you know, move him around. You can let Christian be that guy when they want to play a lot of man. Christian's that guy if they want to come maybe be more aggressive against a team that wants to run more, throw a lot more perimeter screens. Maybe that's a game where Jaden's going to play more and drive downhill.
He's super physical.
Right. Yeah. But when you play the best teams, when you think about, you know, going out and playing Ohio State again, and you think about playing Georgia with their wideouts, you think about playing, you know, Texas with their wideouts, and you start thinking about playing, you know, a lot of these top teams, and we're looking at Oregon's wideouts and Ole Miss's wideouts. You're saying, man, no, there's a lot of dudes that can flip and run. You better be able to cover. Now you're talking about being in a situation. If Christian Gray is as good as we think he can be, you're talking about having arguably the best outside cover tandem in college football this year. Again. And that would be huge for his defense. Now, are they going to still be really good if he doesn't have that kind of breakout? Yeah. But
because Jaden Mickey will be really good, and he'll be fine.
And he'll still be solid. I mean, you know, if he just he was last year, he'll be a good football player.
Right.
But that's the thing is like, are they going to be okay if Drake doesn't have that big blowout? Yeah, they'll probably still be okay. There's other options. Same thing with Christian Gray. But if those two guys, especially more than all the others, there's one other guy we're going to get to in the next category. But if those two guys really have that sophomore breakout, Vince, that sophomore surge, this defense takes a really big jump because those guys are physical specimens. That's the difference. They're physical specimens. They're not just smart, instinctive football players. They're also physical specimens. That's what separates. I mean, Drew White was an incredibly smart, instinctive, like tough football player, but he was 6 foot 225, ran a 4.6. I mean, that's good, but we saw against Bama. It's not what you want in that type of game unless you've got like a Roquan Smith kind of freak, right? And I love Drew White. You know that. I love Drew White. But we also can admit that, but when you're on that stage, it's different. So you can win a ton of games with not those guys. But if you really want to start beating the best teams on the schedule, you need guys like that.
Yep.
And that's what they provide. And then Adon Schuler's a little bit of a different case, Vince, because I don't know if Adon's quite the physical freak they are, but Adon's a good football player. But Adon's one of those guys, he has to step up. It's funny. He's the one guy of this whole situation that has to step up this year because you've got Xavier at one spot at safety. If Adon doesn't step up, you'll have, Rod Hurd to start. But, dude, after that, it's the sophomore class. And Adon right now is at the top of that list of those players. And we'll talk about the others here in a minute. But Adon stepping up is so important because either A, he starts, and then Rod's the rotation guy, or B, if Adon steps up and Rod Hurd still starts, it means Rod Hurd got pushed and he's really good in that transition to safety. So Adon's a very, very important player to this whole puzzle, Vince. Very important player.
I was actually very impressed with Adon and how he played in the spring because he got a lot of opportunities since Rod Hurd wasn't enrolled in the university yet. And so he couldn't participate in spring ball. And that all those reps were manned by Adon Schuler, and he took advantage. Like this was a case where, Rod Hurd not being on campus technically really benefited the guy that is his quote unquote backup going into fall camp, because I thought he played well. I thought he did a good job coming downhill. I thought from the beginning of spring to the end of spring, I thought he did a very, very good job of learning the defense, doing much better in pass protection or, pass defense, things of that nature. And so I think he really benefited from all those first team reps. Playing alongside Xavier Watts certainly didn't hurt that situation any. And so Rod Hurd's going to have to bring his game. He's going to have to bring his A game to knock Adon Schuler out of that starting spot. And so just like you said, I feel very, very good. If Rod Hurd ends up being the starter, that means he got pushed and he's better, and that's fantastic. And then Adon can come in, because when was the last time they only played two safeties all year? They rotate guys. I mean,
never.
Exactly.
Even like back in the 80s under Lou, 90s under Lou, they'd rotate at least a third safety in there.
Right. This is what I'm saying. And so you need a third safety. And right now you've got, in my opinion, you've got an elite group of three if things pan out the way we think they're going to pan out. But a lot of that has to do with Adon Schuler stepping up.
Worst case, he's number three. Worst case, he's number three. Vince.
Right.
Worst
but
case.
I love where those three are up here is what I'm saying. And
I agree with you. But what I'm saying is no matter what, worst case, Adon's going to be three.
Agreed.
The question now is how good is he in that role?
Right.
That's really the key. Adon's going to play. Yes. Like it or not, Adon's going to play.
Oh, I like it.
What I'm saying is I'm talking about his play. He's going to have to play.
Yeah.
The sophomore class is literally the depth chart at safety.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, okay, but are you getting what level of play? Like last year, Ramon Henderson was going to play. He was the third safety. Wasn't very good.
Right.
So like Adon can raise the level of play.
Right.
That I think he will. And it's funny because like I didn't even give Adon as much credit as he should have gotten this spring because I thought it was Jalen Sneed that made that interception at the end of the Jersey scrimmage. I thought it was Jalen because the angle that he came at and the speed he showed getting in front of the ball, they all had their jerseys tucked up, when they do in their practice.
Adon Schuler loves tucking his jersey.
Yeah. Well, if I looked like Adon Schuler, I would be like doing the show with
fair.
a beater on and like,
Right.
be like making sure you guys can see my 6-pack. If I look like a Don, good
He's
Lord.
got more of an 8-pack,
But whereas I'm more in the keg area down there. but the point is, like, I'm like, boy, that was a twitchy play. I just assumed it was Jalen Sneed. And then I went back and saw the highlights and I was like, dude, that was a Don Schuler. Like that was a Don making that play. And I didn't know it. I just assumed it was Jay. And we're sitting there talking about how good of a play it was for Jalen Sneed in the post-game thing that Sean Davis and I did. And it's just like, man, that was a Don. And now his game still needs work, right? But that's why that spring, you mentioned it, Vince, the spring, him getting so much time because Rod was out is going to be huge for him.
Yes.
He
took advantage. He really took advantage of that opportunity. And I think
now it's take that next step because he still needs he was good for the spring, but what he was in the spring won't necessarily be good enough for winning a championship.
Agreed.
Now it's about use that growth period to now take another growth period and be a difference maker. And I think he can be. And he's different than, he's more of a downhill thumper. He's not a guy that's going to be doing a lot in coverage. He's a guy that's going to be a playmaker over the middle, lighting dudes up, coming down against the run. Doing that kind of stuff is really where Don makes his money. It's going to make his money, in my opinion.
So let's move on to group 2, which you have labeled impact players that must step up. So what do you mean? Because this is kind of an added group from the offense.
This is sort of like the 1B. I should have said, you're reading group 2. I should have said 1A, 1B is what I should have said.
Okay.
So that way we could have kept it more consistent. So this is sort of that 1B group. 1A are the guys that are in those roles. Like Drake's going to be a dude.
Yes.
He's going to play a lot. Don's going to play a lot. Christian's going to play a lot. Are they starters? Are they rotation guys? We don't know. These are a couple guys that are not in that kind of role right now, that are incredibly talented, that Notre Dame needs to step and force their way into that role. Like, so guys that aren't necessarily, they may not play a ton, but if they do, because of their play, not because of injury, this defense takes another big step. And the first guy to start with, Vince, is Boubacar Traore. I've flat out said it. I said, look, RB, no player on this roster on defense could have a greater impact on how high the ceiling is for this defense than Boubacar. Because think about how good Notre Dame was last year, right? And you look at the production last season. And I'm going to pull up the numbers now because I've looked them up in the past, but I don't have them off the top of my head. But if you think about the production that the Viper position had last year, you had 4.5 tackles for loss for Jordan Patelho, 4 tackles from Josh Burnham, and no tackles for loss from Junior Tuihalamaka. So you had 8.5 tackles for loss from the position last year. That's not good. You had 4 sacks from Jordan Patelho. You had 1 sack from Josh Burnham, and obviously no sacks from Junior Tuihalamaka. So I'm taking Boubacar's sack out because he just kind of played because of an injury. So you have 8.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks from your entire Viper depth chart, your normal depth chart. That's abysmal for that position. Abysmal. That's worse than what the Mike linebacker position produced. You know what I mean? And so when you look at, say, how can this defense take a big jump? Put a Viper in there that can get after the quarterback.
Sure.
Imagine what this defense looks like if that happens. And then Boubacar didn't play a whole lot last year, but in the couple snaps he did, you're like, this guy's got he's different, right? And you want those guys. Like, I remember talking to a parent of a player who was like, we all saw it first practice of the spring or of the fall camp when Benjamin Morrison showed up in fall camp. We're all there. We're watching the team work out. Parents were allowed to be there, and they're just like, I don't know who that number 20 is, but that's a different looking cat than everybody else had. They didn't know who it was. And they're like, oh, that's Benjamin Morrison. I mean, they knew who Benjamin Morrison was. They didn't know that number 20 was Benjamin Morrison.
Right.
I remember you said that first day of fall camp in 2021 when you were watching number 76. You're like, is that Joe Alt? Because that dude moves different than everybody else. Like, you're just like, watch him go through stretch, and you're like, you don't see offensive linemen look athletic. I mean, he was looking like
I was sending you pictures. Pictures and like
Vince is like, this dude's different. Like, who is this dude? You know, because like you knew who Joe Alt was, but you didn't know that he was number 76. It was the first day of fall camp.
Right.
And guys are like that. The dudes are like that. When you look at Boubacar, you're like, that's a different type of cat right there. So if he doesn't step up, they're going to be okay at Viper. You're going to have Patelho. You're going to have Tuihalamaka. Burnham can cross-train. RJ Open can cross-train. They'll be fine. It won't be worse than last year. That's the thing. It's like, Viper's not going to be worse than it was last year. It's hard to be worse than it was last year.
I was going to say.
But it won't be worse. And they had a really good top 5 to 8 caliber defense last year with 8.5 tackles for loss and 5 sacks from the Viper. But my point is this. If you can add a legitimate, disruptive edge player, that I think changes the entire scope of this defense. It's kind of like what we talked about with Jaden Greathouse and Jeremiah Love. If you have a guy that's a legit, maybe if he played enough snaps, could be like a double-digit sack guy in that boundary, it changes completely how you have to protect the quarterback against Notre Dame. Completely. Now that makes everything else. Now you're going to have your Oben and Burnham and Bryce Young are going to be in far more, one-on-ones because they're sliding to the Viper, or they're sending their back to the Viper. They're chipping to the Viper. Now you're going to have that one-on-one edge. Now your inside guys are in a bit of a pickle because of the pressures the linebackers are bringing. And now Notre Dame gets more of a read on what you're trying to do protection-wise. So Boubacar can change things dramatically if he breaks out. Now, I don't know that he's going to do that, Vince, and that's why he's in this category, because we don't know what Boubacar is going to do. I don't have a clue. He's a bit of an enigma. But here's a perfect example. I'm going to pull up my rankings of that class, of the 2023 class, the sophomore class. Because it's very rare that I've had rankings like this. So when you look at the defensive class rankings, I had Boubacar as my number 10 player in the class. They signed 11. I had Boubacar ranked number 10, right, of the 11. And that was the current grade. But then you go down to my upside grade, and I had Boubacar number 1. Because he was so raw. He just wasn't a very good high school football player. And he was hurt a lot. But you could see, like, when he did play, like, that dude's got some freaky skills, man. Super long arms, great frame, and that explosive first step. Like, if this kid figures it out, I've never had a guy rank that low in the overall grade be ranked that high in the upside grade. Never had anything like that happen before. And if he breaks out, Vince, this defense just looks way different. Way different. And I think this too, Vince. If Boubacar breaks out, I think that makes Jordan Patelho better.
I would hope so.
Because now Jordan's like, okay, if I want to play, if I want to make an impact in the NFL, this cat behind me is coming here balling. I better step up and do something. So it has a huge impact. Boubacar can have a huge impact.
Well, and I feel like, just to kind of put a button on him specifically, I just feel like the Viper position's wide open. I know that, there's certain guys that are penciled in certain places, and I get that. And Boubacar is not one of those guys. But in my eyes, the Viper position is wide open. And a lot of that has to do with the production from last year and the way that it went down and how they need to have better production from that position. And so the Viper position is one of the biggest question marks on the defense for me, moving into the fall. And if Boubacar can break out, as you say, and, I'm not saying he's going to start. I'm not saying that. But if he can break out, be a rotational player, and make some big plays and some big moments and things of that nature, I mean, how good can this defense be? You put the stats out there from what they were last year. They can't be worse. And so if Boubacar can take them to that next level and make them that much better, man, this defense is going to be really stinking good. They just are. And because the Viper position is just not where it needs to be right now.
Not even close.
At the starter level or anything else. Any way you want to say it, it's not where it needs to be. And so it's time for this class to take over a little bit, right? Time for Boubacar to potentially take over. Time for him to break out. And so I'm very interested to see what he can do. And I also love the fact that he's number 5, by the way. I think that's fantastic.
Agree.
Well. A little single-digit defensive lineman. I like it.
Guy in the chat had a great point too, Vince, and he's right. It was America's Truth Broker said, the thing about Boubacar is that he doesn't have to break out on a full-time basis. At this point, he just has to break out in his 24 role. I'd say kind of in between. Like he needs to be more than just a third down pass rusher.
Sure,
but no, he doesn't have to be Isaiah Foskey 2021 or 2021. Yeah, right. He doesn't need to be 14 tackles for loss, 11 sacks. I mean, if he does, great. but he just needs to be a force when he's on the field.
Right.
Because if he can do, it's like kind of like we talked about Jack Kaiser. Jack Kaiser's overall numbers last year didn't look great. But if you look at his per snap production, it was outstanding.
Right.
I mean, outstanding. And Boubacar needs to be at least that. Like, look, man, this guy's going to have 25 to 28 pressures next year, 5-6 sacks, 7-8 tackles for loss. But you're like, the dude only plays 20 snaps a game. You know what I mean? Like, they need that minimum from Boubacar next year. They do to have that, to feel that impact about him. And that's what hopefully can bring. And then the other guy too, Vince, is Jaden Alsbury. And
this is going to be an interesting
that's my dude.
I know.
So I know part of it is my bias towards Jaden, just being honest. I think he's a difference man. I think he's an elite player. But when you watched him this spring, Vince, I mean, I've never seen I didn't see Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah do it. I didn't see Jalen Sneed do it. I didn't see Jack Kaiser do it. I've never seen a rover that they put out and work him with the safeties during drills, and he looks like he fits athletically. Mm-hmm. That's what they did with Jaden towards the end of the spring, as he was down there doing pedal drills and change of direction drills with Mike Mickens in pregame. And he looked, I'm like, who's number 4? It's like, I thought Jaden Alsbury is number 4. And you're like, dude, that's Jaden Alsbury, because he was running with the DBs in practice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To have a guy that's 6 feet, over 220 pounds, about 6'1", over 220 pounds, with his power, in a position where he moves so well that you basically consider him more of a nickel than a linebacker, that's a special dude. And to me, him stepping into that role and saying, when you're not in the nickel defense, I'm on the field, and then I'm also the sub in the nickel defense, is going to be huge for this team, because there's a lot of teams that like to run that air raid stuff where they're going to get the perimeter runs and perimeter passes in, and he can destroy that stuff. He's also a guy that if he steps up in that role, now you can focus Jalen Sneed on being more of an inside guy and a third down pass rusher.
Sure.
Because can Jalen Sneed play rover? Yeah. But you know what I want Jalen Sneed doing on passing situations? Not trying to cover. I want him getting after the freaking quarterback.
Yep, me too.
And not that Jalen can't do it, but if Jaden Alsbury cements himself in that role, not only do I think he can be a difference maker, but I think it also impacts the entire defense, because now Jalen Sneed can be zeroed in on, this is your role, dude. It's to see that guy with the football in his hands, go get him. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think Jalen Sneed can make a difference. So Jaden Alsbury is a kid that's a very rare type of athlete. He's smart, he's instinctive, he's physical, and he can flat out run.
Sure.
And if he steps up and has a big role in this defense this year, and we don't know, I mean, he could maybe not play at all. We don't know that yet. But if he steps up, Vince, and becomes the guy that I think he can be, because who was my number 1 ranked recruit in the? Again, I'm admitting I have a bias on Jaden Alsbury as far as what I think he can be. Now, once he starts to play, I'll be able to evaluate what he does fairly, just like you could do with Cam Hart. Like, you loved Cam,
sure,
but you could say that wasn't a very good job. You weren't super high on Cam after the Ohio State game in 2022, right? Because he made some big mistakes. But you still love him as a player. Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at with Jaden. Is like, I don't know what kind of player he's going to be, but I tell you what I think he's going to be, or what I think he can be. And if I'm right about Jaden Alsbury, Drake Bowen wasn't my number 1 ranked player in that class, and Christian Gray wasn't my number 1 ranked defensive player in that class, right? They weren't. They were 2 and 3. Who was my number 1? It's Jaden Alsbury. That's how good I think he can be. I do. Now he's got to prove it. But if he's as good as I think he is, Vince, and he has the breakout I think he's capable of, that has an enormous impact on this defense. That's why I say there's 5 guys, but these 2 are different than those other guys, because we know those other 3 guys are going to play. Mm-hmm. We don't know that Boubacar and Jaden are going to play a bunch. But if they do, because they earn it, man, this defense is going to be fun to watch.
Well, and the versatility of Jaden is so key, and to how they're going to use him on the defense, and whether they tap into that versatility, if they think he's ready to tap into that versatility in 24, whether that's going to be a 25 thing. There's a lot of question marks, but a lot of fun question marks that we're going to find out together, whether it's throughout the fall or then into the actual season itself. I'm very interested to see what they do with number 4, because I think he can be a dynamic player, within the scheme of this defense. But then I think there's also a case to be made where maybe he doesn't even play a whole lot. You know what I mean? Because other guys have stepped up. And so it's going to be very interesting to see what they do with Jaden Ausberry, because I think he could be, the Jaden Greathouse of the defense. You can kind of put him in some different positions, some different moments, and, really use him for matchups, and which is what they're going to do with Greathouse on the offense. Whether they put him outside, inside, whatever the case may be. I think you can do that with Jaden Ausberry. And so how are they going to use him moving forward? And is he ready? Is he ready for this breakout year? You know what I mean? That's going to be a big question mark.
So.
Me too.
I hope so.
Because if he does, he makes this defense so good. But it's a question mark moving forward. And that's why he's kind of in the 1B category for sure. So let's move on to, we'll just call it Group 2, because we're changing things, and that's cool. Key contributors.
Well, we're staying on point.
I'm joking with you.
After I screwed up the notes to you, because I didn't think ahead of 1A, 1B.
I love it.
That was on me.
No, I love it. I love it. So Group 3, true. Group 2.
See? Come on, Vince. Remember that conversation we were having about blaming other people? This is actually legitimate.
This is where it happens.
This is legitimate. No, this is legitimate. This would be a legitimate case for you to be like, yeah, this is your fault, because it says Group 3. That's on me. That's
what I get for being able to read. All right, so Group 2, key contributors.
University, Vince.
I know, I'm trying. I'm failing miserably at the moment. So Group 2, key contributors, Brian, who falls into this category for you?
Well, this is a much smaller list because so many of the guys are in the previous group.
Sure.
But it's Luke Talich. That's the guy for me. Like, I think Luke Talich is a guy that has a chance to be an important player for Notre Dame this year. It's either number 3 safety, it's the number 4 safety. I believe Notre Dame would like to play 4 safeties because they always wanted to play 3.
Sure.
But they ideally, like, they played 4 in 2022 because they not only had Xavier, you had Brandon Joseph, who was in and out. You had DJ Brown, Ramon Henderson. They also had Houston Griffith played. So, like, there were 5 different safeties that played at times. Usually the rotation was 4, but there were 5 that played at times. Right now, you've got 3. Well, now you're in a situation, Vince, where it's not 12 plus 1 or maybe 2 like it used to be. Now it's 12 plus 4 if you want to win a title. They have to account for that.
Sure.
And so the more guys that you can put on the field and say, hey, this guy's going to help us and this guy's going to play, the better. And Luke Talich is a guy, to me, that the reason he's in this conversation, like, no doubt, even if he doesn't play much of safety, is the dude earned a starting job as a special teams guy as a true freshman.
Right.
And he earned a starting kickoff coverage job as a rookie. And because he was really good, he's fast, he's long, he's physical, not super, super strong yet, but he's got a lot, he'll get there. He's kind of a tall, skinny kid, but he's getting there. But he's a guy that, Vince, that to me is a bit of an intriguing player for me on this defense, because we don't talk a lot about him on defense. We talk about a lot about him on special teams, but not on defense, because he's a walk-on. But as we've said before, he was a walk-on in name only because he turned down scholarship offers from Utah and Washington State to come to Notre Dame. Now he is on scholarship, and that was always the plan.
Sure.
So this is not your typical walk-on who made good, or walk-on who was a surprise like Jordan Faison. I don't think they recruited Jordan Faison to do what he did. I think that's just kind of like a pleasant surprise. Luke Talich, they recruited to play for Notre Dame. Like, they thought he was going to play for them at some point in time. Now he's got to prove that was smart, and on the back end, he's really rangy. He just wasn't super comfortable with all the things that they ask a safety to do. You and I would see it in the spring, Vince, where there'd be snaps where it's like, dude, did you see 28 take 3 steps for 15 yards? You know what I mean? Being hyperbolic, but like, he would just cover ground. You're like, wow, when he knew what he was doing. And then there's other times it's like, Luke didn't really know what he was doing there, or at least he wasn't confident in what he was doing.
So he was a step behind, or whatever the case may be.
Exactly. Yeah. He's got to take that mental step. If he takes that mental step and is a little bit more assertive, and this is the thing, this has been my feedback from my sources in Notre Dame, is like, Luke's got to be more assertive. He's got to be more confident in himself and his knowledge of the defense, because when he does that, he's pretty good. he can help you. And if he can step up and force, because they're not going to put him in the they'll put him in the rotation if he's number 4 against Northern Illinois, Miami of Ohio, Stanford maybe, teams like Navy, Army maybe. But if he wants to be on the rotation when they play A&M, when they play Louisville, and they play Florida State, and they play USC, he's got to be more assertive. He's got to step up and be that guy. He's got the tools, Vince.
Sure.
Now he's just got to – his biggest issue is not his athleticism. It's him. It's his confidence in himself and knowledge and grasp of the defense that is holding him back, which is expected as a sophomore. If he can get more comfortable this year and play with more assertiveness, Luke Tauch is going to help this football team. And I'm not talking about as a special teams guy. I'm talking about as a part of the secondary of what we expect to be one of the best secondaries in college football.
Yep. I love watching Luke Tauch and Ben Minnick play safety. I thought they play very well off of each other. And I think that, since we're talking about it, I think Ben Minnick is going to, play a role on special teams this year and really kind of break out there. But you're absolutely right. I think that I think that Luke has the opportunity here to play that fourth safety and play it at a high level. And I think that position is just wide open for the taking. And I think this staff would like to go 4 deep. I do think that. I don't think they want to be hamstrung to 3. I think they would like to go 4. And so there's a great opportunity. Now they can go 3 if Luke doesn't step up and really kind of harness and take hold of that position. But I think they want to go 4. They can go 3. And so that's going to be kind of a question mark going in and something that we're going to keep our eye on for sure.
And maybe Ben's that guy.
It could be. I like watching Ben play personally. I really did. I thought they played very well with each other, playing off of each other and doing some different things. And they're going to be fine moving forward with that trio of sophomores, in maybe 25, 26 in that area where you're talking about Ben, Luke, and Adon. I think the 3 of them together, I think are going to be really, really good. And then maybe you look for that 4th, maybe coming out of the current freshman class or what have you. But I think that the safety position's in good hands moving forward for sure. For sure. All right, let's move to that next group. We'll call it group 3, Brian, because that's what comes after 2. And this is the battling for time group. And you've got a good chunk of people in this group, and they're all in the front 7. So,
they are now.
No,
you moved Ben, so we're good. Now they're all in the front 7.
Now they're all in the front 7.
You're good.
That's exactly right.
You're good.
So let's start up front with the defensive lineman that you're thinking about here.
Well, it's really 3 D linemen and a linebacker. It's Devin Houston, it's Brendan Vernon, it's Armel Mookum, and Preston Zinner. And the reality is that part of the reason these guys aren't being talked about higher up is just because of how loaded Notre Dame is at defensive tackle. It's going to be hard. I don't care how good you are. It's going to be hard when you've got Riley Mills and Howard Cross and Gabriel Rubio and Jason Onye and Donovan Heinisch and guys like that. It's going to be hard for you to crack it, especially when some of these guys have missed time because of injury. Like Armel misses all of spring with an injury. Devin missed last spring with an injury. But they're talented players, and we saw flashes of it from Brendan and Devin in the spring game. We saw them make some plays. So those are guys that, to me, I think are still a year away if they're able to be patient and just keep working. Keep working. You guys are just redshirt freshmen right now. You still have 4 years of eligibility, including this year. You got 3 more after this, and a lot of dudes are going to be gone from the depth chart after this season. You know what I mean? So be patient and learn and do all those type of things, Vince. But, their time may not be now. But it's good to have young, talented players like that because if there are injuries, how many teams can say if we lose 3 guys from our rotation, we are, quote unquote, forced to go to guys like Devin Houston, Brendan Vernon, and Armel Mookum. You know what I mean? Like that's your 3rd and 4th string because of your veterans. And so that's a pretty good place to be. But I do think those guys are probably a year away. And I say the same thing about Preston Zinner. Vince, there's a lot of years recently, like playoff teams, where Preston Zinner is a backup. He's a rotation guy for you.
For sure.
And now he's just buried at linebacker because of how talented they are. So we could have maybe pumped and put Preston in the category above because I think he's going to be a really important special teams player this year. So we maybe could have put him in a different category because of that, but we did it a little bit differently than we did the freshman class. But he's a guy that I look at and say, he's going to help you a lot this year, or have a chance to. It's just not going to probably be on defense. But again, if you have an rash of injuries on linebacker, and you're quote unquote forced to put Preston in there, okay, he's your biggest linebacker. He's 6'3". He's going to be 240. He can run. He's just still learning the position. That's really the big thing for Preston, because he was more of an edge rusher, fluid. He didn't play a lot of off-ball linebacker, played tight end. He's a very good tight end. So as long as he's there, honestly, you know what I would do with Preston's intervention, because especially with what you're doing at recruiting linebacker in the classes, 2 classes behind him, I would strongly consider moving him to Viper and put another 15 pounds on him and say, let's go see if this kid can rush the quarterback.
Right.
Or if you don't like your injury history at tight end, he could be a really good H-back tight end.
Sure. I still want to see him get boxed out, because he deserves to play somewhere. Yeah. And that's the staff's job to find out. If it's at linebacker, great. If it's at Viper, great. Like you said, if it's a tight end, great. I don't care, but he's a player who needs to be on the field. Yeah, he's one that I would hate to see take off for whatever reason or whatever.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't play, Vince, the reason why is because you're freaking loaded at that.
100%.
You know what I mean? It's a great place to be, and you're not saying anything different. Right. The point that I think both of us believe to be true about Preston's is, when you have a kid like him, who's 6'3", athletic, long, try and find a place for him, and somewhere where maybe you're not as loaded. Right. And you're an injury away from being in a really tough spot at tight end. Your Viper position isn't exactly lighting the world on fire right now. See if you can find a place for a kid like that, and then let him develop. So that's why I say a guy like him could help you somewhere. And at the very least, he should be a starter on multiple special teams. But that's going to be up to Preston, right? I mean, you've got to force your way into that role. You've got to go out there and say, hey, coach, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. Right. And force your way into those starter roles. And I think Preston's the kind of kid that's going to have the mentality, I just want to play. I don't think he's locked into I need to be a Mike or a Will. I think Preston's dude, I want to be on the field. Right. If it's covering kicks, if it's covering punts, if it's kick return, if it's Viper, if it's tight end, whatever. Mm-hmm. Just I want to play. Give me a shot to play. And that's why you recruit kids like Preston Zinner, because they can do. I mean, Preston Zinner literally could have been a 4-star H-back. I mean, he was a really good tight end / H-back in high school. I think he could maybe rush the quarterback. I would literally. He's one of those kids where you just can't say, okay, he's buried, so let's just move on. No, find a role for that kid. And those type of kids sometimes can be the difference for your football team, because it's just that jack of all trades, do whatever you need to do type of guy. Sure. And that's what I think Preston can be.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for the defensive breakdown of sophomores, who are a key to the success of this Notre Dame 2024 team coming up in the fall. Stick around, because we're not done yet. But before we get to the next part, make sure you like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, share with your family and friends. And you know what? Join the boards, boards.irishbreakdown.com. You can see it scrolling across the bottom there. There's some great conversations going over there. There's some updates on the Elite 11 that's taking place right now. All kinds of fun stuff going on over the boards, especially all the intel from recruiting and the official visits that have been going on. And if you're local and you've been on campus, there are little golf carts everywhere emblazoned with Notre Dame logos that are taking recruits all over campus. And it's fun. It's a fun time to be a Notre Dame fan. I can tell you that right now. So make sure you do all of those fun things, and we'll be right back. Right now is when we're going to be right back. And so
just so people understand that, well, obviously we take these shows, we turn them into the audio podcasts. So when we do different segments, and because we don't put up the whole show as one, we have to break them into different segments. And so that just allows us to be a little cleaner in that all aspect. So we appreciate your patience on that. But we can go ahead and ramp. You can kind of start that one over a little bit again, Vince, because I've reminded people that in the past, but I just want to kind of continue to remind people, because sometimes we'll do it that way, and you'll just see people immediately jump out of the show like they think it's over. So just a reminder to people that that's the reason that we do it the way that we do it.
So now it is that fun time of the week, Brian, where the show now gets taken over by the awesome board members.
The premium folks, the premium members.
That's right. So this is our buy, sell, hold. And if what Brian told me earlier is any indication, there's a lot of buy, sell, hold here.
Yes, a lot of good ones. A lot of really good ones.
And the fun part about this is I don't know what's coming because I purposely don't jump into that that topic on the board because I like to be surprised. So I'm kind of fired up for this one.
Well, so, and I don't do any research for them. I was like, you know what?
Okay,
interesting. Because I copy and paste, make sure it's right. I try not to think too much about it because I think it's more fun that way when it's not rehearsed and all that kind of stuff. And obviously, only premium members can offer those. We do. If you have a super chat, you can throw a super chat in there. I did have a super chat I wanted to get to here just real quick, Vince, from Dom. Not usually in here live, but love what you guys do. Go Irish. Dom, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. If you have a good buy, sell, or hold that you want to get to, you can put a super chat in. Now, some premium members didn't get their buy, sell, holds in on time. Sorry, we're not going to still bring those up during the show. We're going to focus on the ones that were put on the board unless you do a super chat. But buy, sell, hold is obviously it's not a question. It's not a mailbag. It's not submitting questions. It's submitting a statement. Are we going to buy that statement? It's a submission of a statement. We're going to buy it. Why? Are we going to sell it? Why? Are we going to hold? Because we don't maybe have an opinion on it or don't have enough data. That's really what holds come down to. Okay. And holds are meant to be used judiciously at best.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yes.
Okay.
So you ready to rock and roll, Mr. D'Addario?
Let's do this, man. Irish English said earlier that he wants me to answer all of his ridiculous buy, sell, hold questions.
Well, what do you know?
I was going to say.
That's how we're kicking things off.
Okay.
And these are 4 different ones, Vince. And I think
he
has. Yeah. So I think he had there was one that I did not bring up. So you won't have to answer one of his.
Okay. Fair enough. Holds. So Irish English, buy, sell, hold. This season is a point of divergence for USC that will define them for the next decade.
I'm going to sell that for a decade. And the reason I'm going to sell that for a decade, Vince, is because I think it could define them for the Lincoln Riley tenure. And the reason I say that is because you could go one of two ways. One is Lincoln Riley figures it out, and USC is as good as I think they're going to be this year, and the Lincoln Riley era takes off. I don't think the Lincoln Riley era is going to be that long. I've said this before. I don't think he's going to be here a long time. And if he does all the good things and they take off, that doesn't mean the next hire is going to be able to continue that. As we have seen at USC, they have a history of, just like Notre Dame, not every hire is great. And Pete Carroll worked out really well, but it's been a little bit of a tough sledding since then, right? I mean, obviously, John McKay was a great coach, and then John Robinson had some really great years, and then some not so great years, and then John Robinson comes back, and they're okay, but they're not like he was the first time. And so they've had just like Notre Dame, they've had their fair share of those hires too. It doesn't mean that the next coach is going to keep that going, right? And so for if you're Notre Dame, if you're USC and you're looking at this, you got to say to yourself, like, it'll define maybe the Lincoln Riley tenure, but I don't think it's going to define the next decade for certain. Now, the other thing would be true, Vince. They do poorly this year. He's out after a couple of years. The next coach comes in and he does a phenomenal job, and they get rolling. So I just think a decade is too long of a time.
Sure.
I think keeping it onto the Lincoln Riley tenure, I think this season is going to have a huge impact on that for 2 reasons. Right. Number one, if they struggle this season, recruiting is going to be very hard for them because it's a lot harder to get kids to go out to California now. And it's not because of it. There's no political reasons or any other stuff like that. I simply mean because the game is now even more East Coast than it was before. Now, the same schools exist, Vince, but now those schools are now in a Midwestern conference. You're seeing fewer and fewer of the elite California players being produced. You're seeing more and more of those kids out west that are more willing to leave the state. I mean, Bama's been killing it in California, especially modern day. And Notre Dame's doing really well out there. Oregon's doing really well. It's harder to recruit that area and there's also not quite as many big-time players in California, in my opinion. So if you struggle this year, it's going to make recruiting a lot harder during his tenure. And the second reason is because, Vince, if he struggles this year, then I think he loses a ton of the respect maybe that people have for him, because it's going to look at more of like, hey, he won at Oklahoma with in a bad league with Bob Stoops' players. That's what it's going to look like. And now he didn't have to I mean, his job at Oklahoma was don't screw it up. He played a role in that. He's the offensive coordinator, but Bob Stoops built that into a powerhouse, and his job was not screwed. And I've said this, they got worse and worse and worse every year he was there.
Yeah. Somebody
And
said he
now
was brilliant at Oklahoma.
Yes.
I don't see that.
Yes. Now you look at him and you're like, okay, now he's got to turn around USC. Is he capable of doing that? He did it for a year with some smoke and mirrors. Last year, they got exposed a little bit. I'll say this. He made some great hires this offseason. I love the DeAnton Lynn, Doug Belk, Eric Henderson hires. I do. But is he capable of standing in their way or not? That's a question that I have. I don't know if Lincoln Riley's capable of having a great defense unless he's willing to. I don't care who you hire. You've got to be willing to change how you run your program. And that's a big question for me, Vince. So I'm selling that as far as it being define them for the next decade. I'd buy it if you're going to say this season is going to define the Lincoln Riley era.
My first initial thought was I would buy it maybe for 5 years, but 10 is too many. And so I think that kind of piggybacks off of what you were going to say. So I'm not going to rehash everything that you said, but I will go to the next one. Buy, sell, hold. Nebraska will start 7-0 and finish 1-4. I pulled up the Nebraska schedule. And so here are the first 7 games for Nebraska. Okay. So first 7 games, they open up with UTEP.
So that's 1-0.
Colorado. Yep. Colorado.
2-0. Where's that game at? Is it at Colorado?
It is a home game for Nebraska.
Okay. I'll give them a win on that one.
I will too. Then Northern Iowa win. Would hope. Mm-hmm. Then Illinois at home.
That'll be a tough one, but I'll give them a win on that one.
First game on the road is Purdue.
Should be a win. That roster's having some problems right now.
Then they got a home game against Rutgers.
That'll be a tough one, but should be a win. So,
and then on the road in Bloomington against IU.
Again, won't be an easy game, but they got a shot.
That's their first 7.
Yeah, they got a shot. They got a shot there. Okay, let's see the last 4.
Okay, so here's the last 5. So on the road against Ohio State, home against UCLA.
Okay.
On the road against USC, home against Wisconsin, and then they close it up on the road against Iowa.
I'm selling this, and here's why I'm selling this. Because if they're good enough to start 7-0, they're going to be good enough to at least beat 2 of UCLA, USC, Wisconsin, and Iowa. Like, if they're good enough to go 7-0, beat Colorado, beat Illinois at home, beat Rutgers, who's a good football team, go on the road and beat Indiana, I think they'll be at least good enough to go 2-2 in their last 4. Okay. Ohio State on the road's a loss.
Yeah, agreed.
But so again, they may go 1-4, but they're not going to go 1-4 after starting 7-0.
Right.
That's my point.
Right.
If they start 7-0, I think they're going to be a 9-win team.
Okay.
That's at least a 9-win team. That's my take. So that's why I'm going to sell that one.
I will sell that as well. That's a tough haul, because also going 7-0, you got a bit of a swagger about you at 7-0. Right. And I've said this about even high school teams. I don't care what schedule you play or whatever. A team that goes 7-0 versus a team that goes like 1-6 against a really tough schedule, and it doesn't matter how much the coaches are like, guys, we're right there. You're doing everything you're supposed to do, but they're still not winning, is way different than a team that goes 7-0 against a weak schedule. And I'm not saying the Nebraska schedule is weak, but what I am saying is a team with the confidence that goes 7-0 is just different than a team that goes 1-6. I don't care who you're playing. Okay. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
A team that's 7-0 is going to win more than one game down the last 5. And there's,
there's a Big Ten slate that could have them go 1-4 down the stretch. I just don't think it's that one.
Right.
That's kind of my thing. Yeah. I don't think it's that one. So if they go 1-4, it means they weren't 7-0. That's my take.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely agree. Buy, sell, hold. Oklahoma will go 2-6 in the SEC.
Now I know Oklahoma's another team that has a very tough schedule, Vince, and we've talked about how this year could be a struggle for them. Let's pull up their schedule, their conference schedule this year, because I have some concerns about Oklahoma. So let's whip out the old trusty preseason magazine here, Vince.
There you go.
They start off with Tennessee at home,
Okay.
At Auburn, Texas on a neutral field in Dallas, the same old Red River shootout. South Carolina at home, at Ole Miss,
Oof.
at Missouri, home against Bama, at LSU.
Oof. That's a tough slate.
I'm gonna say sell, but I think they're gonna be better than 2-6. You know, like between Tennessee, Auburn on the road, South Carolina at home, I think there's a chance they win all three of those. Maybe they upset Oklahoma or Texas again, like they did last year in a rivalry. In rivalry games, you never know. I mean, by the end of the year, LSU could end up being a really good team. But like, I don't know how good LSU is going to be then, because LSU is a team to me, Vince, that if they get off to a good start, beat USC in the opener, and they're going to have some confidence, just like we talked about Nebraska, and they're going to be a pretty good 9-10 win team this year at least. If LSU catches a couple L's early, I could see that team falling apart, and then that's a much easier win at the end of the year.
Right.
So some of that you just don't know. You know, Missouri on the road, that's a winnable game for Oklahoma. It's going to be tough, but it's winnable. So I'm going to sell. I think they're going to be better than 2-6, but I think they're still going to struggle.
Yeah,
I think they're still going to struggle as a team because like they're non-conference. Let's say I'm right and they go 4-4 in the league, right? They still have to play Temple, Houston, and Tulane out of conference. That's not a given they're going to win all those. Houston's a pretty good football team, this season. But I think at best there will be 4-4 in the league. I think against that schedule, 3-5 is possible. I don't know that I see 2-6. I will say this, however, Vince, if they catch a couple upset L's early, I could see them doing what I just said about LSU and falling apart. I just think Oklahoma has more talent than maybe we're giving them credit for. And I just think seeing them go 2-6 in the Big 12 is just, I think that's a little too much for me. But if they catch a couple L's early, I could see that team quitting. I could.
Sure.
And then now 2-6 is, I could see like a Notre Dame 2016 type situation.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of their head coach, and I'm not sure he would do a good job of turning things around from some early season losses. And so that would push me. Like if you told me they were going to lose to XXX towards the beginning, right? I would be like, okay, they're going to go 2-6 in the SEC. It might even be worse. I could be on board with that.
Sure, it's possible with the schedule they play.
Sure.
I just think they'll win a couple of those. Another one or two more of those.
And I agree with Tommy on this one. If they would have, if Irish English would have said 3-5, I might have bought this.
Yeah,
I know it's only a one game difference. I know it's only one game, but I think I might have bought it at 3-5. So I'm going to sell it at 2-6.
And I mean, somebody said, Irish English, whose question said, he said, I could see 3-5. I'm not seeing 4-4. And my thing is, they still have a talented group of skill players. All their receivers from last year back. Their offensive line's a bit of a mess, especially when they lost that one kid. But, Jake Taylor's going to step in the starting lineup most likely. He's a kid that I love coming out of high school. They had a kid transfer from USC who's okay. But their defense has some kids coming back. Their secondary has a lot coming back. They're going to have a very talented secondary. You got Woody Washington coming back. You've got Peyton Bowen coming back, Billy Bowman coming back. Jackson Arnold, again, I thought he was overrated coming out of high school as a 5-star, but he's still a good quarterback. So that's actually a decent roster. And the thing is, like, Tennessee at home, they can win. Auburn on the road, they can win. Texas, they can win. Because, again, rivalry games, you have to throw out a lot. I mean, Texas, they had no business beating Texas last year and still beat Texas last year. South Carolina, they can win. Missouri, they can win. LSU, they can win. And Ole Miss, they can win. Because we don't know what Ole Miss is going to. I mean, Ole Miss, Lincoln Riley's never put 2 good seasons in a row. So I think Oklahoma's going to struggle. I think they're going to be an 8-win team, maybe even a 7-win team. I don't think they're going to be this utter disaster that people think, unless, I'll go back to it again, unless they drop a couple games early. Because if they lose, like let's say they lose to Houston and Tennessee, or back-to-back games to Tennessee and Auburn, and then lose to Texas, I think that team quits because they're relying a lot on portal guys. And portal guys, I don't know if they're
I just don't like that
struggle
model.
the way that guys that are born and bred in the program are.
I don't like that model.
Yeah.
The relying on portal guys. The portal guys are great to fill holes.
To handle adversity.
But yeah.
Like it's tough for because it's hard for a portal guy to really have a bunch of portal guys to have the leadership and the camaraderie that you need to really handle adversity.
Right. Agreed.
It is. And I think Andrew Gilmore nailed this, Vince. I think Tennessee game will be the litmus test. How they handle Tennessee at home is going to be If they win that game, I think the 2-6 is out the window. If they lose that game, it's very possible. Very possible. Good call on that, Andrew.
All right, last one from Irish English. Buy, sell, hold. Ohio State will lose a home game this season. Here is the slate, Brian. Starting off, they open with 3 straight home games. Akron, Western Michigan, and Marshall. Don't see a loss there.
No.
Next home game is Iowa. I don't necessarily see a loss there. Next home game is Nebraska. You already said they're not going to win that game, so Ohio State gets that one. Then they've got Purdue at home.
Blowout.
IU at home.
Blowout.
And then they wrap it up, of course, with Michigan at home.
I sell. They're going to win all their home games.
It's a huge sell. I don't even think that home slate is hard, to be honest with you. I don't even see like, well, there's a maybe. I just don't.
I mean,
they could lay an egg.
Is if they're just mentally beat by Michigan. That's the only way. I mean,
sure.
There's literally not another good. I mean, your next best home team is either Iowa or Nebraska.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Their home slate is like, you think Notre Dame's home slate, people are like, there's no good games. Be an Ohio State fan. I mean, you got Michigan, I guess. But other than that, there's not much to get too terribly excited about, in my opinion, for the Ohio State home slate there. So big time sell for me. Now, the road schedule for Ohio State's a little bit different, but that's not what the question was.
State, you got to play at Oregon. Yes, definitely a tougher slate. And I think there's one other road game. At Michigan State. I'm curious to see how they do early in the season.
Yeah.
Ohio State's going to win that game.
So do I, but
I think that could be one that sneaks up on you a little bit because they've been so bad in the last 2 years.
Right. Absolutely.
And,
And that's really their first, if you want to call it, test of the season. That's their first road game. It's coming off of the 3 home games, Akron, Western Michigan, and Marshall. And then they go on the road to Michigan State. Like that, you know what? That's a game that I'd be willing to pay attention to. You know what I mean?
We said don't watch out for Iowa. No more Brian Ferentz. I mean, I get that Brian Ferentz isn't there anymore, but you still need the horses,
right?
And there's still a huge talent gap between Iowa's offensive talent and Ohio State's defensive talent.
Yeah,
I mean that's really what it comes down to. I mean, yes, I expect Iowa to be pretty good this year because they have a real offensive coordinator, sort of, But I'm not there on that one.
Right. Yeah. Agreed. Okay, Domer Grizz, buy, sell, hold. Riley Leonard will complete more than 72% of his passes this year. If that's too easy, what number would you have to pause and debate?
Selling 72, Vince. I mean, number one, look, I know that I can't say that that's not the nature of Mike Denbrock's offense because I think that's about where Jaden Daniels was last year. I think he was at 72.2. But my thing is, he was elite, like as a passer, and had 2 first-round draft picks a receiver. That helped, them complete 72%. I don't think Notre Dame has that kind of receiving core. I also don't think that Riley Leonard is as much of a precision passer as Jaden Daniels was last year. Jaden Daniels is a very accurate thrower, and accuracy I don't mean from a completion percentage standpoint, Vince. I mean it from he can put the ball where it needs to go. Accuracy is not, you could complete 65% of your balls and you're not an overly accurate quarterback because you have 3 trees at receiver. I mean, it's going to help. Brady Quinn probably had a higher completion percentage than his accuracy would otherwise make you think because his shortest receiver he ever played with was Raymond McKnight as a go-to guy who's 6'2". You had tall tight ends. You had Samardzija was 6'5". You had Stovall was 6'5". And you can kind of have that. But this bug keeps flying in my face. So I think the number for me, Vince, when I look at Riley Leonard is more so 65 would be the number that I would look at. If you look at what he did at Duke, his career, he was 57.6 this past year. I have an asterisk by that when he was 63.8 the year before. And so he was at about 63 when he got injured. And so after he got injured, and of course, and he also played, this is what also people don't talk about, Riley Leonard played against 3 of the top 5 pass defenses in the country last year when it came to completion percentage. So when you look at last year pass defenses and you look at he played Notre Dame, who ranked number 2, Notre Dame was not the highest ranked pass defense he played in far as completion percentage. That was Florida State, who ranked number 1. He played against Florida State injured, played against Notre Dame, who was number 2, and they played against Clemson, who ranked number 4 in pass defense. So he played against 3 of the best passing defenses in the country, and he played against Louisville, who ranked number 10 last year. And again, he was playing injured. So he played against 4 of the 10 best pass defenses in the country in lowest completion percentage, and in 2 of those, he was on one leg. Before the injury, he was around 63%. So you have to keep that in mind when you talk about his number. He was at 63.8 the year before, and so I'm going 65. That's not a huge jump, but they didn't throw the ball down the field a whole lot 2 years ago. They're going to throw the ball downfield a lot more. So I think 65 is the number that I would set. If I was going to do like an over-under on Riley, I'd probably go 65.5 would be the over-under to get a debate, as opposed to going 64.5. I'd probably go 65.5 just to – because I do think you're going to see a lot of RPO thrown to the running backs. That's going to help him. I think he's going to have receivers that have a bigger catch radius. I mean, his biggest receiver at Duke this past year was like 6 foot. That's going to be small for what he's going to be working with at Notre Dame. He didn't have the tight ends in the pass game that he's going to have at Notre Dame. So I think 65.5 is the number that I'm setting, is like, that's the one we're talking about. And, and with that one, is he healthy? If he's healthy, I think that's about where he'll be, 65 to 66, maybe even 67%, depending on what they can do. But Notre Dame's going to throw the ball downfield a lot too this year.
Yep.
And
because they're going to take advantage of the fact they're going to have a good run game.
Right. So. And that's just what Mike Dunn brought. A lot of stuff he likes to do is he likes to throw all verts with the conversions. Like their all verts package, Vince, is I believe, based on what I broken out film, and I'm going to have later this summer a breakdown on it. I think it's all options. I think they're pure options on their vertical packages, where it could turn into all stops if they're playing cover 4, like or all verts, depending. I mean, so like your outside routes are going to kind of it comes a comeback if they bail, if they're play tight man or play 2, you convert to a vertical. I think it's all read stuff. And so you're going to have some miscommunications in that regard that's going to ramp. Sure. But even with those miscommunications, Jaden Daniels completed 72.2% because they run that concept a lot. And so I think the nature of the way Mike Denbrock runs his offense is going to allow Riley to complete more passes at a higher rate. I think that even with the more vertical balls, the fact he's going to have better players is going to help. And then Riley's just continue to maturity as a player is going to help him as well. So I think all those things factor in. I think 65 to 66 is the number that I'm looking at for him.
No, the number I had in my head was 66 when it said, what number would have to make you pause, after I looked up his stats and what I know of him and how he plays and all of those different things. 66. So I would take the over at 65.5, but it would only be slightly over. Mm-hmm. If he hits to like the 67%, look, this offense is going to be really, really good.
Yeah. If he's over 66, it's like, yeah.
I mean, but 72 is just not going to happen based on the way that they're going to run the offense and things like that. 72 is a big number.
Neighbors. I mean, there's some throws that Jaden Daniels made last year where you're just like, dude, Notre Dame quarterback. That's not a touchdown if he's at Notre Dame. And I'm someone who's defended last year's receiving core. But Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas are different cats than what Notre Dame has. They don't have guys like that. Maybe Cam Williams becomes that someday. Maybe Jaden Greathouse can turn into Malik Neighbors, but Malik Neighbors ran like a 4.4 flat at the combine, right? High 4.3. It just, they've got good receivers, but they don't have that. They don't have a 6'4" guy that's almost 220 pounds that runs a low 4.4 like Brian Thomas. They just don't have that. And Vince, you saw the slot fade breakdown I did. There were balls on there. You're just like, dude, that's a ridiculous throw and catch.
Right.
And I don't know that all of those balls are going to be completed. Now, some of them will, because you got Jaden Greathouse and he's a really good player, and you've got Bo Collins and Jaden, but you're just not going to complete quite at that rate. Now, the counter argument could be, but they didn't have a tight end like Notre Dame has, and they didn't throw to the running backs like Notre Dame will. Okay, that's fair, and that would help up the completion percentage a little bit. But I also, as I said, I don't think he's as accurate as Jaden Daniels was. Not many people were. Yeah. And that's a primary reason why Jaden Daniels was as good as he was, because he could just
put won the Heisman with the record
right on the spot, man. He could put it where he wanted to put it.
Right.
So he was very good. So, it's a good one. Good one, Domer Grizz.
Okay, Salty Virginia Peanuts getting into the mix here. Buy, sell, hold. This season, Notre Dame's offense and defense will both finish the regular season ranked in the top 5 nationally.
So this is an interesting one, Vince, because and he said we can use what I believe he said whatever metric we want to use. And I saw something today, and I saw multiple people tweet it out. So I don't know like where it came from or what it was or whatever. But it was Georgia. I think it was Georgia and Ohio State are the only 2 teams that project to be top 5 nationally, according to the analytics in offense and defense. And my response was like, let's not sleep on Notre Dame. And you could say, well, that's a bit of a homer take. And I'm like, well, not really. You know, I mean, last year with all the issues that Notre Dame had on offense last year, they still ranked 16th in efficiency. And the offensive coordinator that's now running the offense had the offensive rank number 2. This is the FEI efficiency. And then when you look at the Notre Dame defense last year, they ranked 6th. So, I mean, I don't think Notre Dame's out of the question for them to be in the top 5. I would probably sell this still because, you know, top 5 is going to be tough to get for both of them. But I think it's possible. But I'll probably sell, but sell with not a ton of confidence, to be completely honest with you.
I mean, that's fair. I want to buy this. I really do. I really want to buy this. I'm not going to lie. My emotions say to buy it. My head says not to, because it won't take much for either the offense or the defense to be outside the top 5. Now, if you're asking me which one do I think has the possibility of being in the top 5 more than the other, it's going to be the defense. I think the defense is going to be really, really good. And I think they're going to hold teams. And so I guess what I'm going off of would be the scoring average. And I think the defense has a really, really good chance of being in the top 5.
Vince, and if you're going to go off scoring, to your point, last year Notre Dame ranked 7th in the nation in scoring offense, and they ranked 7th in the nation in scoring defense. So if you want to take that off scoring, which I like how you answered differently than mine, then they absolutely have a shot to be in the top 5. You're spot on, because they were almost there last year with all the issues that they had.
Yeah, there you go.
And they were at 39.2. The team that was 6th was 39.4. The team that was 5th was 40.1. So they were close.
They were in the neighborhood.
So if you want to go off of, and then, you know, if you want to go off like total defense, then there's like here's the metrics where I think Notre Dame, statistically is close. I think you could look at it from the standpoint of efficiency. 16th and 7th is knocking on the door of jumping in the top 5, at least for one, maybe the other. Little harder in that regard, though. That's the efficiency metrics I used. If you go scoring offense, they're 7th and 7th. The one you went with, Vince, now they're very close, right? And if you look at total defense and total offense, last year Notre Dame in total offense was not close. They were 29th. They'd have to get up to be top 5. They'd have to go from 432 to like about 496, 495. That's going to be a tough jump. But they can certainly get in the top 10. But if you go yards per play, Vince, last year, and Notre Dame's defense, by the way, was top 5 last year in total defense. And they were top 5 in yards per play. So they were already there. The Notre Dame offense, however, last year in yards per play, which speaks more to efficiency, was 9th. So total yards has to do with, well, our defense forced a lot of turnovers and we had a lot of possessions that we didn't have to go very far. But yards per play, they were 9th. So there's a lot of metrics you can look at, Vince, for total offense and total defense, saying Notre Dame's got a chance to be a top 5 in both, because they were almost there last year, and we all think they're going to be better this year. And the other thing, too, with the offense is there's a couple really good defenses they play. I'd say 3. Outside of that, I don't know what USC's defense is going to be. I think they're going to be a lot better. We'll see. But there's a lot of defenses this offense should rip up. And one of the teams that has one of the better defenses they play is in game 1 of a new coach's tenure in Texas A&M. You know, Louisville's going to have a pretty good defense. Florida State's going to have a pretty good defense. And I think USC has a chance to have a pretty good defense. Outside of that, they should rip up people on offense, Vince, this year. And that factors into it as well. It really does. So that's a good one.
Okay.
It's a good one. Hey, Vince, before we go to the next one, my guy Connor Patton, who I think only watches when you're on, and I love it. Connor Patton with a super chat. Happy end of the school year to Vince and other educators. Thank you for that, Connor. It's good to see you, man.
Feels good, Connor. What's going on, my guy? All right. Salty Virginia Peanuts with another buy, sell, hold. Jaden Greathouse will complete at least one pass this season, and it will go for over 25 yards and or a touchdown.
I'll buy that. I mean, they tried to do it in the spring game.
That's
So
true.
remember, first drive of the game, second drive of the game. So yeah, I can see that. Jaden's got a little bit of an arm, so I can see that. I'm gonna buy that. I'll have some fun. It won't be like against. I don't think it'll be against like A&M or Florida State, but I could see them pulling that out against like Purdue, just to give some people stuff to think about. So I could see. I'll buy that, Vince. What say you?
I'm trying to think if he would be the obvious choice to throw it in like a trick play kind of a deal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really coming up with somebody that necessarily would be better, right?
Right.
But I'm going to sell it. I'll just play the odds. I'll sell it and think that if somebody's going to throw a pass, it just won't be Jaden.
Malik Neighbors went 2 of 2 with a touchdown pass and 50 yards in 2022.
See, you always got to hit me with stats to make me sound stupid. Thanks, Brian. Thanks.
I mean, I'm sorry that data offends you so much, Vince.
I'm selling it just because I want to be different. I'm selling it. And no, I just think, I don't know. I think somebody else is going to throw it that won't be as obvious. How about that? PB.
Yeah. B fast. I don't know.
Okay.
I think that might be what it is.
All right. Well, buy, sell, hold. Kenny Minchie starts more than 5 games for Notre Dame in his career.
I would love to buy this, but I can't. I'm going to sell that. I would love to be wrong, but I'm going to sell that. I just and that's not even a knock on anybody. It's just I love Kenny Minchie.
So do I.
Yeah.
I'm a big Kenny Minchie fan. I just think
BP Hast, Vince. BP Hast.
Okay.
BP Hast boy. So he just said it. So sorry about that.
Oh, there we go. I'm selling it reluctantly, but I just feel like just the way things are going to shake out and has nothing to do with who Kenny is.
Yeah. This is such an easy buy 2 years ago.
Sure.
I mean,
sure. But just the way he's just kind of the odd man out is what I mean, that's my opinion.
Just the guy behind him is just better.
Yeah.
Right now.
Absolutely. So
this is one I would enjoy being wrong about, though, because I love CJ Carr, but I just really like Kenny Minchie.
Right.
I do.
Absolutely. Joe Allen, buy, sell, hold. Riley Leonard will be in the top 5 Heisman list with over 650 yards rushing, 6 touchdowns rushing, and over 2,700 yards passing with 22 passing touchdowns.
Well, he better be way over those numbers if he's going to be in the Heisman Trophy list. I mean, let's just say he said over. Like how much over? If he's at 700 rushing yards, let's say 2,900 passing yards, and he only has 28 total touchdowns, I don't know that he's in the top 5. I'd sell that. I think he'd have to be, especially the touchdown number has to go up higher.
Yeah,
to me,
that's the only one that has to go higher for me, to be honest with you. Because I'm fine with him being in that 3,500 to 3,800 yards of total offense, but he's got to have more than 28 total TDs. Like those are the 2 numbers for me that need to go up for him to be top 5. If you would have said top 10, then I'd be on board. I still harken back to, our boy Ian Book being in the top 10 of the Heisman.
Yeah, but that was also the COVID year. That's what people have to remember too. That was the COVID year.
It also had to do with it also had to do with the success that the team had. Yeah. Right. I mean, if Notre Dame's successful,
top 5.
Right.
And to me, when the Heisman Trophy was voted for, Ian only had played 11 games.
Right.
Riley's going to have played 12 games. It was during the COVID year. The entire Big Ten had only played like 5 games, 6 games. The entire Pac-12 only played 5 or 6.
Helped.
I mean, you had 2 of the Power 5 conferences didn't have anybody who's going to really be in the Heisman conversation because just a limited number of games that year. So that was a little bit of an anomaly. But the point is, when you're a Notre Dame quarterback and you produce it all and your team wins a bunch, you're going to get some attention. I just think to be top 5, if he has those numbers, I could see him 6th. That's about what Jalen Milroe was last year, and he finished 6th. The thing with me is if you gave me all those same numbers over 27, so let's say he was at like 2,850, he rushes for 750, so slightly over what he put. He has 22 to 24 touchdowns, and you add 12 or 13 rushing touchdowns, that just change that rushing touchdown number.
Oh, that's a big difference.
To be more in line with what remember, Riley had 12 rushing touchdowns 2 years ago, right? I mean, 2 years ago, his first year as a starter at Duke, he ran for 699 yards, and I think it was 12 touchdowns. Let me look that up real quick. 13 touchdowns. So he was at 699 yards and 13 touchdowns. Last year at Duke, he was on pace before he got injured. He was on pace to have over 800 rushing yards, and he had four touchdowns in the first 5 games before he got hurt against Notre Dame. So I think the rushing touchdown numbers would have to be higher than that to me. If he was at like 22 and then say like 13, yeah, because here's the thing, Vince. If you get the touchdown, if you just double the touchdown number and that's it. Let's just say Riley Leonard rushes for 650, throws for 2,700. He has 12 rushing touchdowns, 22 passing touchdowns. Notre Dame's going to be really freaking good.
Yeah, right.
Because he's going to be at 2,700 because they have a lot of blowouts where he's out in the third quarter.
Right.
And they're running on people. So if you double that and get him to 34 touchdowns and those numbers, then – and why do I say that? Because that's where Jalen Milroe was last year, and he finished 6th. Those are almost identical to Jalen's numbers last year, and they finished 6th. But more importantly, Notre Dame's going to be really hard to beat, and that's going to get him a lot of love. So the touchdown number is the one that I'm hung up on that one, Vince, for Joe. So I'm selling that as well.
Irish BH70, buy, sell, hold. Eli Raritan will be the first-round NFL draft pick after his ND career is over.
I'm selling that because I need to see it first. I mean, the guy has 5 career catches. Like, does he have talent to be that guy? Sure. Yeah, I think Eli is going to go to the combine and be 6'7" and 250 and run a really fast 40 time and jump out of the gym and all that. But 2 knee injuries and 5 career catches has me selling that one right now. Now, Vince, does he have the potential to be that guy? Yeah, he does. But I just – that's a total hype train pick for me, and I just need to see it from Eli right now. Talent's there, but
sure,
there's a lot to prove.
Well, and talent's there. Injuries are massive in this particular situation. Even let's say he even breaks out next year when he's the number 1 guy, if that's the case, his injury history will push him out of the top round.
Maybe
first round. I think
maybe the only reason I say maybe, Vince, is because it's an ACL.
And yeah, sure.
Right. It's just not viewed the way it used to be. It's not shoulder. It's not back. As long as he clears the medicals, I mean, you know what I mean? And it'd be kind of similar to like Drew Tranquil, who went in the 4th round.
Right.
And even though he had 2, I mean, and Drew hurt both knees. He hurt one knee the first time and another knee the next time. For Eli, it'd be the same knee. And you could kind of almost pass it off like, hey, he just came back too soon from the first one, and that caused the second one. But if he has no other injuries, maybe.
That's a huge maybe for me.
But his production would have to be really
through the roof, and he's a tight end too. That's also
guys, and let's not forget Michael Mayer was a 2nd round pick.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like you're a tight end.
Yeah. So unless you're like a Kyle Pitts type of guy, which is you're basically a glorified receiver.
Right.
Tight end's kind of going the way of running back right now in the draft. Now, if you watch the best teams in the NFL, you could argue that the best pass catcher for the 2 teams that played in the Super Bowl last year were both tight ends. And George Kittle's for San Francisco. Now, it's debatable because they've got Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. I get that for the Niners, but it's not debatable for the Chiefs.
Right.
But you're still just not seeing it. Now, Eli Raritan has some of the athleticism that they look for in that type of tight end, like a George Kittle's type tight end. He could end up running in the 4.5s if he's healthy. But it's all the factors, Vince. The knees, the production,
right.
I just need to see it first. Let me just see him break out first. Let's have this conversation a year from now, and then we can I'll feel better about talking about it.
Sure. We got another one in here, and I don't have the stats for this one, but hopefully you do. Buy, sell, hold. Freeman will have more NFL draft picks in his first 5 years on the job than BK had in 10 years.
I'm selling that.
That's like a lot.
Pretty big time, and here's why. Freeman's first 2 draft classes weren't all that big. This year, they only had 7, which is a good number. Last year, they only had 3.
Yeah.
And if you look at Kelly's first 2 draft classes, so that'd be like 2011 and 2012, they only had 5. But his next 2 were big. He had 6 the next year in 13, and then he had 8 the next year in 14. And he had a couple others, like 16 had 7. So there was a couple draft classes that were pretty good size for him. Freeman would have to go super, super, like really good. Let me actually do these numbers, Vince, because I can actually
You can just read them off.
Yeah.
I can start adding them up if you
Well,
want.
no, I have a way. I'm just going to copy and paste it here real quick.
Okay.
So let's just look. So Freeman's first would be first 10 draft classes. It'd be 2011 to 2020, right? Doesn't that make 10?
Yeah, that's 10.
Okay, so if you did that, so let's paste this in here. Then I can just look and see how far it goes down. So if you go to that, that would be 45 draft picks.
Woo,
So that would mean that in the next 3 drafts, they'd have to have 35 kids get drafted. That's an average of over 11 a year.
That's not going to happen.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Now, is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. But here's the problem. This year's draft class is probably going to be small again as well for the reasons we talked about. You have Riley Leonard in it, right? Potentially maybe one of the receivers, potentially Mitchell Evans, and that's about all on offense that's going to go out, that's going to leave, Vince. And then
they're so young.
Defensively, so that's 3. Defensively, you'll have Benjamin Morrison, you'll have Xavier Watts, you'll have Jack Kaiser, you'll have R.J. Oben, Riley Mills, and Howard Cross. That's 6. That's a pretty big draft class for your defense. Maybe a Jordan Clark sneaks in there.
That's
maybe
9. That's 9.
Right, that's 9.
Yeah.
So now, why? Because of what we've talked about the last 2 days. They're going to have so many guys that are young. Well, Chris Mitchell's another one. Maybe Chris Mitchell, maybe a Bo Collins. Like, they could sneak in there and get to 10. Maybe 10. And that's if everybody gets drafted. Maybe get to 10 or 11. Well, then your next 2 draft classes now have to average 12 each. Or actually, you'd have to go 12 and then one has 13 because you wouldn't have to pass what Brian Kelly did. And he had 45. So you got to get 46. So it's possible, but it's going to be really hard because the first year only had 3, which again isn't on him. Now here's the thing I could say, Vince, is if you took out that first draft class for each of them, then maybe he could get there.
Technically you could say that those guys are the previous regime's guys, or
even
whatever.
More so, right? Yeah. But Kelly's first draft class only had 1. It's Kyle Rudolph. That's it.
So if you're going to take his 1, that's fine, and then you take Marcus Freeman's 3, but I think he picks up for it
exactly. But see, that's where I'm coming from.
Well, what's the 21 year?
3,
what's the 21 year for Kelly?
That was the one that was a big one for him.
See,
they had 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So that's a big number.
Right.
So you're taking out 1, but you're adding 8.
Yeah.
The
fact of the matter is, though, Vince, I actually don't think it's an absurd. Like, this is a good buy, sell, hold, because it's not just like, dude, that's such a sell. That's such a crazy thing to say. Like, you're out of your mind. It's not that. It's a challenging one because I do think these next couple draft classes are going to be pretty good sized, especially if Notre Dame wins. Like, I think they'll get close. I just don't think they'll get over.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're going to get close in 5 years, because again, the question wasn't, will he have more in his first 5 years than Brian Kelly had in his first 5 years? That's not the question, because that's a no-brainer. Like, that will be like Kelly in his first 5 years had 20. That's it. He had 2 years where they only had 1 guy get drafted.
Right.
2011 and 2015. They only had 2 guys, 1 guy to get drafted. Marcus Freeman is going to pass that in his 3rd year, because I think they'll get 8 or 9 this year at least, and he's already got 10, right? So, yeah. But the fact that it's we're even considering, I think this is a good buy, sell, hold submission, Vince, because I don't think it's going to happen, so I'm going to sell, but I had to think about it for a minute, and it's not completely out of the realm of possibility, especially because here's what I've said is true, Vince. Here's what I said is true. I've said I believe Notre Dame's going to win a title in the next 3 to 4 years. I've said that. The year they win a title, that draft class will get overhyped, like every other team that wins a title.
Right.
That happens every time. Georgia had their number 3 tight end got drafted in 2022.
Right.
Off their first title team. If they go 9-3 with the same roster, they don't have 15 guys get drafted.
Right.
Just the reality of it. LSU had guys get overdrafted in 2020. Michigan had some guys overdrafted this year. A bunch of dudes went in like rounds 5 to 7. Right? Because the champions get overdrafted. It's just the nature of Bama has guys overdrafted all the time because they're Bama. And they end up going to the NFL and not doing anything, but because they're Bama. So if Notre Dame goes out and wins a title, then maybe if Notre Dame wins a title this year or next year, then I'm buying this. Because now all of a sudden, like, let's say they win a title this year, Vince. Now it's a no-brainer. Riley gets drafted. Mitchell gets drafted. Evans gets drafted. Bo gets drafted. Riley Mills gets drafted. Howard Cross gets drafted. Xavier Watts gets drafted. Jack Kaiser gets drafted. Did I say Chris Mitchell on offense?
You did earlier.
Maybe RJ Oben gets drafted. Maybe you have a guy like Jordan Patelho gets drafted. Maybe Jadarian Price has a big year because he was part of that championship team. He gets drafted. You could even be in a situation where Rocco Spindler has a big year. He gets drafted. He comes out instead of coming back for fifth. He gets drafted. I mean, now all of a sudden you're talking 12, 13 in that draft class because that's just the way it goes. So if I'm right in the next 2 years and they win a title, especially if they win one in 25, because now that's Jeremiah Love's class. That's this class that we talked about today. It's the sophomore class. If they win a title in 25, it's Jeremiah Love, Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, KK Smith, Charles Jackasaw, Boubacar Traore, Drake Bowen, Christian Gray. I mean, now we're talking about, now you start getting big. So I'm selling it, but it's not as crazy as I thought it was initially. That's a good buy, sell, hold submission, Vince.
It is. And the numbers, you're right. If Notre Dame can do some special things on the field, then those numbers are going to get inflated anyway. And I do think, like, if you were going to compare 10 and 10, then I don't think it's going to be all that close. Assuming that Marcus Freeman's going to be here that long.
He may double it if he's here 10.
Yes.
He may double.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I think he will consistently be in the 8 to 12 range on average every single year. And
Vince, and we kind of saw how Marcus Freeman's program is viewed this year in this draft class.
Right.
Because we saw a lot of Notre Dame guys get kind of drafted higher than we expected.
That's true.
Nobody expected, Blake Fisher to go in round 2. Well, not a lot of people. Nobody expected Maris Leafow to go in round 3.
Right.
We were unsure of, where J.D. Bertrand would go, right? He goes round 5. Vontae Jean-Baptiste gets drafted when we weren't sure if he's going to get drafted. So at least defensively, we saw some guys get overdrafted a little bit. Now, Cam Hart and Audric Estime went a little lower than we thought, but there were some guys that got picked that I thought, okay, that there's some value in what Freeman's doing at Notre Dame right now. Because we thought it was going to be a smaller draft class. We thought maybe 5 to 7, maybe they get up to 8, and then Sam Hartman gets one of the biggest signing bonuses that they've ever handed out to an undrafted free agent. Go to the Commanders. So you're seeing a level of respect for that because I think part of it too is they're seeing that this football team is more athletic than it's been. That's the big key.
Yeah,
top to bottom. So that's a very big key. Good one.
D-Luz J01 buy, sell, hold. In their 8 games versus Power 4 opponents, Notre Dame averages 250 yards passing and 200 yards rushing per game.
These go together, Vince.
Meaning, and the next one too. And then Notre Dame does not go over both of those numbers in any one of those 8 games.
That's a really interesting submission. So what he's saying is basically they'll average that number, but they'll be at 200 because one game they only rush for 180, but they throw for 320.
Right.
And another game they rush for 250, but only throw for 205. But on average, they go 250 and 200. I'm going to sell that though, Vince. I'm going to sell both of those because I definitely think I'm definitely selling the second one. There will be a game against a Purdue, a Virginia, a Stanford that they rush for over 250 or rush for over 200 and throw for over 250. Like, I'm pretty sure that's
I agree. I was trying to – I got to read these questions very carefully to know whether I need to say buy or sell, to be honest with you. Yeah. But I definitely sell because I do think that they will put up gaudy numbers against somebody.
Some team that's not right. That like and maybe they don't, but I just think this because like last year they never did it last year, and some of the games were like they ran for a bunch of yards, they didn't throw for a bunch, but I just think this team's going to be more balanced.
Yeah.
So I think at least against one of those teams they'll go for 200 and 250. I'm buying that one. The first one I'm going to sell because I don't know that they're going to rush for 200 yards a game against those teams. Like if Notre Dame rushes for 200 yards in the season, which is a very good number, they'll most likely run for a mess of yards against like Miami, Ohio, Northern Illinois, Army, and Navy.
Right.
And so if they run for a mess of yards against those teams and they're still averaging 200 in those games, and they're going to be averaging 220 some yards a game rushing, that's a lot. It's more likely that they'll be like 175, 180 against those Power 5 teams. and then be over. I think the 250 is certainly doable in those games. I think that's the most of the ones. I think the one that I think is probably most likely.
Yeah.
But I mean, last year, Vince, there was only 11 teams in all of college football that rushed for over 200 yards against Power 5 teams, and 4 of those teams only played one game. So, like Jacksonville State, South Alabama, App State, and New Mexico all had one game against Power 5 teams. So there was really only 6. So if you go to stats, cfbstats.com and look up stats, you can do them, sort them by like first ranked opponents, versus FBS versus Power 5. And so when you look at, there's only 6 Power 5 teams last year that averaged over 200 yards a game against other Power 5 opponents. And it was that had more than one game. It was West Virginia, Kansas, Cincinnati, Georgia Tech, Kansas State, UCF, and Georgia. So 7. That's it, 7. So like get them at 190 would put them pretty high up there. So like 190 would have them like in the top 15. So that's a lot. So I'm selling that because that would make them, in my opinion, like the best offense in college football next year. If they did that against Power 5 teams only, that's like makes them the best offense in college football, in my opinion.
All right.
And I think they'll be good, but I don't think they'll be that good. So I'm selling, Vince. Are you selling?
Well, I'm definitely selling the last one because I think they're going to have a big game somewhere where they go over both. But the first one's going to be tough, just like you said, to average 200 yards rushing. It's not even the passing. The passing I could get on board with. The rushing is the hardest one for me to average 200 yards against Power 4 opponents. That's going to be really, 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 really tough to do on a consistent basis like that. That's a hard one for me to buy, so I will sell that one too.
Yeah, to your point, there's a lot more teams that so just overall last year, there were, let's see, 34 teams that averaged 250 passing yards or more against Power 5 teams. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them played 2 or fewer games. So that means there was 22 teams that averaged over 250 passing yards per game against Power 5 teams last year, right? Only 7 did it rushing, where they played more than 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? So like the 250, that's why we say we get the 250. The 200 is going to be a lot harder. Now, I could say, could Notre Dame average 250 and 200 for the season? Yeah, I would be more willing to buy that because you'd have the padded rushing stats against the inferior non-Power 5 opponents. That's just how it works, right? Because like I said, there was 7 teams or 11 teams total that averaged over 200 yards against Power 5 teams, and 4 of them only played one game. If you go to all games, right, then there was 13 teams. So there's only 13 teams in college football that averaged 200 yards a game last year, period. It's a different era. And that's also where the clock rules are going to affect teams' ability to run the football for a lot of yards than before. Because if you look at it, in past years, that's like, so here's an example. So last year, 13 teams averaged 200 yards a game or more rushing. The 2022, before the clock rules, was 24. In 2021, it was 24. In 2019, it was 32. Then the clock rules change and it drops to 13. Because when you run the ball, that moving clock thing really impacts you more on first downs and stuff. When you throw the ball more, you're going to have more clock stoppages. You get more plays in. So that's another thing that factors into that number, Vince, that you have to think about. So, yeah, it's good stuff.
All right. Yeah. I am Tenzin, buy, sell, hold. The Polynesian Pacific Islander pipeline will continue into the near and midterm future due to ND's staff recruiting efforts. They are going to replace West Coast schools as the go-to destination for kids of this ancestry. Replace West Coast schools, like not.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll replace. I'm going to sell that because, like, right now, like a lot of those kids go to USC, they go to Oregon,
right.
They go to Utah. Washington had a bunch of those young men. They're not going to replace them.
Right.
They're never going to replace BYU and Utah.
Correct.
Like ever.
Yeah, right.
Right. For obvious reasons.
Yes.
But that's like saying you're going to replace Notre Dame for recruiting Catholics in the 60s. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's not going to happen. But will they be a force? Yeah, I think absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like the first part of this.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just stopped where the period stopped, I would have bought this all day. I just don't think Notre Dame is going to replace those schools. Not everybody that is of the Polynesian and Pacific Islander, background wants to travel the other side of the country and live in Northern Indiana.
A lot of them are real, and I don't even know if it's Northern. I mean, it could be Atlanta, it could be Miami. It's
But
a
I'm
lot
saying,
of
like,
some
far
of them
away.
Don't want to go far away from home.
The distance, then I
respect.
Like,
yeah, I respect that a great deal, man. Those kids that
Yeah.
don't want to go far away from home because they're very close to their families. But
Yep.
what Notre Dame is showing is this short period of time in your life is worth it. And so, but again, it's like what I talked about yesterday, Vince. It's like and we're talking on the recruiting show on Monday, I should say. When we start talking about Notre Dame recruiting to no kinds, it helps when you're trying to recruit a kid from Texas and he visits Notre Dame and he's got Jadarian Price and Jaden Greathouse and all those Texas kids on offense, KK Smith and the guys like that, Kedron Young. It's easier when there's guys that you can look at and say, hey,
Sure.
I can relate to this guy because he's where I'm from.
Right.
And same with these young men. It's like, hey, I can go there and I can see the success Manti had, and I can see the success, that Alohi Gilman had as a Hawaiian kid. I can see the success that Kingston had or Maris Leofau had, and say, it's going to be tough going for my family, but I see the success that they have, and it's worth it because of all the things that go into Notre Dame, the religious aspect of it, the family aspect of it. There's a lot of attractive things about Notre Dame to these young men and the values that they hold, values that I respect a great deal. And so, yeah, I think there'll be a force there. Do I think, again, will they replace those schools? No. Can they get on the same level, those schools? Like if he would have said they're going to be on the same level as the West Coast schools for landing these type of young men, I would have bought that.
Yeah, right.
I'd have bought that.
Right.
But they won't replace them. All right.
Agreed.
Okay, it's not going over, Vince, so give me a second here.
Uh-oh.
Give me 1 sec. There we go. Okay, so just give me 1 second because we are having a little bit of a difficulty here with my computer screen. So just give me 1 second here.
You have all the seconds you need, boss.
My secondary monitor, which is what these are on, just went out.
Oh, that could be a problem.
And it's not allowing me to. Is my video right now all jacked up?
It's like flashing kind of back and forth, but I still see you.
Give me a second. There we go.
You're good.
Okay, so now there we go. So now let's get these going here. So let me pull these back up. Right, got to handle adversity, Vince.
That's right. Well, you know it's rule number 76.
That's right. No excuses. Play like a champion, and we are back to playing like a champion.
Yes, we are. I am Tenzin. Buy, sell, hold. We will know if Notre Dame is a title contender versus a playoff level before October. So only in September.
Well, I'll go ahead, Vince. You got a feeling on that one? Go for it.
I want to go ahead and start this one out because if you look at what their schedule is in September / August, right? So you've got Texas A&M on the road. That's going to be a big one. Then you've got Northern Illinois at home. You got Purdue on the road. You got Miami at home, and you've got Louisville at home. Those are your 5 games that fall under the category of this question, right? And so do you have some tests in there? Absolutely. Going on the road to Texas A&M, big test. Going on the road to Purdue, still a test. It's on the road. And then, of course, hosting Louisville after what happened last year, I think is a test. I think we will have a better idea of who this team is. And 5 games in, I mean, you're almost halfway through the schedule. I'm tempted to buy this one, to be perfectly honest with you, Brian. There are a lot of things that I think I'll be able to check off on my list of, is this team a title contender or not? What does the offense look like? What does the defense look like? What does the coaching look like? I think there's going to be some opportunities that we're going to be able to see how Marcus Freeman has evolved as a head coach in those 5 games. How are we going to see this team on the road? I think that's a question mark that we all had, kind of, swimming in the air someplace, going on the road to Kyle Field, going on the road, a nice bus ride to West Lafayette. I think you'd be able to check off some of those things if they pass all of those initial tests. And then I think once you get to game 5, or through game 5, I should say, I think we're going to have a better idea of who this offensive line is, because they should be gelling by then. We should be able to see where they're at. We're going to be able to see what this offense looks like more specifically. I don't have anywhere. The defense is a championship contender defense. I don't have any qualms about that even going into the season. But I need to see some stuff from the offense. I need to see stuff from the kicking game. I need to see stuff, from the coaching staff. So I think a lot of those boxes will be able to be checked, and it says title contender, not title winner. So I will buy this.
I'm going to sell, Vince, because I think we will know that this team is playoff caliber, but I don't think I can say, well, I'm not going to be able to say that this is a championship caliber team really until they play Florida State. Like, if they go beat A&M on the road, that's great. It's a good win. You should beat A&M on the road. It's the first game of a new head coach's tenure. If you whoop Louisville, you should do that. It's going to be payback. Does that mean that you can go on the run and win it all? I don't know about that. I mean, I think to your point, I do agree that there's going to be things that you're going to learn about your team that are very important. But I would also say the counter is true. Maybe they're not lighting the world on fire by game 5. That doesn't mean that they won't be lighting the world on fire by the time they get to November. Like, Ohio State, through the first 5 games of 2014, did not look like a playoff team, much less a championship team. They struggled with Ohio State. I mean, with Navy in the opener, they got their butts kicked at home by Virginia Tech, who went like 7-6 that year in game 2. And then they played a bunch of nobodies after that. I mean, they beat Kent State. They gave up over 20 points in back-to-back games against Cincinnati and Maryland. Then they kind of got hot. You didn't really know until October 25th when they beat Penn State at Penn State, and then 2 weeks later beat the mess out of Michigan State at Michigan State, that you really knew that they were a championship caliber team. They got hot late. I mean, USC in 2016 was 1-3 or 2-3 at the end of September, and by the end of the year, they were one of the 3 or 4 best teams in college football. So if the schedule was different, maybe if they'd have played Florida State week 5, but until they see I play Florida State, I'm not going to know if they're a title contender. And even then, how good's Florida State? I think we're going to know a whole lot more about this team after Florida State and USC than we will after Texas A&M and Louisville. That's where I'm at, and so I'm going to sell that one. Your points are all valid, Vince, and for a buy, that's a good argument. Just for me, I'm gonna sell it. So,
all right, we got one from Hunter96. Buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr is the second string quarterback by the end of the year.
Buy that.
I'll buy it too. I would actually take it a step further. I think he should be the backup quarterback going into the season once they hit August 31st. But will that actually happen? I just don't know enough about the way they want to operate the depth chart. From a talent standpoint, he should be the second string quarterback going into A&M.
Yeah. So back to the first one, Vince, you have some people saying like, we may know after A&M. If they smoke A&M,
then you can't do it after one game.
We don't know how good A&M is.
Right, exactly.
Right? Yeah. Like, I mean, remember 2015 when they whooped up on Georgia Tech pretty good? Ended up winning 30-22, but they gave up like 2 onside kicks at the end of the game. Like, that was a butt kicking. You think, wow, Georgia Tech was top 15 team, and you handled pretty good. And you whooped up Texas pretty good. And you're like, well, at the end of the year, Texas sucked, and Georgia Tech went 3-9. But we didn't know that at the time because they were 2-0, ranked in the top 15, and they'd beaten Alcorn State and Tulane in the first 2 games.
Sure.
So, I mean, I don't know that we know how good Texas – I think Texas A&M is going to be a good football team this year, but I don't know that we know that for a fact.
Right.
So, well, you went on the road to beat an SEC team. Yeah, but you're supposed to do that. It's not like you're playing Georgia or Bama in the opener. You're playing Texas A&M. That's a big game for Notre Dame. Very big game for Notre Dame. That's a tough game for Notre Dame.
Sure.
But I don't think beating A&M means you're a championship contender.
I don't think so either.
I don't think it means that at all.
I agree with that completely. Now,
right. And that's not what you said, Vince. That's what somebody in the chat just said.
Right. And I think the manner in which you win can change the conversation, but just winning
yes. Well, no, he said if they whoop them. Like, to me, look, you beat Texas A&M by 30. The point is, Vince, you still don't know how good Texas A&M is.
That's
what if
fair.
they go 6-6?
That's fair. I guess when I watch a football game, the number of points you beat a team by does not necessarily mean you played a good game, though.
But let's say they just go on the road and just whoop them.
And Notre Dame actually
outplays them from start to finish. So not like the NC State game. It's like USC.
Gotcha.
Even if that happens, it doesn't matter to me in regard to what we think. but again, it's because if it was one game in November, it would mean something different to me because you'd kind of know who they are. But for all we know, A&M's going to be a 6-6 team. We don't know what they're going to be.
No, I get that.
And that's what they were last year.
For me, the fact that you at least get to see 5 games in this particular scenario is important to me.
I'm more willing to buy your argument after 5 in the question than I am beating them after 1. I think we need to not overreact. And here's the thing: if they struggle and beat A&M by a field goal,
right,
it doesn't mean that Notre Dame's not going to be a championship caliber
absolutely
team.
And how do they respond the next week? Right. I think that's as big of a question as how did they play?
Again, Vince, first playoff champion was Ohio State. They sucked after the first 2 games. They barely beat Navy and lost by 2 touchdowns at home to Virginia Tech.
Right.
What you do at the beginning of the year does not define who you're going to be, especially now in the 12-team playoff era. Especially now.
Sure.
Because that 16 USC team that went 1-3 and got beat by USC by Alabama by over 50 would have made the playoff in 2016 if it was 12 teams. And nobody would have wanted to play them. Nobody that year. So the more we see, the more we'll know. I do think, however, we will know they're a playoff caliber team. Because if they beat A&M this period, blow out the next 3 opponents, and then whoop Louisville, I'm like, okay, all right, these boys are serious. These boys are serious. Are they championship caliber? Not sure. Not sure. We just shouldn't overreact to games that are too early in the season.
That's fair. Nope, you've already moved it. Buy, sell, hold from Ham Bone 3441. Notre Dame special teams will be an upgrade or better than last year.
And now in the thing, Vince, he went overall. He said he means kick coverage, kick returns, the whole special teams.
Right. Upgrade and better are the same thing, though, right?
Huh?
Upgrade and better are the same thing. It says upgrade or better.
Well, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, okay. Let's think about this, right? So Spencer Schrader last year was money from 50 plus and a crapshoot from 40 in, right? I mean,
sure.
That was I didn't like that part of it. You're bringing in a kid who went to South Carolina he's been at South Carolina, extremely accurate kicker, but does not have the big booming leg. So you got a completely different field goal kicker, in the manner in which they kick field goals. Your punting situation is a complete question mark at this point. So your long snapping situation is a complete question mark at this point because they don't know who the starter is going to be. I obviously like the depth that the rest of the special teams has to choose from as far as who's covering kicks and, that kind of, I love that. I mean, that's great. That's fantastic. But the actual guys that are touching the football, it's a hold for me. This is where I'm going to take my judicious hold because I don't know who the long snapper is going to be. And I have no idea if this kid from Australia can punt the football in a football game. Maybe he can just boom them in a field someplace, which would be great. But in a football game, when the money's on the line and you need to do certain things, I don't know. And so this is where I'm going to take a hold here because I need to see more of the special teams to know whether they're going to be better than last year.
I'm buying for all the reasons you said. I think and a lot of it ties into what we've talked about in the show today. All these talented freshmen and sophomores are now going to be part of your kick cover team and your punt cover team and your kick return team and your punt return team. And, you went out and landed a All-American kick returner who's a preseason first-team All-American by multiple outlets, and Jaden Harrison, who doesn't even have the best kick return average on the team. You think of all the options. We talked about the punt return unit and the guys we have is I thought Chris Tyree should have been more used as a kick returner, not a punt returner. And it worked for Chris a couple times. But for me, Chris was more of a build up speed and find a hole and hit it early in his, like he was early in his career, not a shifty make guys miss type of guy like they tried to make him out to be. I still don't think Notre Dame coaches ever really understood what kind of athlete Chris Tyree was. And so, but all those young players, Vince, you look at Jeremiah Love, Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, all those possible options as punt returners. And, I think you nailed it about the kicker. You're spot on that. You can't really be that much worse than you were as a punting team last year because your net punting average was terrible because your punter had no idea how to properly kick. And so we don't know if this guy will, but I don't know that it could get a whole lot worse than it was last year. But I think the coverage and the return units are going to be a lot better. And the place kicking is going to be a lot more reliable. That alone could overcome a not a great punting situation this year, in my opinion. So I'm with you. I'm buying.
I'm holding.
Yeah, I'm buying.
Okay.
Oh, you said hold? I thought you said
hold.
all these wonderful glowing things. I just assumed you said you bought.
I don't know enough. I need to wait. I don't know enough about the actual kicking game itself.
Yeah.
I love, like I said, I love
the punting game.
Yeah, the punting game more specifically. And look, I'm not worried about the field goal kicking. I just, I don't want them lining up for a 55-yarder or anything because he's not going to hit it. You know what I mean? But I feel much more confident 45 and in, 50. I'll say 50 and in on this from this guy. So, but yeah, I need to wait and see on the rest. So, all right, buy, sell, hold. The current quarterback room will be intact to start the season. No transfers or injuries. I mean, I buy that. I don't see anybody transferring out.
I mean, I have no control over. I have no idea on injuries. I mean, I almost kind of want to hold it just because of the injuries part, but I don't. I mean, if you're just say transfer, no transfers, I'm buying that. No one's going to transfer, but injuries, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, Notre Dame had a quarterback get injured a couple of years ago from walking downstairs.
True. This is true. I mean, you can't transfer, can you, at this point, unless you're a graduate?
You can. You just have to sit out.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, the transfer, you can transfer whenever you want. The portal's more about letting you just kind of go be eligible to play. So, like, if a guy wanted to transfer tomorrow, he could. He just wouldn't be eligible to play. Now, some guys will you'll apply for a waiver, and nowadays the NCAA will grant it.
They just rubber stamp all that anyway.
Yeah, basically. So,
all right, this one's really more for you. Buy, sell, hold 1.5 to 2025 class public commitments before July 1st.
The key was public. So with that being said, I'm going to go under.
Okay.
Public.
Yes. Okay.
If he just said commitments, I'd say over.
Gotcha.
Said public. So I'm going to go under.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
I mean, two of their top targets we know for a fact are not going to announce a commitment till July.
Right.
And for Ramo's not going to do it. Jadon Player's not going to do it. So
how many spots do they have left in their 25 class? They got to be kind of wrapping things
they
up,
can
aren't
they can go as many as 7 more. Most likely 6, but they can go as high as 7 more. Like they could take 3 more receivers, they could take 2 more linebackers, they'll take another safety, and then there's some other positions they can maybe go for a 7th guy. I think right now the number is about 6. And then, and then if they lose Ivan Taylor, then they would go to 7 because they'd take a 3rd safety. Another safety.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Christopher Crosby has a couple in here. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame, Oregon, and Texas are all on similar upward trajectories as programs. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame is the first of the 3 to win a championship.
Ooh. See, Christopher always gives good submissions because he's like Detroit Hunter and some others. He talks a lot about he knows a lot about other football programs, which I always enjoy. Well, here's the deal, Vince. I have said I think Notre Dame's going to win a title in the next 3 years, and I don't think Oregon or Texas are going to win one in the next 3 years. I'm going to buy that, but if I'm wrong, it'll be because Texas beats them to it.
Okay.
That's where I'm at. So I'm going to buy that, but if I'm wrong, it'll be Texas, not Oregon, that beats them to it.
Yeah, it's a buy for me too. I don't know I think Texas is a good program. And obviously, they're going to probably be ranked higher by most teams than Notre Dame is this year. I just don't know that they've got the juice to win a national championship. And by juice, I just mean everything, just coaching, experience, top line play, whatever metric that you want to use. I mean, I like Notre Dame's chances. Obviously, Notre Dame hasn't won one since 1988. So, maybe I've got my glasses on here, but I will buy this because I think Oregon's a distant 3rd in this particular conversation.
Yeah.
And Texas is just now getting back to where they are in the conversation. So I will buy this and hope that I'm right.
Yep, agree.
Buy, sell, hold. Christian Gray has the physical attributes and talent to be the best corner of the current room when his Notre Dame career is over.
Oh, easily buy that one. Yeah. Yeah. Now, is he going to be the best cornerback this year? No. Does he have the talent to be by the end of his career? He's better than what Benjamin Morrison is in the end of his career. Yeah, I'd buy that. He's got the physical tools to be that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I said it during the thing. He's the most physically gifted cornerback they have. And so,
Sure.
And I think Benjamin Morrison would probably tell you that. He's longer. He's faster. I mean, he's a more explosive athlete. Benjamin's brilliance is partly up here, as well as athletic ability. But yeah, he's going to have to do a lot to get there because Benjamin Morrison's excellent. But yeah, he's got the physical tools to do that. And I love that he said physical attributes and talent. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Does he have that to be that? Yes, he does.
So because of the way the question is worded, because I obviously went back and read it and then you just highlighted it, he says he has the physical attributes and talent to be the best. Yeah, I mean, that's a buy. If it was Christian Gray will be the best corner in this current room when his Notre Dame career is over, I would sell it because I think it's a high bar to get over what Benjamin Morrison has done and what I think he will continue to do during this season coming up. But I buy that he could be, that he has the ability to hit the ceiling is high enough for sure. I'll buy that. Yeah.
Good stuff.
ND Forever 76, buy, sell, hold. Howard Cross will be drafted in the first 2 rounds.
I would love to buy that, but I can't. I think that's going to be tough. Like that's very high. Yeah, it's very high. I would love to be wrong about that, but I'm going to sell that. I think he'll be drafted, and I could see him going in round 3 or 4. But
yeah, I think he's a day 3 guy. To be honest with you, maybe he sneaks into the end of day 2 in the 3rd round.
Love to be wrong about that.
Me too. Oh, there's no doubt. I just think his size is going to be a difficult thing to overcome in this particular conversation. Buy, sell, hold. Benjamin Morrison will be the first domer off the board in the 25 draft.
Buy that. I mean, I think he's a first-round pick, and I don't know that anyone else that's going to be in this draft class it goes around to 1.
I will sell it because I think Riley Leonard will be the first one.
Oh, now, do you think Riley's a first-round pick, or is it more because you think Benjamin Morrison won't be drafted high?
No. I think he'll be drafted in the first round as well, but I think teams overvalue quarterbacks, and I think that will allow him to leapfrog Ben Morrison.
That is true.
Because you'll just see, I mean, it happens every year, right? These quarterbacks just come flying off the board. They get overdrafted, and I think Riley Leonard will have a good enough year where he's going to be on the board for people, and he'll be, let's say, a top 5 quarterback in the class, right? When it's all said and done, the 5th quarterback is going to go before Benjamin Morrison. That's the only reason I say that.
Interesting. I like it.
Yeah, why not? Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have at least 1 game with more rushing yards than passing yards.
Oh, that's a definite buy. I mean, that's a definite buy. Yeah, that's an easy one. That's definitely a buy. I mean, you look at it's happened lots. I mean, let's just look at Denbrock's tenure at Notre Dame. Let's look at 2015. They did that against Virginia. They did that against UMass. They did that against, I think there was one, Wake Forest, Stanford. So they did it 4 times that year with Denbrock. And then last year, they did it against, let's see here, Ohio State. They did it against, Clemson. And they did it against Stanford, and they did it against Oregon State. So 4 times. So, yeah, at least 1. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, here's why it's going to happen is because – Notre Dame will get out to a big lead at halftime. They're going to pull, Riley Leonard, and then they're just going to run the ball. I mean,
yeah,
and the rushing yards will be high.
Yeah, or it's like the UMass game in 2021, 2015, where they start running all over them day 1. I mean, they passed for 224 yards against UMass that year, but they ran for 457.
Right.
Because when you play teams like that, it's usually you're usually going to rack up a mess of yards. But, sometimes like New Mexico 2 years ago, they had over 400 passing yards and 157 rushing yards. And then against Bowling Green, they ran for 233, but passed for 340. So you may see something like that. But I just see it like against a Northern Illinois or an Army or Navy where you just come out and you're just running it down their throat. You hit a couple bombs,
Right.
And so at halftime, the numbers are like, you've thrown for 205 at halftime and you've run for $175. But then to your point, the second half, exactly, you come out and run the ball for a mess of yards. Now, the reason I could say that I could see this maybe not happening is because I could see them in the fourth quarter getting CJ and Kenny in the game and wanting to throw it to give them some, maybe in that situation.
I would love that.
At least once, you're going to have it happen. At least once you'll have this happen. And maybe it's not 4 or 5 like it has been in most years, but at least once you're going to see that happen.
I would love for them to let whoever the number 2 guy is come in and throw the ball around, run the offense.
They did a pretty good job with that with Steve last year, I thought.
They did, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong.
I was bummed they didn't let Kenny throw, but now you're talking about your third string quarterback.
Correct.
And that's getting a little bit greedy.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, I mean, Steve, they let Steve throw it a little bit when he got in there last year.
We could be greedy.
Yeah, I agree.
I like the fact that I'm a ghost pepper, by the way. All right.
What that means.
It just means it was a hot take.
Gotcha.
Anyway, Irish Cowboy 255. Buy, sell, hold. If Mike Denbrock wasn't the OC, there might be smoke to the Deuce Knight flip fire.
I love the submission. I don't know because that's not the reality. All I can say is, look, here's all I can say. Deuce Knight committed to Notre Dame before Mike Denbrock was hired. I absolutely think that Mike Denbrock being here helped solidify that decision. I don't know that if Mike Denbrock wasn't here, we wouldn't have anything different because, again, Gino Guidugli is still the QB coach, and Jared Parker was the OC that Deuce committed to.
Right.
And look, we all know that Notre Dame's offense wasn't as good as their statistics. But again, Deuce can point at, and Notre Dame could sell to Deuce, hey, we had the number 7 scoring offense in the country.
Sure.
And we ranked in the top 10 in yards per play. Imagine what we're going to do with you.
And they recruited him hard.
Right.
Hard.
So, I mean, he was committed to them for quite some time before Mike Denbrock ever showed up. So I don't think there's a whole lot to the Deuce flip stuff. I think that's a media creation.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I can. I think it's just it would be unfair to Jared Parker and Gino Guidugli to say he wouldn't when he committed to those guys before Mike Denbrock get here. I think what I would say about Denbrock is it ensures that he's not going anywhere, that Denbrock's here. But I don't know that there'll be. I'll say this: maybe there'd be more smoke to it, in that maybe people will talk about it more, and there may be more thought by Deuce. But guys, I just think Deuce loves Notre Dame. I do.
Right.
I think Deuce loves Notre Dame, and I just think all this talk about this and that, I just think a lot of it's just a media creation. I really do. I could turn out to be wrong, but just it's like we all. Yeah, I don't want to get into. I don't want to do no rants today. I'm selling that, but I think it's a very fair submission. I just feel like I just would feel bad saying bye, because I feel like that's disrespectful to the phenomenal job that Gino Guidugli did to get him here.
There's the key.
Yeah.
Being at the one spring practice where, and we're talking the spring of 23, where Deuce was attached at the hip to Gino Guidugli the entire practice. You remember that day, Brian? I'm sorry. I got to give a lot of credit to Gino Guidugli. Like, you don't spend an entire practice with a coach and then commit to that school, shortly thereafter without him having a massive part in that recruitment. You know what I mean? And I can't not give the credit where credit is due. Like, Gino Guidugli had a lot to do with Deuce.
He was the primary reason for it. I mean, he was the number one reason Deuce picked Notre Dame. And then Marcus Freeman's number 2.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. And like you said, look, Denbrock coming did not hurt the situation any. Okay.
But it definitely helped.
It definitely helped.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't think that this would be the case. So it's a sell for me as well, just because of the relationship between Deuce and Gino, which I think is huge. And Gilmore 2.
That's A. Gilmore.
Okay.
That's Andrew Gilmore in the chat.
Oh, duh. What's up, Andrew? Andrew Gilmore 2. Buy, sell, hold. Mike Brown has the toughest assistant coaching job on the team in terms of recruiting and development.
I'm going to sell that, because I still think that's Al Washington.
Yep. Bingo.
Because I still think, look, I will say this. I do not buy the excuse that you can't recruit top defensive linemen in Notre Dame. I think that's the same BS thing that we heard about receivers and running backs and corners and every other position. I will say, if you were to rank positions of what's the hardest to land the highest level players, I still think D-line's at the top of the board. It is the hardest.
Yep.
And then the development piece is also a challenge in today's era of, you're going to get these young kids that is, you're going to get talented players, but you're going to have to recruit more of the project. Because like I've said this about the D-line class, and everybody gets bent out of shape about, the D-line class. And my thing is, I have no problem with any of the kids they've taken. I have a problem that they don't have that fifth guy like a Marco Jones as the Viper. You add Marco Jones, and I love this D-line class. Love it. Because I love Chris Burgess. I love Davion Dixon. I think Joseph Reif has a high ceiling, has a lot of potential. Gordy Solstad's a guy that's a project, yes, but he's a project with talent and potential who has an NFL, dad. That matters. We've seen that work out really well for Notre Dame in the past. Gordy Solstad was a better high school football player as a junior than Bryce Young was as a junior. Now, Bryce was way better as a senior, but guys get better. It's that missing that high up. I have no problem with the Logan Thomases and the Cole Mullins. I think those are great pickups. What they need is to have a Bryce Young +1 every year. Like you need to start doing more of that. And this is the position where it's harder to do that. That doesn't mean that it excuses the mistakes they've made. It doesn't. But it is harder. You can acknowledge that it's harder and still say, but you're not doing a good enough job within that. It's very hard to recruit top corners to Notre Dame. Well, Mike Mickens has made a way to make it happen. Doesn't mean it's easy. It was never the thing was from us was never, guys, you're nuts. It's easy to recruit top D linemen in Notre Dame. It's easy to recruit top corners in Notre Dame. It's easy to recruit top quarterbacks in Notre Dame. It's not easy. You got to work at it. The thing that we've always said is it's not as hard or impossible as people have made it out either. And just by nature, for whatever reason, I should say by nature, because that's not, for whatever reason, there appears to be a lot more defensive linemen that are looking for just money than any other position. And that's been true for a long time. So while I don't think recruiting receivers to Notre Dame is as hard as people think it is. And I think developing receivers for a guy like Mike Brown's not that hard. It's not easy, but it's not like, oh my gosh, it's super hard. I'll say, look, I think coaching the lines is harder than coaching receivers. And I say that as someone who built his resume on coaching receivers. Like I coached running backs for a year, I coached quarterbacks for a year. The rest of my career, I coached receivers. I'll tell you right now, Vince, that was an easier job than coaching the offensive line.
Yep.
It's an easier job than coaching the defensive line, in my opinion.
Yep.
That's why I think
I can make a case for almost every other coach besides Mike Brown, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well,
I mean,
Dylan McCullough doesn't have a harder job. And he's, you know what I mean? Mike Brown's job is definitely tougher than Dylan McCullough's. I mean, running back is still
right. Okay.
Coaching the tight ends is still an easier job.
Okay.
I think it's a very important job from the standpoint of, if you look at it for just this season, then maybe you can make a case for Mike Brown having the toughest job on offense. I'm still going with Joe Rudolph. That's the thing. To your point, Vince, I don't think that Mike Brown has the toughest job to do on offense,
right?
Much less the entire team, because it's a lot easier. I'll say this as a receivers coach. It's a whole lot easier for me as a receivers coach to get my freshman and sophomore only players to be good at receiver than it's going to be for my offensive line coach to do the same thing with a bunch of freshmen and sophomores. It's just the nature of the position.
Yeah.
So I'm going the lines, and you could argue. I mean, Vince, if you want to counter that I'm wrong about Al Washington, your counter needs to be Joe Rudolph. The reason I went with Al Washington is because you could argue that Joe Rudolph's coaching job is harder than Al Washington's, but the recruiting job for Joe Rudolph's a lot easier because of what's come before him.
Because of the Notre Dame O-line U stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Right. For sure.
Yeah. So I'll go Al Washington. That's why we said if Al Washington does a big job coaching this year, dude, hats off to him as a coach. Now you got to figure the recruiting stuff out. But if he can have another good year coaching, then they should be pretty good. So that's a good one, A. Gilmore. I like that.
Jeff.
Hold on. I'm trying to see if I'm going in the right direction. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Jeff Maria. Buy, sell, hold. The Toledo Rockets will make the college football playoff as a group of 5.
I'm going to sell that, and I think they have a shot. I'm going to sell that because I still don't think the MAC gets enough respect when the best MAC team very rarely gets as much respect as the top 2 or 3 teams in the AAC and the Mountain West and other leagues like that. I think it's going to be hard if Toledo goes undefeated and Memphis has 1 loss. I think they take Memphis. Boise State has 1 loss. Fresno has 1 loss. I think they take those teams over the best MAC team. The MAC is considered the worst league in college football. So for a MAC team to be ranked that high, I mean, we saw this with Liberty. Was it a couple years ago, right? Where Liberty, or was it James Madison? They were undefeated for a long time and were barely in the top 25 of the college football playoff rankings, while other group of 5s with 1 loss were ranked higher. It's because there's no respect for certain leagues. I think at the time, I can't remember who it was. I think the team might have been an independent, or maybe they were in the Conference USA or Sunbelt. Conference USA is probably considered the 2nd worst Power 5 league. Maybe it's either them or the Sunbelt. But I just don't think there's enough respect for the MAC, in my opinion, Vince, to do that.
Shame.
I agree. I agree.
No, but Toledo's really good. And I do think that they have their one big their only Power 4 school on their roster, on their schedule, is Mississippi State. And I think that's a potentially winnable game, to be perfectly honest with you. So,
but that's not getting them in the play. Now, the only way it happens, Vince, is if they're undefeated and the other teams have 2 losses. Now, that's possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
Yeah,
it's definitely possible.
And I think Toledo has a shot to go undefeated this year.
Yeah,
but it's not going to be easy.
No,
there's some good teams at the top of the MAC, but they have to go undefeated and hope that everybody else has at least a loss, if not 2.
Right. And the other really good team in the MAC is Miami, and they've got Miami at home. And it's early on in the season. It's their first.
And Miami lost a lot last year.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I just
bring back their quarterback, Gabbert.
Yeah, I mean, Troy's going to have. If Troy's got 1 loss, they'll probably be ranked higher. They get more respect. If Memphis only has 1, if anyone in the AAC only has 1 loss, they'll easily be ranked ahead of an undefeated MAC team. They just will. So yeah, I'm selling that. Unfortunately,
so Toledo's got a good program. Look, they got
a
good
Jason
program.
Handle's the coach, man.
Oh,
love
100%.
what he's doing as a coach.
I love a lot about their program. We went there a couple of weeks ago,
and they've been good for so long.
I was impressed.
I mean, he's kept it rolling, but they've got a really good football tradition the last 30 years. I mean, that's where Gary Pinkel got his jump, where that helped him get to Missouri. He's a great coach in Missouri, but he started it at Toledo.
Yeah. Yep. Big fan of the Rockets, for sure. Lucky Duck 512. Buy, sell, hold. Micah Gilbert leads freshman receivers in catches, while Cam Williams leads them in yards, with both having 2 or more touchdowns.
I'm buying that. Yeah, I like that. Micah has more catches. Cam has more yards, and they both have 2 or more touchdowns. The touchdown one's easy for me. I think they'll both have at least 2 touchdowns. I mean, just in mop-up duty, Vince.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Micah might have a chance to get on the field a little quicker, and so I think maybe he does lead the team, lead the 2 of them in catches. I could definitely see that being the case, and I think Cam's going to get loose for some long touchdowns towards the end of the game. So I could definitely.
Micah could have twice as many catches as Cam and still not have as many yards.
I agree completely. Yeah. I was really impressed with Micah Gilbert in the spring. Yeah. I was really impressed with Micah Gilbert. I think he has a chance to break into the rotation at some point. Yep. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He got a very mature game, and he's a better athlete than I think some people give him credit for.
Right. Yeah.
They see how low he was ranked, and they just assume, well, he must not be athletic.
Yeah. Right.
He's a pretty good athlete.
Yep. Agreed. Let's see. Balpine Shalele, buy, sell, hold, assuming the 12-team format lasts exactly 10 years, which we know it won't because it's going to 14-2, but whatever. In this time, a MAC team finds its way into the playoff.
Well, if it does go to 14-2, it doesnesn't change.
It doesn't change that. Yeah, correct.
I'm going to buy that. I think in a 10-year stretch, you'll have that 1 year.
Sure.
Where you have remember when Northern Illinois was with that, what was that quarterback's name that they had? Really dynamic guy. I forget his name. Little athletic guy, rushed for over 1,000 yards. You'll have a Miami of Ohio with Ben Roethlisberger, where you're like, yo, this team is legit. And then other teams have multiple losses. They got rated by the portal and stuff like once. In 10 years, can it happen once? Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy it too. Why not? It'll be whatever team my kid goes to. That's the one that's going to end up in the playoff.
No bias whatsoever.
Hey, come on, we gotta have some fun. It's buy, sell, hold day. All right. Buy, sell, hold with a completely unrealistic, hypothetical mass influx of revenue and TV demand, SEC levels. The MAC could become a power conference.
No. I'm selling that. And look, his point was, let's just say hypothetically, some new Eli Musk decides to start a college football network, and he wants to help out one of the lower teams, and he gives the MAC teams as much money as the SEC's making. They're still not going to become a power conference because, I mean, it's just number one, it's not sustainable. There's just a lot of traditional things that go into it. You're just not going to get these things have to be decided. There's like certain rules for that. It's not going to happen. The schools aren't good enough. If we're being honest, they're not big enough. They're not good enough. The
facilities are, I mean, there's some dramatic differences in facilities just within the MAC itself.
And
which
you've learned.
Yeah. Yes. Learned firsthand. And in order to bring those facilities, we're talking stadiums, we're talking, the weight room, the food, all, just you name it, to bring that up to a Power 4 standard would take decades and a ridiculous amount of money. And on top of that, the location of the MAC is not conducive to becoming a Power 4. Like, they're not in quote unquote SEC country. You know what I mean? Like, could you maybe pull some kids? Yeah, they pull kids from all over the country in the MAC. There's no doubt about that, and internationally. But to do it on a consistent basis at the level that you would need to do it, I think would be very difficult with where they are located geographically. They're literally in the Midwest, outside of Buffalo. You know what I mean?
Even in the hypothetical where there is the TV demand for it for some reason, I still don't see. And I'd have to research what the triggers are to become a Power 5 school or a Power 5 conference. I just don't think they'd be able to do that.
It would be I'm telling you, it would have to take decades, and then that influx of money would have to never go away. You know what I mean? It would take a lot. You'd have to rebuild stadiums, it would just be, I think it would be very, 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 very difficult.
The other part of it too, Vince, is the other schools that would have to vote on that would want no part in giving them that level of respect, which means you'd have to pay them more money in the TV contract. So they'd have no leverage in that regard.
Yeah, look, there's a MAC school that we went to that doesn't even have. No, I'm sorry, that wasn't a MAC school. I back up. Never mind. Continue.
Okay.
That was a 1AA school we went to.
I remember. I knew you're talking about.
Okay. Sorry. They all run together after a while. All right. Our buddy John A1.
He's got like 3 cards in a row, Vince. So there's a lot of these.
All right. Let's roll here. Okay. Buy, sell, hold. The 24 Notre Dame offense will have more than 30-plus yard than the 23 Notre Dame offense. So 30-plus yard plays.
Per games. No, I think what he means is they'll have more than 30-plus yards per game than the 23 offense is what I think he means.
30-plus yards a game.
Yeah, like I think he's saying the Notre Dame offense will have more than 30-plus yards per game than the 23 offense. We'll answer both ways.
I'm very confused. They should better have more than 30 yards.
More than 30 than last year, meaning like last year they averaged 432. This year they'll average 462. Is what I think he means. Yards per game.
It just says 30-plus.
I know. Like there's something missing. It's either more than 30-plus yard plays than the 23 offense, or it's more than 30-plus yards per game than the 23 offense. Okay, so John just said 30-plus yard plays total.
Okay, so explosive plays that are 30-plus. Okay, gotcha.
So New is one of the two, and he just cleared it up. So
I will buy that. I think they will have they will have more explosive plays. I thought going into 23 they would have more explosive plays than they did. I don't think toward like the second half of the season, and this is just from my recollection, not using data. I'm sure you'll prove me wrong here. It felt like they didn't have as many explosive plays the second half of the season as they did the first half of the season. I think that'll be more so in 24, so I will buy it.
Yeah, no, I'm buying that as well. And your recollection is accurate. I mean, they finished 29th last year in plays of 30 yards or more.
Yeah,
and I think your recollection with a lot of the injuries
Yeah, that's true.
You know, you're tougher schedule down the stretch defensively. You know, Louisville down the stretch, Clemson down the stretch. You made up for it in some of the other games, you know, Stanford, Stanford, Wake, games like that. But yeah, they had less. I do think they'll have more. Yeah, I buy that. I think
And
they'll
just
have
from the
significantly more. Just the nature of your like where Notre Dame was really good last year, Vince, was when producing big plays. I said they ranked 29th in the country in plays of 30 yards or more. They were 17th in plays of 20 yards or more, which is a big jump. Why? Because they had a big 230-pound running back who had a lot of 20-something yard gains.
yeah, he did.
Well, with this group, I think you're going to see more 30s and 40s and 50s with this group of running backs. I just do. They may not be as good every snap as Audric was, but from a big play standpoint, I think they will be.
Yep.
And then, of course, I think that, and then now you're going to get more of those plays from your quarterback.
Yeah.
You didn't get any from your quarterback last year.
True.
Your RPO game is going to be more enhanced. You're just going to throw the ball down the field more. Just Denbrock throws it downfield.
I was going to say that's his nature. Yeah. I mean, remember in spring when they threw that one bomb, everybody's excited. He's like, "That's what we do. That's what we do." Like that's
right.
That's what they do.
No, and he didn't even say it like that. Like, well, yeah, you're thinking of one. There was another one where a guy makes a big play and he's like celebrating. Denbrock rips him. He goes, "Get back in the huddle. That's what we do."
Yeah,
like you shouldn't be excited about that. That's who we are.
Yeah, exactly.
You want some data, Vince. Last year, Notre Dame, as I said, ranked 29th in the country in plays of 30 yards or more. They had 34. LSU had 54.
Yeah.
So they had 20 more.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, they'll do more. They won't have that many most likely, but they'll have more. Actually, sorry,
I was going to say we got two more. So buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will land a top 3 consensus class in 2026.
I'm going to sell that because I think the rankings are flawed, and I don't put a lot of stock in that. Because I think 247, as long as the people in charge, the guy in charge of rankings now is in charge of rankings, then he will make sure that Notre Dame is definitely lower on the 24/7 scale.
Cool.
And so no, I don't think it'll be consensus, and it's way too early for me to say that. I think it'll be very good based on the early feedback, but top 3, I'd sell that. It's possible, but I'm going to sell that. Not that it won't be a top 3 class, but when you say consensus, you're now asking me what other people's opinion is going to be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And that's different.
Right. Buy, sell, hold. Bryce Young will have equal or greater production in 24 as Aaron Lynch did in 2011.
So in 2011, Aaron Lynch had 7 tackles for loss and 5.5 sacks and 14 hurries. That's a lot. I'm gonna sell that.
Yeah.
And here's the thing is Aaron was the best Viper or big end, and there was nobody else really that was in his universe. Bryce is competing in a position where you've also got RJ Oben and Josh Burnham.
Right.
So that alone is going to make it tougher for him. So I'm going to sell that. But if we're talking 12 plus 1, 12 regular season games plus the playoff game, I'm selling that. But I don't think it's going to be by a ton though, Vince. I don't think it's going to be. I think he'll be kind of close. And I wouldn't be shocked if he gets there in the tackles for loss. 5.5 sacks is going to be a lot for a guy that I think is going to be just kind of playing 10 to 15 snaps a game. But I'm selling it, but I don't think it's crazy. I won't be shocked if I'm wrong on that.
It's a sell for me because I think of the depth of the defensive line. It would have been like if you want to put Bryce Young on that 2011 team, then maybe I'm going to buy it, right? Because the path to the field was not as clogged up. I just don't know that he's going to get enough snaps to get to that point. So it's a sell for me. All right. More from John. Buy, sell, hold. The Notre Dame 24 offense will average greater than 270 passing yards per game.
That's a lot of passing yards. Especially when you consider the next one. 270.
Where would that have put them?
Oh, in the national rankings, not very high.
Yeah.
Like 30th.
Okay.
30th.
Okay.
They were at last year at 49th. But 270 yards a game in the regular season is I did plus, not it puts them at 3,200 yards. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. You know what? I'm actually gonna buy that one. I'm gonna buy that one, and I'm gonna sell the next one. I'm gonna sell
Go ahead.
average greater than 200 yards per game. Because here's the thing, I think they're gonna be over on one of them.
Okay.
So either A, they're gonna run for over 200 yards and then maybe only throw for like 250, or they're gonna throw for 270 plus and then run for a 190. For the reasons I talked about earlier. Plus,
Yeah.
I think you're gonna see the backs make a lot of big plays in the pass game as well.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna buy the pass yards. I'm gonna sell the rushing yards, but I think they'll be close on both of them.
So I'm going to buy the passing yards because, and you convinced me of this about a half hour ago when you were talking about what you think they're going to have whoever the second quarterback is come in and actually throw the ball around a little bit. I think that could enhance the passing yards a little bit more maybe than in the past. Yeah. And so that's why I will buy the 270. I will sell the 200 on the ground, although they will rip through some people. There's no doubt about it. I just think it'll be tough to get to that number as an average. You know what I mean? There'll be, and also, what did you say? 3,200 yards is what the 270 would be.
A little over 200. Yeah.
I think that's very doable. I do, with a combination of Riley Leonard and whoever the number 2 guy is throwing the ball around. I think that's a very doable number for all the reasons that you said. So that's why I will agree with you. It's buy and then sell.
Because that gets you to 470 yards a game. And here's where that would have ranked them in the last 3 years. In 2021, it would have ranked them 10th in total offense. In 2022, it would have ranked them 16th in total offense. And then last year would have ranked them 10th in total offense. So that's a lot of yards. It's possible, but that's a lot of yards.
Right.
That's a whole lot of yards.
Buy, sell, hold in 24. Jadarian Price will lead Notre Dame in rushing yards.
And we've talked about that before. If he's healthy, I'm buying that.
I'll sell it and say Jeremiah Love. But I understand. I know what the argument is on both sides.
Sure.
Buy, sell, hold. Jeremiah Love will lead Notre Dame in all-purpose yards.
Buy.
That's a buy for me as well.
Yep.
And then buy, sell, hold. Chris Mitchell will lead Notre Dame in receiving yards.
Well, I'm torn on that one, Vince.
That's a sell for me. I still think Greathouse is going to be that guy.
I could see Greathouse being about 50 below him because Chris Mitchell averages like 20 yards a catch because of Jaden Greathouse.
Right.
Like Jaden Greathouse could have 8 catches for 110 yards, and Chris Mitchell could have 4 catches for 120.
Right.
So I'm gonna sell that one because I need to see Chris Mitchell do it in a Notre Dame uniform. And this spring, Jaden Greathouse was their best player. And Chris Mitchell had a long touchdown run, but that was a blown coverage against a walk-on.
Right.
You know, so
he fell down, didn't he? If I remember right.
Yeah. So, and I do expect Chris Mitchell to start. Somebody asked that question. Yeah, I'm pretty confident Chris Mitchell is going to start. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. Very surprised if he doesn't. But I still, like you said, Greathouse. I still think it's that guy.
No. D-Troll Hunter.
2 cards from D-Troll Hunter. So
okay, D-Troll Hunter, buy, sell, hold. BYU does not make a bowl game.
Oh boy.
Look at their schedule.
To go away from there.
Not sure.
Yeah. So I'm gonna buy that because I don't think BYU is really poised, in my opinion, to make a bowl game in the league they're in. I think going to the league that they're in, going to the Big 12, leaving the Mountain West, and going independent, and then leaving independent to go to the Big 12, I think it's going to hurt them. And they got a decent roster coming back, and they struggled a little bit last year and went 5-7 last year. They got some decent players coming back, but not a ton. I'm selling that. Yeah, I mean, I'm buying that.
You're going to say you're going to buy it because you think they're going to be below 6
and 6. Their schedule. They play at SMU in a non-conference. Mm-hmm. They play at Wyoming in a non-conference. Those are 2 good football teams. Then they play K-State at home, at Baylor, home against Arizona State, Arizona, home against Oklahoma State, at UCF, at Utah, home against Kansas, at Arizona State, home against Houston.
That's not an easy schedule at all. Yeah. I agree.
I'm buying that.
I agree. I'll buy it as well. Buy, sell, hold. Boston College being a 2-win team.
I'm selling the heck out of that because Thomas Castellanos alone is going to get them more than 2 wins. I mean, you look at their schedule, and he's going to get them more than 2 wins. I mean, let's pull up the old Boston College schedule here, Vince.
I got it right here.
All right, so you look at their schedule. First of all, they have games against Duquesne. That's a win. And then between home games against Pitt, North Carolina, Syracuse, Louisville, Western Kentucky, Michigan State, they will win at least 2 of those games, at least. I mean, BC made a bowl game last year.
Yeah.
Now, here's the only caveat I have to this. I don't know that Bill O'Brien's going to use Thomas Castellanos the way that they did last year. Kid ran for over 1,000 yards. That's not really Bill O'Brien's offense. So like, is he going to say, okay, well, yeah, we have this dynamic athlete. Are they going to move him to another position? Because I think he's less effective in another position as he was a quarterback. So it's like Malcolm Perry. Malcolm Perry was a good slot back in Navy, but when they moved him back to quarterback, he was special.
Yeah, right.
And I don't know that Bill O'Brien knows how to use that kind of guy. But if Bill O'Brien knows how to use Thomas Castellanos, then there'll be more than 2 wins. But even if he goes with another quarterback, they're going to be more than a 2-win team. They're going to win at least 3.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
So
I agree with that. All right, buy, sell, hold. Only 2 of last year's top 5 scoring offenses will finish the season in the top 10.
Now I followed up with him on this. He means top 10 in scoring because I wasn't sure if he meant top 10 in the rankings or if he meant top 10 in scoring. So he said top 10 scoring. So only 2.
LSU, Oregon, USC, Oklahoma, and Georgia are the 5 teams.
Yeah. So I think Oregon will still be top 10. I think Oklahoma will still be top 10. I mean, excuse me. Georgia will still be top 10. I don't think Oklahoma will. So now, because remember, their OC also left. He's now the head coach at Mississippi State, Jeff Levy. So now it's between LSU and USC. One of them has to finish in the top 10. I think between the 2 of them, I think one of them will. So I'm going to sell that. So I think Oregon will still be top 10. I think Georgia will still be top 10. One of LSU or Oklahoma or LSU or USC will stay in the top 10 as well. So I'm going to actually buy that. I mean, sell that. Excuse me. I'm going to sell that.
Yeah, I'll sell it too, just because of the odds. I mean, these teams score a lot of points, and they historically generally score a lot of points. I don't have a whole lot of faith that Oklahoma will be that team, but the other 4, I mean, you're telling me 3 of the other 4, I think I could get on board with that too. So I will sell it.
I mean, USC was a terrible team last year. They still finished 3rd in scoring.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I just think they're still going to put a lot of emphasis on, scoring the football at USC. Yeah. D-Troll Hunter, buy, sell, hold. Neither starting quarterback for Oregon versus Oregon State's
Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Ohio State's. Yeah.
See, all right. Starting
I thought the same thing you did at first.
Because I thought it was like Oregon State.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I thought the same thing you did. Yeah.
All right. So buy, sell, hold. Neither starting quarterback for Oregon, Ohio State regular season matchup will be the same by the conference championship game.
I'm going to sell that because I think the only way that doesn't happen is if Dylan Gabriel gets hurt. Like I don't know that Dylan Gabriel is going to play poorly enough to go to Dante Moore. I think that's the thought process. Do you go to Dante Moore? I mean, if Dan Lanning makes that move, that would be a little questionable, in my opinion. Very questionable. And Ohio State, well, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think it's more possible than I thought. I'm going to sell it, but I'm not as convicted by it as I thought first it was, because I could see Dan Lanning being the kind of guy he is, eventually finding the first time that Dylan Gabriel has a bad game going to Dante. And I do think Will Howard gets beat out at quarterback at some point in time this season, either by Julian Sayin or Aaron Noland or Devin Brown. Somebody's going to beat out Will Howard at some point in time. So yeah, I'm gonna sell that, but I'm not super convicted about it.
I'm gonna buy it because I am just not impressed with either quarterback, to be perfectly honest with you.
You don't like Dylan Gabriel?
I'm not a fan.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. And so but I agree with you about the Dan Lanning comment though, because I think as soon as he sees trouble in the water after having Bo Nix for the last 2 years, I could see him jumping ship and going to Dante. You know,
I could also see that he promised Dante something. That's the other thing.
I don't
want to assume that, so I'm not factoring that into the equation. But it wouldn't shock me if we found that out. Because look, here's the reality. That's what Dante was asked. That's what Dante's dad was asking for out of high school.
Yeah, right.
Truth be told, that was one of the reasons that there was a little holdup with CJ Carr committing to Notre Dame. CJ wanted to commit months before, but one of the holdups was that. Dante was basically, his dad was asking for starting job. Well, if you're going to give Dante the starting job and promise that as part of his recruitment, well, why the heck would you want to follow up? It's like, look, I'll compete with anybody, but I can't compete when you're promising a guy a job. There's no competition there. And so, I'm selling it, but I'm not. I think you could end up being right on this one, Vince.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. All right, buy, sell, hold. Michigan having 3 different starting quarterbacks this season. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far. I'll sell that, but there's going to be trouble in paradise up there in Ann Arbor.
I'm actually going to buy that because I think you're going to see a guy get benched,
you.
and I think you're going to see a guy get hurt. I could see that.
Okay. I love it. Hey, I'm all for buying it. Turmoil up north, that works for me.
Yeah, I'm just not sold on Alex Orgy being that guy. Just not sold on it, Vince. Just not sold on it. All right, let's go to the next one.
Buy, sell, hold. Will Rogers breaks the 4,000-yard mark for the second time in his career.
As long as he's the starter all year, that's a buy. I mean, look, you look at Arizona the last 2 years. They threw for over 3,800 yards 2 years ago, and they only played 12 games. They didn't make a bowl game. And then last year they had over 4,000 yards despite having 2 different quarterbacks. And so, yeah, I mean, I buy that. I mean, that's what the offense has done. And, and they're in a league that's not necessarily loaded with great defenses. So, and they have arguably the best receiver in the league.
Yeah.
And the McMillan kid. So, yeah, I'll buy that. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Arizona. I'm thinking of Arizona's coach left there. But, yeah, Washington's still going to have some good players. And the system will get him to that point in time. But now here's the thing, though. If he's healthy all year, I don't know he's going to be healthy all year because their offensive line's a bit of a problem, and he's not a very mobile guy. So I don't know that he's going to make it the whole year. But if he does, I'll buy it.
I will sell it because I just think turning over half your roster is tough.
Sure.
And I don't know that all the pieces around him are going to be, ready to roll and going into the Big Ten and the switch and all of the turmoil that could potentially come Washington's way. I think 4,000 might be a tough hill to climb. So
especially if they don't make a bowl game.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah,
good point. I was thinking regular season, but you're absolutely right. That would count. Okay, Holtz era. Oh, Holtz era was divine. Got it.
I like
Holtz
that
era
name.
was divine. Okay, got it. That I do too. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will go undefeated at home this year for the first time since 2020.
Buy.
Yeah, I buy that too. I like their home slate. I mean, the hardest game is Florida State, and I think they win that game. And
you could argue their 2 toughest opponents are at home.
Oh yeah,
Louisville and Florida State. I mean, not toughest, best. Because I think the road has to be factored into. Like, you could argue that Texas A&M's a tougher game because it's a road game. What I'm saying is like the 2 best teams.
And I think USC is going to be tough.
Yes.
Because it's on the road and it's the last game of the season and you're going to have a lot
2
riding.
Best opponents.
Yeah,
you could argue the 2 best opponents are at home.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot riding on the USC game for sure. But I agree. I think they go undefeated at home. Yes. Buy, sell, hold. If Notre Dame has 2 losses going into the USC game, it will be a de facto playoff game.
Buy.
That's
I mean, I think Notre Dame is, if they're a 9-2 team going to that game, they're going to need to beat USC convincingly, and then hopefully watch somebody else get beat.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to either need somebody to get beat in the conference championship game the next week. They're going to need someone to lose that day. They're going to need help, but they'll have a chance to get in. So yes, it'll be a de facto playoff game. Yes. Yep. And I could see USC being in a similar situation. If they're a 2-loss team against the schedule they play, a win over Notre Dame could vault them into maybe that 10 to 12 seed range.
It's really a playoff game.
Yeah, exactly. I can see that. I'll buy that.
I'm buying it, but I don't. I mean, just depending on how things shake out, kind of like you said, them needing somebody else to lose and some other things. There's no guarantee Notre Dame gets in at 10-2. So it's not as simple as win and you're in, but it'll still be you need to win this game to have a shot. And so, but we'll, again, there's so many different pieces and parts at that point. AFMOS, buy, sell, or hold. Rate 1 as buy, 1 as hold, and 1 as a sell. Okay, out of these 3. Coaches that will no longer be coaching at their current school to start the 26th season. So we've got
no longer.
Seasons. So 2 seasons.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm gonna sell James Franklin because I definitely think he'll be at Penn State.
Okay.
I'm going to buy Lane Kiffin.
I think he's out.
Because I think if Lane has the kind of year he's going to have this year, and I think he's NFL or another even bigger, higher paying job. And then hold on Lincoln Riley, because I think Lincoln Riley wants to go somewhere else. I have no evidence of that, just my feeling, but I don't know that he'll do a good enough job to get there. So we'll see. So I'm going to hold on him.
I wonder. Well, I don't really wonder because I don't think it's going to be an issue. I was going to say, I wonder how long Penn State's going to be okay with James Franklin.
I think they're going to be a perennial
10-win season. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah. I think they're probably fine with that. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be fine with that. I think they should be better than that, to be honest with you.
They haven't won a title longer than Notre Dame has. I mean, about 2 years longer than since Notre Dame. And I just don't think they.
Yeah,
I think they're okay with it.
That's sad.
I think he's got him kind of some voodoo on him. You know,
if they raise the bar the way they should, then I would buy James Franklin being out. But
yeah,
I agree with your assessment.
I think they're going to be a 10-2 caliber team the next 2 years, and I just don't think that gets him fired.
I agree with you. I don't think it gets him fired either. Do you think he goes job hunting for something else? I don't either.
I don't know. I don't know if anybody would want him. I know James Franklin. I'm pretty confident with my sources that James Franklin has pursued other jobs.
Okay.
But James Franklin has some really big skeletons in his closet as a head coach. You know, go back to the rape allegation against Vanderbilt, what he's accused of and his involvement in that. Now you have the thing with Penn State where he's being accused of basically having trainers tell, clear kids that shouldn't have been cleared, coercing those guys. Wow. I mean, there's some stuff that makes him a little toxic, in my opinion.
Gotcha.
And I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole outside of the fact I think he's a very mediocre at best in-game coach. So he may pursue other jobs. I don't think anyone's going to be smart enough or dumb enough to hire him, in my opinion. I don't see that.
All right.
I think the media's opinion of James Franklin is much higher than what leaders in school administration will think that it is.
People on the inside.
Yeah, people that make those decisions. Yes. It's like Eric Bieniemy. There's this thought, Eric Bieniemy is this great coach. Well, there's a reason that he never gets jobs. Well, it's because he's black. Okay, but other black coaches are getting hired for jobs he interviewed for. There's another reason, and anyone that knows anything about Eric Bieniemy knows why that is. Right? But the media doesn't see it that way because they're dumb.
It's an easier story to write.
Right.
Sorry.
And they're just not, they don't know football. Right? So it's because he's just not a good dude. You know what I mean? Like there's reasons why he doesn't get that job. But, then I think Franklin falls into that category for a different reason. I'm not saying it's a race issue with James Franklin. I'm just saying, like, I think there's a perception of the job he's done,
right,
that in the coach he is, that's greater than what he actually is. So that's my sense on that.
Played like a champion. Buy, sell, hold. Joe Rudolph will coach the O-line well enough in pass protection that they will get an A- season-long grade.
He had a follow-up that was more like, okay, ditto B+. I would buy the B+ grade as the ceiling right now. They're just so young, Vince, and I believe you could disagree with me on this one if you want. Please feel free. You're always entitled to do that.
Thanks.
I think in today's game, it's harder to coach. It used to be harder to coach run game than pass game. Now, because of how much pass pro's involved in it and the complexity of blitz schemes, I think it's harder to coach pass pro with a young group of offensive linemen than it is run game. And so I think it's going to be, it's a little, and part of his question was, and I didn't have room to put that on there, but he says, he's confident the run game's going to be really good. So it comes down to the pass game. So A- would be, if Joe Rudolph coaches the offensive line to be an A- in pass pro and they're good in the run game, I mean, you could be talking about like, okay, that's a phenomenal coaching job. Phenomenal. And there will be no more questions about offensive line coaching in the future, as long as he's here, if that's the case. So I'm just hoping for a B+. That'd be better than last year. I mean, they were C last year, in my opinion, pass pro, like maybe worse. They were just not coached well in pass pro. If it wasn't for them having the best offensive tackle in college football, they'd have been in real trouble in pass pro last year. And so, like, we were talking about this the other day, Vince, and, people were talking about, what kind of in-game coach is Marcus Freeman? And my comment was like, and they point to like, well, the Duke game, well, I can't believe he was, trying to play for a field goal at the end. And I'm like, I get that. And that was kind of my gut reaction. But if you think about it from his standpoint, Your offensive line was getting their brains beat in that game. Sam Hartman had already been running for his life on that drive. And you were a miraculous 4th and 16 scramble away from losing. You get into a situation now where it's a 48-yard field goal. Yeah, that's tough. But you know what's even tougher? Dropping back, getting sacked, and now it's a 60-yard field goal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm not in a situation where I feel that would have been smart, right? I mean, you got to know your team. You know, you got to know your situation. So the offensive line was terrible last year, terrible at times in pass pro. So if they're a B+ grade this year, that's a heck of a coaching job. With a young offensive line, that's a heck of a coaching job. If they get to A-, O-line coach of the year, maybe. Seriously, I'm not joking.
No, I
because
get
it's
it.
a young group, and pass pro in today's era is harder than it was 20 years ago. It's flipped. It was harder to teach run game than it was pass game because you had basic man and slide schemes, and teams weren't, you're glad to block the front four and the occasional mic pressure. Now it's like all the stuff like Al Golden's doing. It's a pain in the butt to pass pro nowadays compared to what it was 20 years ago.
All right. You went way more in depth than I was planning on. I am keeping this strictly from an academic standpoint. And when you take 12 games and you grade out a group in 12 games, he's saying a season long, that means an average of an A-. There's no chance that happens. 0. Because I think they're going to be rough at the beginning. Maybe they start to gel towards the end, towards the middle and then to the end. And maybe they end up playing A- football. But that's not going to be season long.
Right.
I mean, that's just a math thing, right?
Yeah.
And so the average will never be an A-. There's no chance of that happening. So that was just a simple
I think there's a chance because they're very talented.
Sure.
But I agree with your premise. But yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at. All right.
I agree.
Jalen G. Buy, sell, hold. The reason Deuce continues to mention Ole Miss is to keep Notre Dame honest regarding NIL.
Okay, let's be clear about Deuce and Ole Miss. Deuce doesn't offer Ole Miss information.
Right.
He responds to questions about Ole Miss. If the media would stop asking him about Ole Miss, you'd never hear him talk about Ole Miss. Right? So let's just be honest about that. So he's not doing anything to keep Ole Miss in the conversation.
Correct.
Besides honestly answering questions. Do you still talk to Ole Miss? Yes, I do.
Because he's a good guy and he'll answer the question honestly.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So no, I don't think that's has anything to do with it. And I, if y'all knew what I knew about what Notre Dame's doing with NIL right now, you wouldn't be worried about that. It's not a huge question. If a kid's looking for an immediate payout, then they're not going to get him. If a kid's looking at what my package is going to be like at Notre Dame, then they're in good shape.
Right.
And I've never been told by anybody that Deuce is a kid hunting for money. I've never been told that at all. That he's looking for because if he was looking for a payout right now, he would not be committed to Notre Dame. Just wouldn't be. So
nobody would be. Like that's just not how Notre Dame does business.
Well, I mean, none of the top guys would be.
Right.
But yeah,
they're not
Deuce
looking
for
right. Yeah. Notre Dame's not just going to hand out bags of money to people like up front. It's just not the way they're going to do business.
I'll say it again. The Deuce Knight, the Ole Miss thing is a little bit more of a media creation than it is anything else.
Right. Agreed. Brian P. 05, buy, sell, hold. After back-to-back impressive offenses, statistical seasons by the Irish quarterbacks, Gino Guidugli is no longer on the staff for the 26th season after accepting a promotion to become a Power 4 offensive coordinator.
I'm gonna sell that but not for the reasons you think, Vince. Because I think if Notre Dame has the success that they're going to have the next 2 seasons, I don't think Gino goes to become a Power 4 offensive coordinator. I think he gets a head coaching job.
Oh wow, okay.
I mean,
he bypasses. Well, he's been an OC in the past. He's got that on his resume,
and he's a quarterback's coach.
Yeah.
And again, as I've said before, if Notre Dame's the team that we think they are, then I think they have a national title, and that is going to open up opportunities. I mean, so yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a more impressive resume than what Jared Parker had last year when he got the Troy job.
That's true.
That's not a knock on Jared Parker. You guys know I like Jared Parker, but he's going to have a more impressive resume, overall, than Jared Parker did. So yes, sure. I get that. I agree. I buy the premise that he won't be here after 25 if they have the success I think they're going to have. I can accept that, but I think it's more because he becomes head coach. Would be my guess.
All right. Hesburgh Mafia. Hilarious. Buy, sell, hold. 3 running backs have 500 total yards this season through both receiving and rushing total.
I'm going to sell that. I think you could see the 2
for
freshmen.
Sure.
Yeah, 2 for sure. But I think the presence of Riley Leonard is going to make sure that third guy doesn't quite get there. I mean, I could see 300-400, but I don't think it's going to. The only way that happens is if there's an injury that one of the 2 misses 3-4 games. In that 3-4 game stretch, then one of those other backs will get enough to be in the top 3. But I'm selling that otherwise.
Yeah, I would love to buy it. I really would. I just think that third guy is going to be Riley Leonard. I think he's going to have like 500 on the ground.
Agree.
You know what I mean? Or at least 500 on the ground, right? So
agree.
I just don't think it's going to be a back. I think there'll be somebody with 500 yards on the ground. I just don't think it'll be a running back.
I agree.
Okay, buy, sell, hold from ND Joe 14. Notre Dame's linebackers, including Snead and Osbury in nickel positions, will have more interceptions than sacks this season, despite Golden blitzing everyone.
That is a hard sell for me. If they have more interceptions than sacks, one of two things. Well, let me just.
Okay.
One of 2 things is true. One is what you said, Vince. That's a problem. That means that they didn't have many sacks, and that's a problem.
That's a problem.
They only had 1 pick last year. That's it. That would be a problem. The other answer is they have 10 sacks and 12 picks, and Notre Dame has the best defense in college football. I mean, you know what I mean? Like there could be something like that, but no, that I don't see. No, that would be a problem. That would be a problem.
Yeah,
most likely a major problem. The odds of them having 10 plus sacks and then still having more picks I just don't see it happening.
Yeah,
don't see it happening.
That's more of the issue for me is the scenario of them having more interceptions than sacks. I don't think bodes well for the season.
Agree.
You know what I mean? It just, I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like it. So it's a sell from me.
We do have a super chat from Zach Martin, my guy Zach Martin, with a super chat for a 1 out of 5, or what's that? Not even quarter, 20th of a tank of gas to celebrate Vince and Dylan's college road trip wrapping up. Kickers are people too. I love that.
That's great, Zach. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Zach.
Appreciate that very, very much. It's nice to be home. Like I was talking to him this morning, actually, and he's like, Dad, that was so much fun, like traveling around, going to the different schools. He's like, but it's just good to be home. I was like, yeah, man, I get it. I'm with you, buddy. So it was a great, 2-3 weeks of just bonding in the car and, just having a great time. But yeah, it's good to be home. Irish Cheesehead has a few here. Buy, sell, hold. Brady Hart would have committed to Notre Dame this week if Grubbs was still undecided.
Easiest buy that we've had so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a shame that he ended up going north, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Buy, sell, hold. 3 of Taylor, Meadows, Hines, Blair end up in the class.
Buy.
Wow, 3 out of the 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Of the 3 guys that talk recruiting on the show, me, Sean, and Ryan, I'm probably the only one that would buy that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm abstaining courteously because I don't follow recruiting close enough to make that assumption. So, all right. Buy, sell, hold. Jadarian Price goes over 1,200 all-purpose yards and heads for the NFL after this season.
Well, I'm going to sell that because I don't think he's going to get to 1,200 all-purpose yards. But if he does get to over 1,200 yards, then I would buy that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, if he has over 1,200 yards of all, because he's at that point, he's probably over 1,000 yards rushing. And it's kind of like with his knee injuries, as Achilles, like, dude, you're not going to give less touches to Jeremiah Love in 2025.
Right.
So if you have that kind of catch the NFL drafts with tension type of season, I can see that.
I agree.
That. Yeah.
I agree completely. Okay, Ballpeen Shillelagh back in the house here. Buy, sell, hold. Oh, buy one, sell one, hold one. Deion Colsey over 500 or 400 yards by the season's end. Jaden Thomas is second or first in receptions. And then one of the new rostered wide receivers, I guess that means true freshmen and then transfers. One of the new rostered wide receivers is over 700 yards by season's end.
This one's actually kind of easy for me, Vince. I'm buying. the last one, that one of the new guys, because that includes Chris Mitchell, Deion Colsey. Chris Mitchell and Bo Collins, Jaden Harrison, and then the 3 freshmen. So I think Chris Mitchell will go over 700. I do. So I'll buy that one. I'm holding on Jaden Thomas being second or first receptions just because I don't know if he's going to play enough games. If you were to tell me buy or hold, and you're to tell me that I know Jaden's going to play 12 games, then I'm buying that. That's an easy buy for me. Yeah. It's just I don't know. He's got to prove he can stay healthy. And then I'm selling Deion Colsey being over 400. Not that he can do. I know he can do it, Vince. I mean, Deion Colsey could have 400 yards by the first bye, correct, if he steps up and is that guy. But I'm just not. I'm not there yet. I love him. He just needs to prove it. So I'm going to sell that one. I mean, they're all possible. These are all possible.
100%. They're all possible. Absolutely. Yeah. But I agree with you on the order because of the uncertainty of JT and Colsey and their history. There's just not enough information there. And if I have to sell one of them, it's going to be the Colsey one because at least I've seen Thomas be on the field more often. And there, look, Deion has a lot of athletic ability. He has all of the things that you want.
Yeah.
But he was healthy most of the year last year. He just wasn't no, you're right. I'm sorry.
No,
he was
2 years ago.
But 2 years ago, he just wasn't getting on the field as much as maybe he should have for other reasons and other things. And does he have all that cleaned up? Probably, maybe. I just don't know the answer. Hopefully, yeah. I just don't know the answer. So that's the one I would sell as well. For sure. Aiden Benami, buy, sell, hold. Marcus Freeman and the staff sleep less than 5 hours a day on average.
I'll sell that. I think most of those guys are smart people that also know that their well-being needs at least more than 5 hours a day.
Especially since this is the off season. So I think they're doing fine. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. Michigan gets our scraps in recruiting.
Lately, that's been true. So I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
This is true. And then buy, sell, hold. Jerome and Plaxico tried to convince/recruit the Taylors to stay committed to Notre Dame.
That's an easy buy. They definitely a buy for sure on that one.
Okay. I like that. The NFL guys are sticking together. Nothing wrong with that.
We're all Steelers too.
That's true. Yeah, I saw that picture of them with their boys and it's like all former Steelers. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. Buy, sell, hold. Our 25 class is complete before the season starts.
Buy.
Okay. I like that.
I like some of these are easier ones, but yeah, I buy that. So we needed some of those. Yeah.
That's great. If you sell the above question, does that mean we have to skip because we didn't?
You can still say it.
Okay. If you sell the above question, Notre Dame gets another 4-star wide receiver, DB, D-line, not currently on the board before signing day.
If I did sell it, that would be the reason why. It would be because they're going to get someone not on the board. Yeah. But since I don't sell it, I think they're going to be full with the guys they want by the time the season ends. Or by the time by the time the summer ends, before the season starts. Yeah.
And then the final one here on this card from Aiden says, buy, sell, hold. Bryan has not drunk Mountain Dew or soda for the last 5 days as he takes a sip of his tea.
Yep, that's a buy.
You can see the little thing hanging out.
It's a buy. It's been a week.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's hard.
I couldn't do it. I'll tell you right now.
I'd tell Angelo, look, we can't go out for the next couple weeks because if I go out, but we went out to brunch on Sunday, and she took one of these mugs. These are like phenomenal mugs because the We the People want to have because they keep hot things hot forever. I made one night around 9 p.m. When I woke up the next morning, it was still really warm. They're phenomenal, but they also keep things cool. So she poured a glass of milk in there. So we went to brunch and I had a really nice big glass because I hate drinking milk out in public. Number one, I don't know if it's 1%, 4% whole, whatever. It's usually warm and it's just I don't like putting ice in milk either to make it cold. So I love milk fresh out of the fridge where it's nice and cool.
Sure.
And so she made that for me. So I was able to be good and I didn't have pop. So yeah, I haven't had pop in over a week, about a week. I think last time was last Wednesday.
Okay.
Actually. We went to the club and had dinner, and I had pop then, and I haven't had it since.
Good for you.
So we'll see. See if I can stay strong or not, Vince. I've tried to quit before. It hasn't gone well.
Pudgas, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have more playoff victories in the next 5 years than Michigan and USC combined.
I'll buy that.
Yeah, baby. I'll buy that too, just from spite.
And if it's not that, I mean, because I don't think Michigan's going to win anymore, and I think they're going to win more than I think USC will make the playoff in the next couple of years. I think they will have a year where they make the playoff in the next 4 years. But I still think Notre Dame wins more games in the playoff.
Yeah, agreed. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame has over 6 future first-round picks on the roster this year.
That's an easy buy for me. I mean, at least one quarterback.
At least, yeah.
At least one offensive lineman. I would even go 2 between Jagasol, Gerby, Schrouth. You've got Bryce Young's a first-round potential talent. You've got one of your linebackers is whether I think Drake Bowen could maybe be that, but I'm going to because linebacker you don't see it, so I'm going to take linebacker down. Benjamin Morrison could potentially be a first-round pick. Boubacar Traore could potentially be a first-round pick. Look at Christian Gray could potentially be a first-round pick. So Cam Williams could be a potential first-round pick.
You think Xavier Watts has a chance to get in the first round?
He'd have to surprise everyone with the testing. If he goes out and runs like a 4.42 at the combine, then maybe. But I don't think there was a safety drafted in the first round this year.
Okay, fair enough.
So that's like tight end. If I thought tight ends were drafted like they were 3, 4, 5 years ago, then I'd say maybe tight end.
Right.
So at least 6. Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay,
it's a good one.
Tommy Guns coming in with the wordiest buy, sell, hold of the day. Congratulations, Tommy. Buy, sell, hold, an alternative broadcast of Notre Dame games on Peacock where the announcers are knowledgeable about the game of football and the Notre Dame team, but have clearly negative or even hatred towards Notre Dame. They'd have to actually call the game, yet are unfiltered aside from profanity, or maybe not, as it pertains to their commentary.
I took the question as like, would you watch that over maybe kind of what we have now? I'd say buy, because I think Notre Dame fans would do that for 2 reasons. One is I think Notre Dame fans a lot of them do enjoy knowledge, people that know what they're talking about, especially fans that watch IB. And 2, what's the one thing that all Notre Dame fans love? They love being offended by national media.
That is so true.
So they'd have something to be pissed about the entire time. So if they're losing, if Notre Dame's not playing well, then you can get mad at the broadcast. If Notre Dame's playing great, then you can pretty much be giving the middle finger to the broadcast the entire time. So, I think people would watch that.
I think they probably would watch that because it's like that car accident that you can't look away from. You know what I mean? The rubbernecking and all that. Notre Dame fans are gluttons for punishment. There's I don't know where Tommy got this question, but the first time I read it, I was like, why would anybody want to watch that?
Yeah.
But then
it's our nature society right now. We like being pissed off. I mean, I have a friend of mine who's a right-leaning dude, and he's always getting mad about what's said on MSNBC and CNN. And he's like, do you not get mad about this? I was like, no. He goes, why not? Because I don't watch it to him. And I have friends of mine, like my parents will get mad about something that like is said on Fox News, and I'm like, I'm not mad about it. And they're like, why? Because I didn't watch it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because like I know I'm going to get pissed watching it.
Correct.
All of them are, the same. They're just playing to different
way or the other.
They're all a bunch of liars, and it's entertainment, not actual news. I'm like, why would you watch that when you know you're going to get pissed off?
Correct.
I like being pissed off. Exactly.
Okay, there you go.
So like, don't get mad about it. It's like, there's an easy thing to do. Turn it off.
Yes.
It's real easy to do.
But Notre Dame fans, man, I
don't think that. I think that's fans in general.
I don't know.
Why do some SEC fans watch our channel and always get pissed off and stuff like that? Like there are people that I know hate my guts that watch this show all the time. Why? And so they can get there and be pissed off and yell at me. It's not just Notre Dame fans though.
Okay.
I mean, you'll see Ohio State fans jumping into to comments made about Michigan and vice versa. Why? It's like being pissed off.
Yeah.
So, but I think the uniqueness of this one is the fact that they would be knowledgeable is what would be attractive.
Sure. I think the reason I think it's just Notre Dame fans is because I do exactly what you just said. I don't watch all the other stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? I just know Notre Dame fans because of what we do here. Yeah. So it just feels like it's only Notre Dame fans. All right, Tommy, still in the mix here. Buy, sell, hold. This year's edition of the Bo Show will eclipse the first 3 editions combined. In other words, he's going to be better at Notre Dame than he ever was at Clemson. Is that what we're going with?
Yes, he's basically what he also had in there is he's going to have more yards this year than he had his entire career at Clemson.
Oh, combined?
Which is, yeah. So that's like over 90 catches for over 1,100 yards. I'm selling that. I think
No, that's a big
if Bo
steal.
Collins has a 1,000-yard season on 75 catches, that's a heck of a year. That's below
yeah.
what he's done the last 3 years. So I'm selling that.
Yeah, that's a sell for me
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold. Ryan will accept a friendly wager for the Bergen Catholic comes to Ohio to play Massillon. What exactly is being wagered is debatable and will be voted on by other board members, and suggestions are welcome.
I highly doubt that he's going to take that, but you never know.
I'm
selling that,
yeah.
but yeah.
I'll sell it. Ryan's not going to put his money where his mouth is. It's not going to happen.
No, Ryan's not going to put his money where somebody else's mouth is.
I'm just poking fun at Ryan on that one.
No, in all seriousness, Ryan will definitely put his money where his mouth is. He's not going to put his money where Tommy's mouth is. Yeah.
So many ways you could go with that one, but I'm going to move on to the next one.
Okay.
I'm just going to keep moving.
We're 4 hours in, man. Let's move on to the next one. Okay.
All right. Tatted up Irishman, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame has the best chance to be the first team to go 16-0 because of its independence.
Yeah, I think the premise was, and he also added some more, like, somebody like Ohio. Let's say Ohio State goes undefeated, and then they got to play Oregon in a rematch, or vice versa. It's hard to win some of those rematches. I don't think that'll happen as much. I think Notre Dame has a chance to be the first team to go 16-0, but I don't think it's going to. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to buy it because I've said before. Two things. I got to be consistent, right? Two things I've said: Notre Dame's going to win a title in the next 3 years, and number two, no one's going to go undefeated this year. So no one's going to beat them to it this year. So that increases their odds. So yeah, I'll buy that. I'm in a good mood. I'm going to buy that.
I'll buy it because of the conference championship scenario that you outlined. I think that it's going to be tougher games down the stretch for some of these other teams to go 16-0. And I think that'll be very, very difficult. So I'll buy it. What the heck? I like it. All right. Buy, sell, hold. Pick one to buy, one to sell, one to hold. A sandwich made by your wife. Oh, you got to bring the wives into this. A sandwich made by Vince or a sandwich made by Bryan.
Well, I know this one for me. I'm going to buy the one made by my wife. I love my food, but I always enjoy it when somebody else makes it for me.
Fair.
And Angela knows what I like. And after 16 years, she does a pretty good job of making them how I like them, and vice versa. When I make food first, I'm buy that. I'm going to hold making myself a sandwich because I have to buy one. And I'm absolutely selling eating a sandwich made by Vince.
That's harsh. I'm going to go a different direction here. And I'm going to go, it's a buy from my wife because I will always buy any question that has to do with a positive for my wife.
100%. Smart man.
So that's number one. I will sell making my own sandwich because I don't want to make my own sandwich because that's lazy. And I will hold Bryan making me a sandwich because there's a possibility that it could happen. And Bryan makes really good food. So
yeah, because you've had my food before.
I have. That's why I'm all for it. So the only reason I'm holding it is because I can't buy two things.
Exactly.
But I will always sell myself making my own food.
You're a smart man. The only problem is, your wife's not listening, so you could have got away with,
Oh, she has her ways.
We all know what the real answer is, Vince. Don't worry.
You're just trying to get me in trouble for the second time today.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because I know one of your daughters is listening, and they're going to go tell her.
It's a guarantee
that you said that. Yes,
not
100%.
touching it.
Yeah.
I made my answer and I'm sticking to it.
Exactly. Smart man.
Yes. Madges 16, buy, sell, hold. Gerby Lambert gets significant playing time on offense by the end of the year.
I'll buy that.
What's significant?
Starting? Possibly or in a rotation. Yeah.
I will sell it just because of how hard it is. I think it's going to be to break into this particular starting five. So I will sell it.
Okay.
All right. Walk on, carry off 78. Buy, sell, hold. No single Irish player has more than 50 catches, and 10 have 10 or more.
Oh, I could see that. I'm going to sell it because I'm still down on Jaden Greathouse kind of having that kind of year, but I could. Whew, that's not as easy one as you'd think. I'm going to buy. I'm going to sell that, but I think this one could end up being something. I could. I do.
I'm going to buy it. I think that they do have a deep wide receiving core. And I think the nature of the games that are being played, I think some guys are going to get some opportunities late in games that, maybe they're not part of the rotation, obviously. But I think the rotation could balloon to 7 or 8 guys. And then you're only talking maybe 2 more guys kind of getting in on the fun in the second half of some games. I will buy that. And I think they're going to spread it around enough that not one guy has 50 catches. So I will buy that. I will buy it. Okay. Archer, our resident Ohio State fan, on the boards. Love it. Buy, sell, hold. One of the teams hosting a college football playoff game this year gets beat by 14 plus points.
I'll buy that. There's always some crazy game like that, like in a bowl game. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, I will too, because I think maybe even like the because what is it? The 5, 6, 7, 8 teams are the ones hosting. So 9, 10, 11, 12. The 8-9 game could be 2 SEC teams, in a rematch
or like a Big 12 team or some team that's maybe not that good gets a higher seed, and some SEC team or some Big 10 team or you could have an overrated SEC or Big 10 team in there as an 8 seed. And the 9 seed is a team that should have been 3 spots higher, but they didn't get any love because they're in the ACC or the Big 12, and they curb stomped that overrated. It could go both ways. Yeah. I could see something like that.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. The eventual Heisman winner currently has odds at 200 to 1 or worse. Those were Joe Burrow's odds in 2019 preseason.
I'm going to sell that because I don't know of a team that's going to have the kind of breakout that LSU had. Because if you remember, Vince, I had LSU picked as a playoff team that year. I didn't see Joe Burrow as like doing what he did, but I liked Joe Burrow and I liked the receiving core he had. And they just had a terrible coaching staff, and I liked the moves they were making to go to more of an open up the offense. So I picked them to be a playoff team that year. And I don't see anybody like that this year that's like way down to be like that. I don't know of anyone that's going to do that. So I'd sell it, but I also haven't studied like the odds, like who would be below 200.
Right. Exactly. That I would need to study that a little bit further. But I'll sell it at this point because I don't know. I don't know though, because I don't know that there's like an obvious like top 2 or 3 Heisman contenders this coming season, to be perfectly honest with you. So I'd be curious to see what the list looks like right now. But I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but I'd be tempted to buy this depending on how many guys are above that 200 to 1 odds, like ranking. Yeah. Are we talking like 10 to 15 guys, or are we talking like 5 guys? Yeah. If it's more like single digits, I will buy it. If it's more than that, I will sell it. So maybe that's a hold. I don't know. Okay. Riker Ferg, buy, sell, hold. Travis Hunter will play an average of 80.5 snaps per game.
An easy buy.
Yeah, because he has to in order for them to be in contention to win anything. So unless he gets hurt, it's a buy.
Yeah, agree.
All of these are contingent on hurt.
Even if he gets hurt, he's still going to average 80 in the games he plays in. I mean, okay, that's the guy missed a freaking month last year with a very severe injury. They brought him back and played him over 100 freaking snaps in a game.
So stupid. Yeah, agreed. Buy, sell, hold. When Notre Dame is on ESPN, the announcers will say Notre Dame is in 14 personnel because they think Jaden Thomas is a tight end.
I'm going to sell that because I don't think they're going to be in 13 personnel.
Correct.
And confuse him. I would say if you were to say 13 personnel because of Jaden Thomas, then I could buy
that. Yes, I would buy that as well. But it's a sell in the current formation. I agree. But that's hilarious because it's true.
I think it's a very we're almost at the end, but that's a very snarky type of thing, which I am a love, by the way, Riker. Love that. Yeah. I'm very, very much a fan of that.
Yes, absolutely. So Wade Garrett has one. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame doesn't miss the playoffs one time over the next 5 seasons.
I'm in a good mood, Vince. I'm going to buy that because I just think the way they're recruiting, there may be years they get in as a 10 or 11 seed.
Sure.
But I'm gonna buy that.
Well, and with it expanding to 14 after 2 years, I like their chances as well. So I will buy that too.
Yeah.
SR 54-52, buy, sell, hold. If Leonard stays mostly healthy this season, Angeli is the number 2 quarterback all year and even starts one game. What's one have to do with the other?
Well, he's saying if he stays mostly healthy, then he's basically Steven will still be the number 2, and then mostly healthy means he misses a game. I'm selling that. I'm going to sell that.
I'm going to sell it in hopes that they do the right thing with the depth chart.
Well, I'm also going to sell that because I'm hoping that Riley Leonard doesn't get hurt and miss a game.
Sure, that's fair too.
Like, he's not going to miss a game because he doesn't play well, I don't think. I'd be
no, not a chance. It'll be because he's hurt. And maybe they're just nursing something or whatever, and they give the number 2 guy a start. But I don't know. I just don't see that happening. So
I agree.
I will sell it. And again, my sell is more to the fact that I hope the depth chart is the true depth chart based on ability.
Last card, I should say.
All right, here we go. SR 5452, buy, sell, hold. Kennedy Urlacher has a better career than Nico Fertitta.
Easily. I mean, Nico is a walk-on. Kennedy's a really good football player that I graded out as a 4-star.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know why this is even a question mark. If you're saying like he's going to have a better career like Ramon Henderson, okay, we can have that conversation. I'd still buy it, but no, he's definitely going to have a better career than Nico Fertitta because he'll be every bit the special teams player than Nico was, if not better. And he'll play more on defense, in my opinion, assuming he stays.
Lucky Duck 512, buy, sell, hold. If Riley Leonard accounts for at least 4 total touchdowns a game, Notre Dame will go undefeated in the regular season.
Not only that, they won't even have a competitive game. I mean, like 4 touchdowns a game, that's 48 touchdowns. If Riley Leonard accounts for 48 touchdowns this year and he gets for at least 4 per game, they won't lose a game. Not with the defense they have.
That's a good point.
Like, you're guaranteeing me that they're going to have 28 points against A&M, 28 points against Florida State, 28 points against USC. Yes, they will be undefeated.
Yeah.
And they will be the best team in college football by a mile. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What if we back that down to 3 total touchdowns?
That's 36. If he scores 36 touchdowns, if you could guarantee me, because what I like about the way he prefaced it is not averages. So he has 6 one game and 2 another game. That's different. He says for at least 4 a game. I like that because now it raises. It's easier to get a cop out sell. Because I can say, well, he gets 7 one game, 1 the next. They're going to lose the game. He has 1 maybe.
Sure.
That kind of thing. But he says at least 4 per game. But if you go to at least 3 per game, I still think that makes Notre Dame very hard to beat. That guarantees them at least 21 points in every game.
Right, with this defense.
Just with him, just on Riley.
Right.
It doesn't include
running backs aren't going to score.
Other guys.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. No defensive touchdowns in there anywhere. Yeah.
If you could guarantee me he gets at least 3 touchdowns, because that's a minimum 36 in the regular season. That's pretty good.
That's a good number. Yeah. Because
if he's minimum 3 touchdowns per game, I'm buying that Notre Dame's undefeated. And still think they're the best team in college football.
Remember, we were talking earlier about 22-6, which is only 28 total touchdowns, and talking about being in the top 5 Heisman conversation.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so now you're guaranteeing, 36. Yeah, I like Notre Dame's chances there too. So definite buy for me on this question for sure.
Yeah, I'm all about that. So yes, I dig that one. That's a good way to end. That's a real good way to end.
Positive. Yes.
Yeah,
It's a very positive.
I dig.
All right. Hey, man, thanks everybody for hanging out with us. It was a bit of a longer show today than probably will be.
We had our reasons for it.
Yes, we did.
So,
yes, we did.
But it's very.
But I just don't want people to get used to the 5-hour show or 4.5-hour show or whatever. I don't want you to get used to that, but you're welcome. All right. You're welcome. But thanks for everybody for joining us. Make sure you like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, share with your family and friends. Join the boards, boards.irishbreakdown.com. That's where all the excitement takes place. Okay, it's where the magic happens. That's all I'll say. It's where the magic happens. So for Bryan, I'm Vince. We will talk to you tomorrow on the Irish Breakdown podcast. Have a great day, everybody.